think this is a very subjective technical issue that I'm sure we can solve.
Oh yeah, it can't
I'm
be.
not sure we need a whole somebody just sent us a whole presentation on one of our agenda items. I think we have seen enough presentations. I would rather be able to
believe
ask
it's
questions.
49 Sherwood.
Yes, I know that. I was saying not the application. I don't know why I thought I shouldn't say it, but we'll get there. Okay. Okay, and do we have a commission here?
We have multiple
Some-
members of the commission.
1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, we're here. 2, 4. Yeah, we are what we are. We're here. And it's 4 o'clock. And hold on. And
Recording in progress.
okay. So with that, good afternoon, everybody, and welcome to a meeting of the Town of Greenwich Planning and Zoning Commission being held virtually. As are 2/3 of our agencies in town, virtual or hybrid. It is Tuesday, February 4th, and we have some announcements for this evening. One of our regular members is away, and we have mixed seating for him. Madam Jenkins will be seated for most of the applications for Mr. Wells, except for the Greenwich American Inc. applications on which she is recused, and Ms. Jones will be seated for Mr. Wells on that, and Mr. McRae is taking back his seating so that we can have five commissioners on that. I hope that made sense to everybody. I'll re-announce it when we get there. In the meantime, we have 5 postponements. Item 1, which is 44 and 46 Cherry Valley Road, for a lot line revision between 2 parcels. 2 Eggleston Holdings and 23 Eggleston LLC for a confirmation of a parcel at 0 Eggleston and 23 Eggleston. We then have 515 East Putnam LLC for a zoning map amendment and for a final site plan and special permit. And then we have Catherine and Blake Holden for a final site plan and special permit at 909 North Street. That's another postponement. And that is it with the postponements. And with that, we will begin with the first item, which is now item number 3,
Madam Chair.
and it's the public hearing. Yes?
Sorry, can I just make a small announcement about the phishing emails before?
Yes, of course. Is that going to be like every meeting?
Well, we're gonna keep doing it until we clear the fence here on this one.
Okay, I got a very bizarre one, also phishing, addressed to my town email last night, so I will share that one as well. It's a new
Thank
one.
you. Just for everybody in the audience, the Planning and Zoning Department is aware of fraudulent emails that may have been sent that closely resemble official town addresses. These emails may contain fake invoices or requests for payment related to legitimate applications. Please be aware that these are fraudulent emails. Official town emails, first and foremost, end in @greenwichct.gov. The Planning and Zoning Department, furthermore, does not request payment after decisions have been made, nor does it send invoices for such payments. And if you receive any emails like this, we strongly encourage you to contact someone familiar to you in the department, preferably by phone, but you can certainly email us as well. And do not reply to these senders until you have spoken with staff so we can confirm that it is fraudulent. Again, we apologize for the inconvenience, and we just urge everyone to remain vigilant.
I received a new one, which was an invoice from PayPal addressed to me at the town, at the old town address. It was a significant invoice, and then it asked me to click on a link if I didn't think I had spent that money. So when you see invoices that are directed from or to the town, just be really careful, because obviously this is going on everywhere. All right, with that, Mr. Basili, are you all systems go? Are you ready for launch? Wait, how come you're sunburned? Oh, you're
And-
just,
Education.
yeah. Okay. And where's your glasses? He's laughing. We're ready for the public hearing. You better be able to do the court reporting thing.
Well, I'll survive without my glasses.
All right. Okay. So you're good. We can hear you. You'll holler if you need us.
Thank you.
All right. Our first two applications are JH Builders LLC for a zoning map amendment to rezone 49 Sherwood Place from R6 to R6HO. And then the second application with that is number 4, which is JH Builders LLC for a final site plan and special permit to alter an existing single-family home, convert it into 2-family, remove 2 existing accessory structures, and reconstruct a new detached structure with an additional housing unit. So there would be 3 units on site. And with that, I have promoted the SC Minor people who will be presenting. Ms. Orsi, I don't know if you heard me say this, but we gave you time to do a lengthy presentation at our last hearing. We would rather you not do the slideshow again. We pretty much don't like to go there with long slideshows about material we already have. And if you have changed the plans, we would be pleased to consider those changes at a future meeting. So with that, if you would begin.
Great, thank you. I can say that we did recently submit presentation materials that is a new document or new exhibit, but it's relating to the existing design. It's just a 1-slider that'll.
Okay, you went through this whole thing, this whole presentation last time.
Oh
I
yeah,
just
we
didn't want
won't
you-
bring that back
I
up.
did not want you to do that again.
We'll keep
I
this, hopefully keep this moving
Okay.
for you.
All right.
So good evening, everyone. Rachel Orsi from SC Minor on behalf of the applicant at 49 Sherwood Place. Patrick, actually, would we be able to bring that back up in just a minute or two? Thank you very much. We are here tonight seeking to rezone the property for historic overlay and for approval of site plan special permit for 49 Sherwood Place. With us tonight are Gigi Ma, CEO of SC Minor, Robert Sandolo, project engineer from SC Minor, and Lou Contandino, project architect and member of ARC. We are requesting the commission to close both applications and render a decision tonight. We understand the regulatory clock allows for another month. However, due to economic constraints, we are requesting this at our client's direction. Recall how this project has evolved over the last 1.5 years of permitting. We started with our pre-application before you in February of last year. Our original scope was for the demolition of all of the existing structures on site and the development of 2 new structures. We then went before the HDC in March with that same scope. As the commission is charged with the preservation and not replication, they had suggested that we take another look at our project before coming back. We eagerly took their recommendation, and the client brought on a new architect, Lou Contandino, to review and design structures to better fit the neighborhood. And Lou did just that. And in April, when we went back to HDC, they reviewed and again highlighted the missing component of preservation. Between April and May of last year, our project team went back to the main residence to see if any of the original structure could be saved. As we heard from Jenny Larkin, both in May with HDC and just at the previous planning and zoning meeting, sometimes the story of an original structure is hidden and needs to be found and restored. As the house is currently vacant, we were able to cut holes in the drywall and peel back the siding to discover what is underneath. And we found that a portion of the front of the home is the original structure built in 1880. Lou then reworked all of his designs to meticulously curate a plan to shore up and save as much of the original structure as possible. His design saves approximately 40% of the original structure, restores it, and then ties it into new construction. We then took this new design to HDC, and after another 2 months of reviewing, discussing materials and paint colors, we walked out of HDC with an approval to preserve the structure and continue our permitting. And in November of last year, we opened the final application with you. with the revised scope of preserving approximately 40% of the original structure and tying it into new construction. And that is the application that we ask you to make a decision on tonight. And with that, I'm going to turn it over to Gigi Ma.
Hello, everyone. Gigi Ma from SE Minor. In summary, what Rachel's summary was targeted as, it's been a long journey, and at every step of the way, we've been collaborative with HDC and wanting the best for this project as well as the town. We heard and understand your points from yesterday's briefing, and our understanding from the briefing is that the main issues are threefold. One, the size of the rear building with respect to the front building. And we think we have analysis and answers for you with respect to that. Two is the preservation of the current main structure in order to garner the historical overlay. And three, conservation, which I believe all open items have been buttoned up there. Is that right, Rachel?
Yes.
Okay, great. So in terms of, to address point one.
I'm sorry. You have two hands up right now. I think they're waiting to speak.
Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah.
Mr. Lowe.
Well, I was gonna wait. I just.
Okay, if you wanted to wait, when the hand went up,
Yeah, let her,
let her finish.
Speak,
Okie dokie.
yeah.
All right, thank you.
Thank you. So with respect to point number one, the rear building, regarding its size and volume with respect to the front building, we looked at reducing the overall size, the feasibility of reducing the overall size of the structure. And we were able to do some of that, and you have that revision in front of you. However, our client overall, with a traumatic reduction, it is not economically viable for them. Now, that being said, what we are able to show through our additional analyses and analyses from Lou Contandino's office is that from a streetscape perspective, that the rear structure represents less than 50% of the volume of the front structure, simply by taking into account the front grade of the property. In other words, the rear structure is set low down. And from a volume perspective, Lou's office was able to perform that analysis. And Pat, can you pull that up actually? Thank you. And the next slide, please. So this is an elevation comparison. So our client was able to, we did our revision, and through our revisions, they were able to reduce the height of the overall structure by 1.5 feet. They also took out an additional bedroom so that the relevance of the the rear structure is less than the front structures. And also they were able to remove a dormer. But if you look at the elevation comparison, it is much shorter. And if you could go to the second page. If you look at a volume comparison at grade of Sherwood Place, you can see the duplex is about 55,000 square feet, cubic feet, versus the single unit is about 24,000, approximately 43% of the main structure. And that, we were looking to thread the needle in terms of what will work for the commission, for the community, and also for our clients' economic viability for this project. Okay, now regarding the preservation of the front structure, I know there were some differences last meeting. We're here to discuss it in terms of opinions and interpretations. And please remember that the code exists as a framework, and it is that its interpretation plays a crucial role. And that's why we also have Lou on to talk about. And I think some of the miscommunication is talking about what actually happens when you're going through a preservation of the structure. And Pat, I believe we sent in more materials and some precedents of 3 buildings, at least 2 in the Greenwich area, where restoration is occurring. And you can see that it doesn't mean that no new modern materials are being added. You can actually see that in order to keep the homes, this is 1 Cary Road, in order to keep the homes, restore a historical home and keep it standing for the next decade, you have to use modern materials to restore it. And so that it looks like it was of the era, that it nods to the era that it's from. So 1 Cary Road, can you go to the next slide, Pat? Yeah, we have 5 pictures of 1 Cary Road. This was actually provided to us by Jenny Larkin just to show what actual restoration looks like. You actually have to remove certain parts of it and then restore it with today's materials. There's no way to keep a structure standing if you're trying to procure materials that are 100 years old. It's an impossibility. Go ahead, if you could go to the next slide. Oh, is there no more? Is there?
This is the first 5 here.
Yep, and then just go. If you keep on going, there's a few other buildings that we want to show in terms of historical restorations. And if you note, all the red shingles for that from that restoration was used with modern materials, because it is unfeasible to go back in history and gather materials that are, historical materials and add it in order to actually make a successful restoration. And maybe, Lou, is that something that you would like to chime in on? Is Lou here?
No, he's not, but I would chime in that I'm having some doubts about this. My house is 100 years old and I restored it I restored the old part without using modern materials. So I went back and reconstituted anything that had been damaged. It means making some sacrifices as a homeowner, but either you're respectful of the history or you're not. But please go ahead.
Yeah. Well, I was hoping Lou would be on. I'm surprised.
We'll let him, I don't know where he is, Patrick.
I don't see him in the room unless he's
Okay.
on a different name.
I just got a message that he should be coming in momentarily.
Okay, fine.
All right.
All right, so
great.
please proceed.
Yeah. With that, I think, while we're waiting for Lou to join, because we can go through the more specifics. Rachel, why don't you wrap this up and then we'll wait for Lou. Yeah.
Sure. By approving the historic overlay, your commission would achieve the following: preserving a 160-year-old residence in a National Historic District. It would resolve multiple existing zoning nonconformities. It would provide a modest living unit to downtown Greenwich. And it would maximize the use of a double lot without maximizing the building regulations in doing so. And our last statement, again, prior to Lou coming up, beyond our client's interest as a firm, we, SE Minor, really wanted this project to be approved, as we believe the approval is the best answer for not only our client, but also for the town, for the 4th Ward, and for our overall community. And in short, an approval for this project is the best overall outcome for all stakeholders involved. And with that,
before you go that, that the examples you gave are not HOs, right?
Yes, but they are
they
projects of historic buildings that are being restored to show as an example that in order to restore buildings, sometimes you need to peel back the broken pieces or pieces
but
that aren't
point
perfect
here is
to restore them.
The point here would be more about the HO gives you a zoning bonus, and the question that's being raised is about the zoning bonus. I know you were just wrapping up, so I'm going to turn it over to the people with their hands up. Mr. Lowe.
Yeah, as you've heard me speak about this before, and I'm still having difficulty understanding what specifically the applicant is trying to protect as part of the proposed HO. It seems that the applicant has to create something in order to preserve it. I mentioned this yesterday. I don't know whether you listened in or not. 6109 says that the historic character of a property shall be retained and preserved. Unfortunately, the existing structure has undergone so many alterations. There doesn't seem to be anything left, or much of anything left, to preserve. The structure requires material alterations just for the purpose of recreating a presumed former facade. We don't know what it looked like. We have examples in the neighborhood of what other houses look like, but and 6109 is quite clear about the standards with regard to a structure, specifically changes that create a false sense of historical development, such as adding conjectural features or elements from other buildings, shall not be undertaken. This is before we get to the additions here. Any new construction, as we've commented many times, must be complementary and secondary. New work must be compatible with historical materials, features, size, scale, and proportion, as well as massing, to protect the integrity of the property and its environment. And so I don't know. I mean, I've been singing the same song almost every meeting, and I'm not hearing. I appreciate your perspective on the restoration of historic buildings and old buildings, and bringing up these various examples. But Madam Chair beat me to the punch. I didn't think any of those were examples of HOs. We're talking about a specific zone change and regulations here, and I'm struggling mightily with the issues I've just outlined.
I think, Commissioner, we were trying to address your comment on the false sense in terms of, how it's written in the 6109. We're trying to figure out what you mean by true sense, because here's what we think a non-false sense is, right? There have been alterations to the building. We are keeping 40% of the original structure. We're trying to remove the old false senses and restore it back. And I think you and I had this conversation last time, and I definitely hear you. I understand that maybe we're talking past each other. But in terms of, I think in terms of the false sense, for us, we're taking away the false sense that was put on over history, over time, and trying to restore it back from a historical perspective to what we think it should have been in that era. And Lou should speak to this because I'm not an architect. Is he on?
Actually, Gigi, if I can just clarify,
Yeah.
it's not even what we think. It is what is there. The original 1880s facade is there, and through the investigations by Lou and by our team, we did find it, and so we're peeling back the covered-in porch. We're peeling back the siding or different elements that have been added on to bring out and bring light to highlight that original facade, which is there. That's not. It's not false. It's not based off others in the neighborhood. It is what is there, and we are shoring it up and restoring it back to the original structure.
Right. Well, it may be a matter of semantics and how you define the words you're using, but I stand by the troublesome aspect of having to create something in order to preserve it. This is new. You're not preserved. No one can see anything that's anybody would look at the proposed structure is not what was there originally. That's just, it's all new.
Commissioner, can I ask why you believe that we're making a new structure? I think through Lou's plans, we have shown the portion of the residence that is currently there, that we are restoring in our current design.
Yeah, well, we put up we had previously put up, if not side by side, alternating slides of what the structure looks like now and what the proposed structure would look like. And I had a hard time figuring out that they were the same structure and what you're preserving. So we don't need to go back there. I feel like a broken record expressing my concerns here. So again, I've said enough, and I'll let others speak.
Madam
Unless-
Jenkins.
yeah.
Madam Jenkins.
Yeah, I think we're gonna flip the record that Peter started, because the point is that this isn't, well, first of all, let me say what I admire. I admire the fact that you're sensitive to the Fourth Ward. The Fourth Ward is precious. And I believe this may be the only house on that side of 49 Sherwood that hasn't already been restored. Okay, so
Yeah.
I feel tremendous admiration for your sensitivity. The problem that I have, and I think it's very similar to what Peter said, is that we are giving it, in order to rezone, we have to meet the requirements of the regulation that says, if you do the following things, we give you an incentive. And clearly your client needs that incentive economically, as you represented it. But as Peter points out, there's no question that this is an old house. And like Madam Chair, I live in a house that was first built in 1881. So I know all about old houses.
Mine is 1880, so I'm right there with
Okay,
you.
and there's those new materials we don't have. Go ahead, Madam Jenkins.
Some of it is charming and some of it is not charming. The point is that the regulation puts the burden on the applicant to prove that something of historical value, not just location or resemblance, but something of historical value is being preserved and protected. And I would just point out that in one of your earlier narratives, which I don't have a date on, the statement was made, little information is known about the original architecture of the main residence. And further in your narrative, you then say, elements of architecture from neighboring properties were used as reference to restore the building back to what was most likely, not known, most likely historically accurate. So normally with an HO, we have something that it's a pearl. It's an absolute pearl. And the only way it can be protected and preserved is to give the owner an incentive to protect it by possibly not only restoring it, but having an additional building added to it. So the problem that I have with the HO is not your sensitivity and not the design. I think it's a beautiful design, but it's not what was there. It was a small single-family house that was modified in non-historically accurate ways in the 50s and 60s. And now you are reconstructing a look. You are turning a single-family house into a two-family house, which is not inconsistent with the neighborhood. I give you that. There are two-family houses on right on that side of Sherwood, but this was not previously a two-family house. So I keep looking at 6109 and going, well, okay, we don't have, no important person lived there. It hasn't really been maintained particularly well. Yeah, we can dress it up and fix it up, but we don't know what it originally looked like. And I have to say that getting to that point, it's great that you're going to have a look. And I think HDC, not to speak for them, but they were very happy with the materials. And obviously you looked at the materials with One Cary Road as well. My problem is I don't have enough intrinsic value being retained in the original building to justify the incentive. And just as Mr. Lowe said, the problem I have with your new structure is that it's really big. It is supposed to be clearly an accessory structure. It's supposed to be in support of something of historical value. The problem I have with that is the size, and it's not just what's seen from the street or the cubic feet or anything else. Your accessory structure is 50, if my math is right, 58% of the primary structure. And even more, it is 116% of the individual units in your two-family house. So I'm sitting here going, it's the biggest cat in the herd right now.
It's 4:30.
So Thank you for, thank you for someone saying 4:30. So
Who-
again,
How did
I-
that happen?
I,
I think that was,
Somebody's,
I think that was
mic-
someone's clock.
Okay,
That's-
but everybody heard it. Okay, go ahead.
no, it's fine.
All right,
Um,
so
okay,
Nick is next, and then did you want to answer Mary or
Yeah, I would like to answer Mary if that's possible.
Okay, Ms. Jenkins, yes.
Just briefly, so to clarify, the client overall has an incentive not to go through this process because maximization of profit is going as of right 2-unit, max out the FAR. But that would not give a nod necessarily to the fourth ward as much as a 3 structure because they're smaller structures. It keeps the neighborhood affordable. It keeps the neighborhood in the same character as it has been historically. And that's what our client's trying to achieve. He's not looking to, so when we say it does not make economic sense anymore, he's saying he's worked, so he's gotten backwards economically to make this work. And just the easy route is to maximize economics and go the other route. And then I also heard you, Mary, in terms of, sorry, Commissioner, in terms of the historical value. And I believe this is this right, Rachel? On the, now I've forgotten.
Contributing structure.
It is a contributing structure. It's been identified as a contributing structure. And we on site are able to see the historical relevance. Just because plans are lost does not make a structure less contributing.
And to respond to you, and you can call me Mary, we certainly see.
Sorry.
I'm sorry, Mary. We don't encourage that. I'm sorry, we don't encourage that. Just
We will do,
the reason we do it is just for long experience that if you keep some formality, you keep some courtesy. And there have been times when that courtesy has come in very handy. So we try to keep on the, it's kind of weird. I know it's old fashioned, but it works for us.
okay,
All right.
comment on that. Again, I appreciate the fact that there are other approaches to this property that would be perhaps economically more sound. But again, we're kind of tied into the requirements of the HO regulation. And, you know, I would be the first person to bend over backwards to preserve something, but there just seems to be too many areas where I have to go, but there's also this. It looks too much of the construction appears to be new. It may be appropriate, it may be attractive, it may be, you know, consistent with a style. But to the extent that it's a historical overlay that we're looking for, I'm struggling with it. But I appreciate all the effort that went into the design and the sensitivity to the fourth ward, because I think in fact the property's value intrinsically is not the square footage that you can put on it. It's the fact that it's the last opportunity to have a beautiful house consistent with the fourth ward. But whether that qualifies as an HO and therefore the incentive, that's the place where I'm struggling. Thank you.
Just, if I may just clarify one thing, I'm hearing words being bandied about. There's a distinction between historic and historical. The HO is known as a historic overlay, and the difference is historic means historically significant, and historically just means over relating to something that happened occurring in history. So it's very specific, and it has to have distinguishing features that make it historic. Anyway, that may be too much of a fine point, but I keep hearing the interchangeability in it. I thought I would just comment.
Mr. McRae.
Tracy, Patrick, if you can give me a hand here, I need either Ms. Jenkins' photo number 9 and photo number 6, I believe it is. Let me just double check. Or the Google Street View of the building. Yeah, photo number 9.
And that's in the staff report, Mr. McRae?
Photo number 8. I don't know exactly where they are. Or Google Street View
I've got
of the
them.
building?
Hang on one second.
While she's putting that together, I think actually something that we're missing, something that actually was taught to me years and years ago, is that when you're looking at a
Photo
building,
8. Oh, it's sideways. Hang on. Let's see if
8,
I-
9, yeah, you need to really take a look and do some really in-depth research to understand the aspect of a building, the historic nature of it. You really need to get into some, architectural archaeology, forensic architecture. Take the building apart. What is there? Okay, you can go into much is to actually pull off the paint and go through the paint layers to find out the paint colors over time. I think what I'm seeing here and what we seem to be missing is that the Fourth Ward, over time in its history, was a series of smaller buildings for workers, and that the neighborhood provides us, as we would do in architectural archaeology, clues and cues as to what would have been there, what has been there, what could be there to maintain this historic nature of the neighborhood itself. When you look at 49 Sherwood, and we see a building that's not been very well maintained, that's lost a lot of its character over time, that's been added to. We have a building adjacent to it that's the same building, except for one window. It's the same building. It hasn't been added to, but it has been brought back to something where it actually now looks like or could resemble what was originally built. So I'm looking at this building saying, I know what was there. I know what was added on. I don't know when it was added on. But it would seem to me if I just spend a little time and effort, I could actually bring this building back from the brink of destruction, making it contribute to the street again, maintain the history of the Fourth Ward because of the size and the scale on the street. And at the same time, bringing a sense of history to Greenwich that we seem to be losing building by building. The applicant has lots of different rights to do things here. He's trying to exercise, if I save the building and do what I can to preserve it, I need a little bit of incentive. Doesn't have to do that. But I think actually if we're wondering what was there or what wasn't there, we have to take a step back and do a little research and take a walk and see what it's all about. So right in front of us is the building, that 49.
Yeah, this is photo number 9 that Commissioner Jenkins took.
Great. Can you give us photo number 8?
In a second, sure. I gotta edit it a little bit. Hang on. It's coming up, and then I've got to spin it. Hang on one second. There we go. That's photo number 8.
So that's the building right next door. Same gable end, same archtop window, 3 double hung windows. 49 has 2. Rooftop porch with a hip roof. Okay, I would suspect that actually with the porch, as we see on 49, was filled in, and that the front door, as shown here on 52, is still there. And I bet wouldn't be surprised if actually took the siding off and the sheathing, the framing for those 2 windows is still there. And I think that we have an opportunity here to say, great, we have a building that is contributing. It needs a lot of TLC. What can we do to help put this back together and continue the historic Fourth Ward? We're giving them an incentive for them to do this. Yes, there's an addition to the back of the building, but there's additions to other buildings that are contributing up and down the street. Other photographs, show that. I think if we're going to be splitting hairs on what's being saved, what's not being saved, we personally need to do more research. But as I see it here from everything that's been presented, there's a lot that can be saved with just a little bit of TLC and providing this incentive.
Thank you, Mr. McRae. Mr. Yeski?
Yeah, picking up on Mr. Macri's comment, a couple times you've mentioned that you're saving 40% of the structure. And I think at one point I heard a kind of an overview of that, but what exactly, how did you get to the 40%?
Yeah, Lou, would you be able to speak to that? No, you're the one that actually designed how it's gonna tie into the new.
We're saving 40% of the original structure, not the additions of the 50s or 60s or anything that was done in between. It's the shell and the structure with the timber that was brought in place in the mid 1800s, and we're saving a little less than 40% of that. It's the porch, and it's the first 5.5 feet of the original structure. And then behind that, we're doing our new work. So that plaque, or what Nick quite eloquently described, Nick, you'd be a good, or Mr. Macri, you'd be a good college professor, because I think you explained it in very simple layman's terms. And
Do not go with the swell head, McRae.
let's be honest. No, because he did explain what I
We
may
know
not
that.
be
Go
able to
ahead.
explain
Go ahead,
eloquently.
Mr. Contadino. You think he explained
Mr.
it better.
Macri did.
Okay.
Okay. And he did a brief synopsis of what we did in the office months ago. Okay. So that's how we came up to that 40% number. That the original structure, not what you see today with all the bastardization, but the original structure, we're saving it. And I don't want to really say much more than that without consulting with my client, but that's the answer, Mr. Gasky.
Okay.
I think just to piggyback off that a little bit, through our research, trying to understand what was the original structure, we actually found building permits and records that show what the original footprint of the house was. So that's how we're able to have a determinant in terms of percentage in regard to.
And it's also getting back to what, what's been said previously, it's the forensics. When you go into the building, it is so obvious walking through the building, stripping some of the walls that we did, where the old house, original house is, and where all the interventions are. It's obvious. It's that forensic, it's that research that we did. It's not just what we see from a snapshot on the streetscape.
Okay, Madam Jenkins?
Yeah, I think my concern somewhat is that, and again, the reason I took the photographs is that I really admire the fact that the facade of the house is typical of the other facades of the houses on the street. And I guess, again, what I come back to is, again, not a question of design or preservation or anything, as much as to the extent that there have been other changes to the other houses in the Fourth Ward on 49 Sherwood, have any of them chosen to have an HO? And I don't believe that they have. I think they have dealt with whatever the design and restoration is necessary without an incentive. And if this is simply a case where an incentive is necessary in order to complete the project, again, the incentive, to my mind, has to be earned by meeting the requirements. And again, tremendous admiration for the Fourth Ward and the attempt to be consistent with it, which I perfectly clearly see. I mean, the facade is clearly a vernacular facade similar to other vernacular facades on 49 Sherwood. But I have a regulation that says you don't get the incentive unless you meet the regulation, and that's where I'm struggling. Again, it's difficult for me. I'm torn because I feel the admiration and the need to preserve, and then the need to preserve the Fourth Ward and 49 Sherwood. I love walking on that street. It's relatively close to where I live. but I have a regulation that I have to read, and that's where my
4:45.
tension
Okay.
is.
Where is that clock coming from?
No clue.
And why does it always announce the time when I'm talking? I'm trying not to take that
I
personally.
don't. I don't. She has a nice voice
Yeah,
though.
Madam Jenkins, you need to stop speaking every 15 minutes. That's all.
Ms. Orsi, did you have a comment? You're muted, I think.
Oh,
I don't know
it
what's
was. I did mute myself. Just briefly to address what Ms. Jenkins had said, I think while it is, as you're saying, admirable for the other properties in the neighborhood to take on restoring the properties as they see fit. And we have not found that any of them have a historic overlay. And even though there is a fourth ward and it is on the National Registry, many contributing structures, there is no legal standing protecting these structures. And unless they are filing their own declarations or going through some other means, unfortunately, those structures could, through a new owner, be demolished. And we think that with our request of the HO getting the incentive of one unit, it's not unreasonable in the neighborhood because these are many multifamily properties. It also ensures that this property and the part of the house that we are preserving is forever preserved, and it cannot be disturbed or distorted, destroyed, or demolished while there are with the granting of the overlay and the declaration filed on the land records.
Thank you.
Okay. Anybody else at this time? All righty. We have a hand up. I'm going to turn to public comment. Anybody who wishes to comment on the 49 Sherwood Historic Overlay application, kindly raise your virtual hand. Ms. Jenny Larkin is going to go first, and then anybody else, if you would raise your hand. Okay.
So I want to thank everyone for taking the time to discuss this and go
We
down all
can't
these.
see you.
Oh,
This weird
you know
thing
what?
with-
I'm at, hold on. I have to.
All right, there you
Oh,
go.
wait, so I need to do this. Sorry.
That we're happy. Just keep talking. Good. Not
So I
worse.
do want to thank, everyone for, what time you spent talking about this. It's very educational and important to understand the HO regulations and, the type of decision from my HTC persona to know that as we, review plans and make recommendations, to be aware of how the Planning and Zoning Commission works as far as what you will accept and how closely you follow and or interpret the regulations. So I don't really have anything else to say about what has already been said, because I think most things have been said. However, the one thing that I did notice in this meeting or in the discussion about this particular property is related to the significance of a house. And let's this house aside, the fact that it didn't have there wasn't if the theme is there's not enough to preserve, which in my opinion is disputable as it relates to the way that houses are restored. A lot of
I'm sorry. I don't think that's what the commission is saying. That may be what the applicant said, but the commission is saying really two things. Can more be preserved than you are proposing? That is what the commission is pressing for. As I've discussed many times with your chair, we are here to support HDC to further advance the preservation where it is possible. So what you're hearing isn't there's not enough and blah, blah, blah. Where you're hearing, oh, we're not seeing enough preservation.
So I may have written down, because I wrote down words that somebody said, I thought it was a commissioner, but clearly, that's okay. That's not even my point.
Yeah.
My point is that what I did here, and also as it pertains to the historic Fourth Ward, is what constitutes a significant person. And so
I don't, who said that?
so no, but so in the regulations, there are certain things in the regulations that it talks about, why is the house worthy of preservation? And this is not even necessarily about this application.
Do you
but
guys hold on a second, Ms. Larkin?
I'll find
Did you
it.
guys ask?
No,
I'm
I'm
sorry.
reading the HO regulations. Hold on.
I know,
So-
but I don't remember us asking about whether a significant person had lived in the house. I don't remember us
It was
raising.
discussed. It was brought up that. I'm
You
sorry,
did.
I-
I'm sorry. I blanked on it. So
Okay.
Mary, were you looking for a significant person? I missed that.
Now, and only to the extent that one of the ways that you can demonstrate the historic importance of the building is that something important happened there or someone.
Happened there. But our argument with the entire Fourth Ward is that something important happened there because of, we all know this, because of what the Fourth Ward represented in Greenwich and who lived there. So so we're not arguing you with, I think Ms. Larkin, you've not, I don't know, I feel like you're not hearing the direction we're taking, which is that we wanted more preservation.
Correct.
We believe the Fourth Ward is important.
Okay. So this is for my clarification. So in this situation, you're not voting against this because a significant person didn't live there. That's clear. Like, it's not, this is not,
We're not voting against it
anything.
at all. We're just asking questions.
Asking questions. So I guess my point is that, okay, well, I think you've clarified it because.
Okay. Now, let me ask you something. When the applicant first came to you, you changed the proposal a lot. And we received an email from another HDC member today, which is in the public record.
Okay.
And that the proposal had changed a great deal. Is it correct that the applicant, maybe I misread this, so please clarify, did the applicant originally plan to completely demolish the structures?
Oh, yes, that's actually what I think they brought that up today. I think that was, or it was in the last meeting. Yeah, so that's what happened. So when they first came to us, there was a misunderstanding about what historic overlay was. So this is when we as the commission had an opportunity, we thought, to educate a new, but somebody who was, maybe this was their first HO, they didn't understand the regulations. So we took them to school on the regulations and we said, you need to read the regulations and come back. And in fact, I remember the chair said something to the effect of, maybe it was somebody else, Disneyland, and that we're not trying to recreate something like a Disneyland house or street. And so that was absolutely the first meeting. Absolutely. And I actually said, and unfortunately we were in person, so there's no, but I said, you don't seem to know who you're talking to, was, if I remember correctly, was what I said when this was presented in this way. Like I was a little taken aback, but that's why we worked with them all these months, hoping to get them, to understand even the forensics. I explained to them how much fun it is to go in, because I've restored many old houses, go into the house and the house tells a story. The house will speak to you and
Yes, you
tell you what
mentioned that the last time, that, the house tells the story and its bones. You had talked about that the last time.
So anyway, but that's, yes, so that is actually accurate. Well, their first meeting, the intent was to demolish it and build a brand new structure.
All right. Okay.
And Rachel, I believe that was a 7-month process for us where we advised the client to replace the architect, hire somebody who's, reputable in town.
Now, I just want to, because we got an email from another HDC member, I just want to be clear. Ms. Larkin is not speaking on behalf of the entire HDC. She is only speaking as an individual who happens to be on the HDC. She is not representing the HDC at this point in time. Okay, all right. Did you want to ask Ms. Larkin a question, or can I let her go, Ms. Orsi? And you're muted again.
I had a brief question for you, Chairwoman.
Okay, I'm going to let you go then, Ms. Larkin. Thank you for making the time. Thank you.
We have not received any comments
It
that
was
were made.
sent to Patrick, who was distributing it. It was supposed to go into, it might have gone in directly into the public record. It came in this afternoon, late.
Okay.
Um,
I would just say for the record, we have not received any.
So, hold on a second,
comments.
because I should be able to find it, and given the fact that we have a record issue.
I can
I-
send it. It
Yeah,
should be
but
posted. If it doesn't get posted.
I've got it. I've got it too. So
Okay, well, they have it. Okay, so, hold on. Oh,
Do
he
you-
wrote me direct, yeah, hold on a second, I've got it.
Hmm.
I'll forward it to Ms.
Okay, so I've got
I
it.
just
So
I just
he
forwarded
says-
it to Ms. Orsi and Mr.
If I could, I'm gonna read it into the record since there's a question about it. I am emailing you in my role as commissioner on the HDC. I just wanted to correct what has perhaps been a misrepresentation to you and the P and Z Commission regarding 49 Sherwood Place and the vote with the HDC. When this came before HDC, this was not a unanimous vote or a unanimous endorsement. In fact, 2 of the 5 regular members, myself and Martin Kagan, voted against it. I can't speak for Martin, but for myself, as none of this historic structure was being saved, it did not pass the bare minimum to be considered for an HO. If this was just an application to replace one structure with another within a historic district, I would have looked upon this more favorably, as they did make an effort to design the new structure to fit the vocabulary of the streetscape. However, that was not the application. The application was for an HO in an effort to have the second structure constructed at the rear of the property. In order for that to have been a realistic ask, then a historic structure of a significant architectural and historical merit would have had to have been saved, restored, and upkept in perpetuity. As that was not offered, for me, this project was a non-starter. I personally feel this project should not have been endorsed by the HDC. Now, again.
And who was the author of that letter?
Mr. Dodd, and this is in the public record. We had it put in the public record. Now, to the commission, you have heard from 2 members of the HDC. Interestingly, they seem to have passed their motion on a 3-2, which must be in their bylaws. I was not aware of that, but neither one of these people is speaking on behalf on the HDC as a whole. These are now individuals who are speaking to us and not the HDC. They are both individual, both Ms. Larkin and Mr. Dodd are individual opinions. But I'm sharing them because they're in the record and anything that comes to us, and in this case, it came to Patrick and me, anything that comes to us, we share. So I will mention that I had understood that it had been a more unanimous endorsement until I saw this, but I had realized that the demolition issue was there. Mr. McRae, you have your hand up, and then I think we might be willing to stop this discussion as soon as everybody gets their comments in. Mr. McRae?
Mr. Contadino, in
We
terms
can't
of,
see you, you know that, right?
yeah, I'm having issues with my fiber
Oh,
optic control here. It's you guys are the video is compromising the audio. Mr. Contadino, the rear portion of the building, front building, is that a heavy renovation, or is that a complete tear down to the foundation? I'm getting the sense that it's more of a heavy renovation. You're not really tearing it all out to rebuild something brand
sort
new.
of answering his question while you're answering your own question. Leave it where you were and let him answer.
No, the rear portion of the building is a tear down.
Okay, so as I see it on the plan, that is all brand new construction from foundation
That's all
up.
brand new, yes.
Okay, great. Thank you very much.
With the 80s.
Okay, we now have Nick. Nick, we now go to Ms. Ma, and then after that, I don't know. You have your hand up as well, Ms. Orsi. Okay, go ahead, Ms. Ma.
Yes, just for the record, the vote was 5-2. It was a voting body of 7. So we had 5 yeses. Oh,
Now,
so we
you
had
know,
5 yeses.
are
And
you quite sure about that? Because the commissioner says that you might have been confused. They only have, do they have alternates, Patrick? Or
I'm
their alternates
not
don't
familiar
vote?
with their parliamentary procedures.
Okay,
I have,
the commissioner would know their own bylaws. And if he says they had 5 voting members, they had 5 voting members and 2 alternates.
okay, Rachel, I have the
Hold on,
minutes right in front of
I'm
me.
gonna let Ms. Larkin go ahead.
Yes, I was just going to say that. I think the minutes will show how many people voted. So,
How many alternates do you have, Ms. Larkin?
we have at least 4 or 5. We have a bunch, but I don't know who was attending.
So I can go through the list of who voted yes and no. I have them.
All right,
in front of
I don't think that's gonna influence the
Yeah.
commission decision at this point. We
But it was a
have
5-2.
We have a letter from the HDC.
Yeah.
And that stands, but we also hear there was dissent from the HDC. Got it, understood. Thank you, Ms. Larkin. All right, okay, now we go to Mary.
Yeah, I was
Ms.
just going to say, to the extent that it can help at all, I have the minutes in front of me. It was 5 yes, 2 no.
Okay,
Mr. Dodd and Mr. Kagan were the nay.
okay, that's what he said, and he just got his numbers mixed up in the sentence. Okay, so, anything else? Any closing? Does anybody have any questions that have not been answered? I think the only thing I was disappointed about, just to tell you guys, is I know you listened to the briefing. At the last meeting, we talked about how you were going to revise the rear structure. It was going to be different. You were going to look at alternatives, comes back in and it's the same. And I thought we had agreement. I felt really disappointed that after you made that offer, that you would figure it out. Oh, we've got ideas. And Nick was very cute with it because he started to give you a suggestion and then he goes, no, I'm not supposed to design buildings. So you didn't. And in cubic feet, you're saying it's 50% of the size, but in square feet, it's what, 70% of the size, something like that. So, but we had hoped, all of us, that we would see a change because the regulation does ask that rear building be clearly secondary. Mr. Lowe, please say the sentence.
Secondary and complementary.
Yeah, that it be secondary. And he's Mr. H.O. So, and we had really hoped that you were going to live up to that commitment. So I was really disappointed that you made no changes. If you have any comment on that before we close it.
Yeah, Chairwoman. So we did make some changes. We did look at the options. I think we're constrained from economic reality. I believe the client had spoken to a few realtors about resale, and that was a limiter. We did try to do the best we can in terms of volume. It's closer to 40% than 50%. And 2 is we did lower the height of the home by the height of that secondary structure by 1.5 feet, removed a dormer, removed a bedroom. You know, we really try to put all options on the table and work within, you know, the practicality constraints of the project. And I hear what you're saying. We did try to do the best we can, especially from a volumetric perspective. We thought that might be something that might be compelling.
Okay. All right. Any other questions from the commission, Mr. Contadino?
I just want to reiterate, you know, we actually made, I think, every remark that Mr. McRae made, we addressed regarding changing siding, reducing stone.
The rest of it said about the nature of the secondary building didn't matter. And McRae also tuned into that. So even though McRae said it, the rest
Well,
of it said it too.
what I recall Mr. McRae stating was, you know, doing
But
things
Mr.
with the
McRae is
skin
not
and
the
the
only
dormer.
commissioner, Mr. Contadino. We gave you this feedback. We
Yeah,
all
you
gave
did, but I
feedback.
also had to consult my
Nick is
client.
not the only person, but Nick is not your client.
No, I'm not saying I've listened to Nick's comments. My
I'm
client.
sorry, that's what you just said, that you only paid
The
attention
aesthetic,
to what Mr. McRae
Nick,
said.
Mr. McRae made suggestions regarding materials, the suggestion regarding reducing stone, regarding simplifying the front elevation, lowering if possible. All these were addressed.
Right, and then
Okay.
at the end of our last meeting, we had a long discussion about the non-secondary nature of the rear building. And we left it at that it was going to be addressed. And that was not only Mr. McRae, he nodded, and Nick, you can contradict me. I think he made some suggestions, but what we all suggested was that it did not look secondary. And this is not the only HO about which we have made that comment and had them change it. The others have been more willing to do it. Okay, does anybody have anything further on this? Does anybody have any objection to closing these two applications at this time? Seeing no objection, these two applications are hereby closed. Thank you very, very much.
Thank you.
very much.
Oh, Nick, the Brotherhood of the ARC runs strong. Oh, Nick's disappeared. That's what was happening to you, Lo. Okay, we now move on to our next application, which is number 7. It's really great how we're progressing, isn't it? Stephen C. Friedheim for a final coastal site plan and special permit to modify a previously approved coastal site plan and special permit. This is at 1 Smith Road. These structures are over 150,000 cubic feet. On a 2.85 acre property at that address. And with that, the applicant it's not Mr. Smith. Is it Mr. Smith?
It is on this one, Madam Chair.
Okay. I didn't focus on that. Hello, Mr. Smith.
Oh.
Okay, you were good. We had you. We could see you, and then you went away. There you go. You're back. Oh, we got your whole head now. Perfect. Now you muted yourself, so just unmute. Nope, you're still muted. If you would unmute yourself, Mr. Smith. You muted it yourself just a minute ago. Oh, there you go. Perfect. That's good. Just wait.
I think he's got audio issues on his end.
Okay. Hey, while we're waiting for Mr. Smith, I'm gonna just quickly, oh, no, I won't. I can't just ask him.
No.
There you go. You're good. We hear you.
No.
No, we can hear you.
Somebody else.
No, you're good. We can hear you. Oh, it's you. We can hear you.
Why is this not working?
It's working great. We can hear you.
I'm having a technical difficulty. I don't know why.
No, you're perfect.
It's a disaster.
No, you're great. You're great. Can you hear us?
What?
I don't think you can hear us.
She did promote me and it didn't work.
You
Can
can't hear.
you call him?
I think
Can you
it's your
call him?
I'm gonna
volume.
try. Yeah.
I think it's
Call
your
him.
volume, Mr. Smith.
Mr. Smith, can you hear? Can you? Oh,
I think he just didn't have his volume up. Everything else was working, so we'll wait for him to come back in the room here.
all right. But you don't have his phone number?
But we can email him. But I'm sure he's
Where does he live?
outside Hartford, I think.
Hmm. Okay. It's going to be a hard one because it's a common last name. Remember his middle initial, anybody?
It's R.
Okay.
Mr. LaRoe, who was that on the phone before? Mr. Smith,
Brian Smith.
from where?
Robin is Nicole.
I can't hear
Maybe
They should have people there to help
Saturday.
him get technically set too.
maybe.
Unless he's at home. If he's in
at
the
home.
office.
There's a Mr. Salvatore with his hand up. Do you want me to allow him to talk, Madam Chair?
Sure.
Mr. Salvatore?
Yeah, Mr. Salvatore, you have your hand up?
Yes, hi, can you guys hear me?
No, we can hear you and we could hear Mr. Smith if you're with him.
I just called him and he is going to try and get back in the room. So he was
Okay,
apologetic,
so-
but asked me to just jump
No,
in and let you know
We
that.
could you tell him this? We can see him, we can hear him. What he needs to do is reach on his computer for his volume so he can hear us. We're good, we can hear him.
Yeah, that's what I told him. So hopefully it will
thank
work
you.
when he comes back in. Thank you very much.
Okay, do you want to stick around?
Sure, yeah. I'm part of the project team. So if it's okay with you, I will.
We'll keep you here. And if worst case, we'll ask you questions, okay?
I just promoted him as panelist. Sorry, Madam Chair.
I
You
was just doing that too. Okay, well, he made it. We didn't,
may have
you know
cut
what?
off the last thing you said to him, but
No, it's okay. All right, so Mr. Salvatore, we'll give him a minute. We were trying to find his phone number. Glastonbury, Connecticut, is that right?
His office is, well, I just reached him on his direct line, which is a Hartford number.
Oh, okay. I was voting for Avon or Glastonbury, or Farmington. Okay. All right. Are you able to, so what do you do on the project team?
I'm the architect on the project.
Oh, do we have questions for him? Yes, we have questions for you anyway, because we can ask you about the ADU.
Sure.
All right, so let me just go ahead and announce it, and then we're gonna try and do you want to call him one more time? Because he was fine. And then just tell him to raise his hand.
Yeah, I will do that.
No, that's Chris Bristol. Every now and then.
He is trying to get back in right now.
Okay. All right, we'll give him a sec. On Smith Road. And we're going to begin while we wait for the attorney representing the applicant. We'll begin with some of the questions the commission raised at the briefing yesterday, and then Mr. Salvatore will respond to them, and hopefully we can make some progress. One of the things we could ask you about, Mr. Salvatore, was exactly you're creating an accessory dwelling unit within the building. It's about 700 square feet. And we were having trouble figuring out how many stories it was, et cetera. And if I can go ahead and turn that over to you and ask you about it. Is it a single floor or is it 2 or 3 floors? And does that include the bedroom and the bathroom that are above and below the studio level?
Yeah, so I want to start by apologizing for the confusion around that. And I think part of what has caused this. Oh,
hi, Mr. Smith. We're asking about the accessory dwelling unit first.
Okay, that's very good.
So Mr. Salvatore is about to start explaining it. Go ahead.
The only thing I wonder, Brian, if you wanted, since I literally just said 3 words, if it makes more sense for you to start and give the introduction you would have given anyway.
Go ahead, Mr. Smith. Let's give him.
Yes, I'm sorry. I apologize. I don't know what happened there, but
it happens every now and then, you know.
yeah. So Brian Smith. I'm representing Stephen Friedheim for 1 Smith Road, and with the law firm of Robinson and Cole. We are going to proceed, hopefully expeditiously tonight, in that the commission is very familiar with this particular property, as there have been a number of applications that have come before you in the recent past. So we're not going to have a long slideshow and all that. So we did attend the commission staff meetings yesterday, so we understand some of the issues. But just for the record, this is a final site plan, coastal, and special permit application for 1 Smith Road, basically to allow for the expansion of the upper garage to include a 2-car garage, conversion of the existing upper garage space into a mudroom and bedroom, construction of a 2-car detached garage, construction of a paddle court, which it should not be confused. It's not a pickleball court. We just want to make that very clear. And conversion of the guest wing to an ADU. And we're also going to remove the previously approved cupola and replace that with a roof matching existing roof line, and relocate a chimney, construction of a dormer with a Juliet balcony. And to get back to Mr. Salvatore, we know that the ADU is one of the issues of concern to the commission. So I'd like to turn it over to him to address that.
Well, not so much of concern, I would say confusion, because, we allow ADUs as of right in Greenwich. And we were just puzzled as to what was encompassed by your ADU, because we have a very generous ADU allowance for what you can do as of right. Go ahead, Mr. Salvatore, you're back on.
Thank you. And let me start again by apologizing for the confusion around the ADU issue. For the purposes of explanation, I think what everybody should understand is the intent is that the ADU is really everything that is proposed as part of what I would classify this portion of the house, from this staircase over to the side. The confusion stems, I realize, from the final sheet of our submission, which had indicated calculations for one portion of that. And candidly, that drawing was developed later, and we did it because this project has been under construction for some time now. We had hoped to file an amendment with the building department that would permit us to advance some plumbing work and isolate just an area of it. At that time, for one reason or another, it didn't advance, but we're well within the boundaries of the calculations.
Oh, on the contrary, that's exactly what we wanted to say to you is one of the things I wanted to ask you is, why are you making it so small?
No. It actually would be much larger. It would be about 2,800 square feet.
It is 2,800.
Yeah.
Okay,
So apologies on that.
So it's on all 3 levels, which is what the question we were raising yesterday.
Exactly, yes.
So that leads to the next thing. Right up front, there's a lot of discrepancy between different versions that you have right now. One set of sheets says one thing, another one has another thing, and it's a little hard. The S&E design isn't consistent across. So we would really want to see from you, just trying to clean it up and get some consistency, because this is a very big project that's doing a lot of different things. So we'd like to see it tidied up. It's just was hard to follow. We have a limited amount of time, and it's very hard to follow when things aren't consistent. Okay, so that was the next thing. I know you're reducing the non-conforming FAR. I assume that the sewer department's okay with your reply to them. Our next set of questions, does somebody want to jump in? Because I feel like I started talking to try to keep the meeting moving, and then I just kept talking. Our next set of questions was back to the conservation issue of, were you doing enough along the buffer on the water side as you're doing the Padel court? We were also mixed. I don't know about the noise level. Apparently you have support from the neighbor on the Padel court. We haven't worked with these before. Nick, you have your hand up.
Yes, I do.
Are you building on this set of questions? So I should let you talk, or should I?
Whatever you want me to do.
Okay, so On the Bedell Court, I was about to say, disruption in the neighborhood, this is a completely different use than the orangerie that was originally proposed. Noise, etc. And okay, so we're talking landscaping for the buffer according to our regulations. Those regulations were not in place, I believe, when this project first came in, the coastal buffer planting. And as you revise this and grow this project and amend this project, we'd love to see you in compliance with our regs. Okay, go, Nick.
Okay, Mr. Salvatore, just going through your drawings on the ADU so I can understand. The actual ADU is inside existing footprint of
Yes.
The building that we actually did years ago, right?
It is, with one exception. One proposed change that we have put for you is the construction of a garage off the building, but it is largely within the same.
Right. Okay.
volume.
So first floor or at grade, low grade is existing storage. So
Correct.
That would whatever Padel, anything else. There's a stair, so on and so forth.
Yeah.
Right. And then the floor above that is a bedroom for the ADU and the garage itself, the new garage.
Yes.
Okay. Stairs from the outside, which are similar to what was approved. An interior stair that circles up through the various floors.
Yes.
I have a technical question, but we can skip that at the moment. But again, the ADU is still inside the approved footprint from years back.
It is, yes.
Okay. And then I guess third level is the kitchen living room area. And that actually exits out onto the roof of the garage. That's a terrace, outdoor terrace.
Yes.
Okay. And then the top floor is another bedroom.
Yes.
That has balconies, et cetera, but still, again, same footprint. And you're just modifying the roof. You're taking off that the cupola that was up there.
Exactly.
Okay, great. The Padel Court is actually on the water, but it's a same footprint or a similar footprint to the RNG or whatever that was way back when.
It's a reduced footprint slightly.
Reduced slightly, okay. But it's a standalone court with the glass walls, et cetera, et cetera.
Yes.
Okay. And then you have it's a new parking structure for 2 cars. Does it have a garage door or it's open on that one side?
No, it's intended to have a garage door that will match the cladding of the building.
Okay. Okay, great. So those are the 3 separate specifics other than maybe some revised landscaping. I think one of the things that we had seen yesterday that a coordination of your plan, the architectural plan, the landscape plan, and the site plan was a critical aspect for us. I was seeing, as an example, on the landscape plan and a larger rain garden. It seemed to be missing on the engineering drawings, unless I didn't see it. But I think that's one of the biggest things that we need to see is if landscape's got a rain garden, where is it on the civil sets, and how does the civil set attach to it, so on and so forth. Okay, and then yes, go ahead.
We also have, I believe, Tim Lynch from Catherine Herman Design.
I was going to say we have Tim Lynch.
That's fine.
That's
okay.
fine. I mean, we're just gonna I think what we're covering right now is just things that are missing and that need cleanup to get us completely comfortable. Go ahead, Nick.
Okay. One of the things that one of the departments had was the S&E controls, because, and this is a critical factor on the water. This would be stockpiling of materials, phasing plan, those kind of things.
Especially the phasing plan, conservation's asking for it as
right.
well.
And I think it's actually something we had touched on in the previous approvals to make sure that we're not overrunning the site with our vehicles. And not compromising any kind of a stockpile of, say, soils into the sound, those kind of things. The S&E controls, actually, there's been a new update, I think, of March of last year from the state. So that's the one thing to take a look at. Is very hard specific to make sure that's all done. I know you're working out there on the site now, but the Padel Court and I guess the new garage is new work. But maintaining that the silt fence, et cetera, is actually going to be a very critical thing going forward on this.
So Mr. Secretary, Mr. Macri, This is Brian Smith again. We heard that comment yesterday and again just now, and we have been working to create a new phasing plan that we will bring in to show exactly how we're going to do this. Yeah, not only to protect the water, but the trees that are going to remain. And the trees, I think there was a question yesterday that was raised about which trees would be coming down or staying. And Mr. Friedheim said that all the existing trees would be remaining. So we're going to be designing and showing you how we're going to protect those trees.
Perfect. That was the next question. Okay, so tree protection, and you saw the conservation comments, it's the same kind of thing.
Yeah.
That they're looking for they're very much looking for the phasing plan. They have apparently, and I did not remember this, we have routinely asked you for this when you've submitted all these plans for One Smith, which one day will be finished. But because
You're freezing.
Yeah, I was worried as mine this time, but it's not.
Margarita, you're frozen.
So panicked. Yeah, I think it's the chair's connection that's frozen right.
Mr. Smith, the ADU, is that owner occupied or to be rented out?
I'm sorry, yeah, it's owner occupied. Yeah.
Okay, so the owner's going to live in the ADU, or they're going to live in the primary and rent out the ADU?
I don't know the intent of that, but they would live in the primary. I mean, where Mr. Friedheim would be living in the primary. So.
Okay.
All right. I'm going to try and turn my video on, okay? See if that works.
We can hear you. Yeah, the sound froze too, so it was both.
All right. Okay. I don't remember where I was. Does anybody remember when they stopped hearing?
You were sitting right there.
So whatever you were talking about, we kind of moved on already. So
no, it was only a few seconds. Okay. So
I think we were talking about the landscape and the buffer and the trees.
We were talking about the
finishing up the phasing plan. I think you were talking about
the phasing plan consistency. On the S&E, the issue with compaction. I think that's where I was going when you guys are like, we can't hear you. Okay. So it's really just a question right now of tidy up and consistency. A little wondering about how the Padel court is going to work. It's obviously, I'm still wondering, it doesn't make noise, you say?
Oh, it makes a lot of
maybe
noise.
Mr. Salvatore can answer that best.
Yeah, I try to do my best. So the court has glass walls around it, and the ball is it's often played with a tennis ball or something very similar to a tennis ball. The paddles are a perforated plastic. So it's a lot more like tennis than pickleball. Pickleball, you hear plastic versus plastic. You don't hear any of that here. I mean, unquestionably, you hear the hit on the ball, but.
I mean, where you are, your neighbors will, be very unhappy.
They'll hear it. It's noisy. They'll hear it.
Yeah, and they apparently are not worried about it, which I'm not understanding.
That's okay.
Anyway, I guess what we would tell you is that you have to meet the town noise ordinance at the boundary. Okay.
Oh yes,
so,
yeah. We'll be cognizant of that.
That's the way we address it. That's the best thing we can do. That said, I've never figured out how people in swimming pools do that when they have screaming children, but it is what it is. Okay. I think the Padel court, if it sounds at all like the other ones, it's really disturbing in a neighborhood. Madam Jenkins, I will stop talking. Go ahead.
No, I mean, talking about little cleanup things in terms of the ADU. The ADU regulation requires an affidavit. I know that there was a representation in the letter in the application as to owner occupancy, but it does require an affidavit and an annual affidavit, which is going to be probably an annoyance. But can I just go back for a moment? To the extent that there are existing materials already that indicate which part of the primary residence is the ADU. Part K of the regulation of 699 says that we're supposed to see basically a sketch out. And then, I mean, in this case, it's clearly not a question of exceeding the permitted volume here, but just a sketch out of the ADU versus the primary residence, just for purposes of meeting that requirement. If there's something already there, just point me in the right direction.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
All right, Mr. McRae.
Yes, for staff at Catherine Herman, if you return, if you can actually just do an A and B between proposed today and what was approved the last time.
Thank you, Nick. Oh, thank you, Nick.
Mhm.
I was trying on that over the weekend and I was really struggling. Thank you. That would be awesome if you could just summarize. And what are you thinking? They're reducing some stuff.
I don't know what I'm thinking. I just want to see the difference
All
because
right,
actually
hold on.
that's
Yeah, I think well, I'm not sure what
we're
But-
looking is in some areas you are reducing, as I remember, you're reducing your site coverage. Is my correct?
Yes, yeah, and reducing the FAR, the
And
volume.
the FAR, and that's what
Yeah.
we're really asking. So here was the FAR. Here are the changes versus the last approval in the FAR, the coverage. Anything else you guys want, Patrick? In the cubes?
And the stockpiling, did you say stockpiling?
No, I
Yeah.
said if they do side by side comparison of this application versus the previous one, just to get a sense of where this is heading, because it's got so much on it.
Yeah, I think, yeah. that-
FAR, cubic feet.
Yeah.
Square feet, coverage, green space, green area. What else?
No, I think that would be the optimal idea, is to have one plan that is going to move forward, because there has been multiple versions and bits and pieces have moved on or have come on and come off, and it would be good to have a synthesis of what the final ask is going to be here.
Okay, yeah, so you like a sheet with that, all those, that comparison showing. I
Yeah,
understand.
well, yeah, there's some things that are, sorry, Mr. Smith, like some things are in progress, some things are possibly on hold to be built, I think is the way that I could describe it. And then there's the new,
Yes.
right? So
Yeah.
I think understanding, because you can't go out to the site and just understand exactly what all the intended approvals that you want to carry forward are right now. So
Yeah, I mean, I think what we would be showing is, what has been approved and is either still underway or is being built, and what we are seeking now as amendments, and where, for example, I mean, that's sort of the obvious one, the cupola is being removed, so you can take, that's an easy one to see, but we do all the others, the ADU and all that, so.
Okay.
So yeah, we understand that, and we will have that ready for you
And
as
it's just,
soon as
I was,
practical.
yeah, I was
Yeah.
glad that Mr. McRae asked it because I fished out some of the old stuff, but I was struggling. Mr. McRae, you still have your hand up. Anything
Oh,
else?
no, I'm good. Sorry about that.
Anything
Thanks.
else from anybody else on the commission?
Yeah,
Did somebody say something? No.
I
Okay.
had said something.
Yeah, I was gonna ask Tim Lynch to comment, actually, so I'm glad
Oh,
he's.
hello, Mr. Lynch. We can't.
Yes,
see-
Tim Lynch, landscape architect at Catherine Herman Design. I think there's some confusion there. Point taken as far as kind of coordinating plans especially between our plan and between the DeAndrea site plan.
Exactly.
But there is, someone had mentioned that there was a rain garden shown on our
Nick.
plan. There is not a rain garden shown. There is, on the landscape plan, there is a kind of a flatter area in the lawn that would be
Okay, there's a
area.
teardrop shaped. It's about
Yeah.
teardrop shaped, isn't it, Nick?
Then-
Rain garden on the end of the Padel court. I'm doing this from memory, but I think that's right. Look at DeAndrea's plan. I think that might be where it is.
Oh, the proposed planter.
No, it's a big teardrop shape. Nick, are you there?
Yeah, I'm here. So that area that's actually, I guess it's to the north of the Padel Court is a
Right.
putting green.
Ah, okay, but there's something right over there that's labeled rain garden. I remember seeing that. Isn't that what-
An earlier version of the plan had,
That, okay, so you know, that's the version, we have that plan version in our submission. And that's what Mr. McRae was asking you about. So it just, if it's not supposed to be there now, I lost Mr. DeAndrea. He had his hand up and now I don't see it.
So the area,
Oh,
to the, no, I guess it's the north of the Padel Court. It's a feature on the landscape plan itself that shows the Padel Court, but I was assuming that was a rain garden of something, but what is that actual structure? Is it the putting green or something?
it's putting green on the lawn that we're showing on the landscape plan.
Okay.
The earlier rain garden had been removed and DeAndrea has taken care of the stormwater in in another location using other means.
Got it. Okay. So that's a putting green, and it's natural turf under drains to keep it dry, so on and so forth. I got it now. Okay.
okay.
Great. And I think actually my confusion on that, sorry, but I think it's actually, that's what we're kind of looking for, is to make sure that actually, what I'm seeing from one thing to the other. I don't believe I have a plan that labels it as a putting green.
But I have a plan. I remember seeing a plan over the weekend that labels something as a rain garden. So just look, you guys, because I swear to God, I saw it.
I think I
remember
know,
seeing-
Madam Chair, I think
Okay.
I know what you're referring to. I saw
I-
what you were looking
yeah.
at yesterday, and that looked exactly as you described. So we
And
will
but-
make,
So just make sure it's all labeled. Mr.
Yes.
DeAndrea, did you want to chip in? Oh, look at that. You unmuted all by yourself.
No, I
Oh,
think
it's because it's not Tony.
no,
Sorry.
Tony's not here today. Not this time. But I think Tim sort of said it right. The rain garden was a previous design. We've since changed it, so we'll just double check our plans and make sure they're compatible with.
I swear I
with the-
saw it, but it could have just been something that ended up in the file.
Yeah.
All right. Okay. So, we're good then?
Yeah,
Anything
ma-
else from anybody? We'll go to public.
Madam Chair, there's one other
Sure.
point, because I think you had raised it about there was we took an exception on one of the VE
Yeah, I-
matters. And I think Mr. Salvatore can explain that so that it's clear, because I don't want to leave anything unexplained today, only to have to explain it, subsequently. So,
Well, we might forget too, and then you'd have to explain it again.
yeah. So Ryan, if you would explain
Salvatore,
why
go
we
ahead.
took that exception.
Yeah, there's nothing that we're proposing that is below the base flood elevation, but there are
Oh.
existing fixtures in the pool house and in the basement of the existing house, which are not part of this scope. And so we just didn't want to make a representation that those would be removed as part of this scope. And actually, the ones in the pool house were just renovated as part of a separate building permit.
So question. Don't they have to come into compliance with BFE, given that, with the BFE requirement, given the size of this project?
Not that I'm aware of, because I think that we would have to.
Patrick? I'm just checking with Patrick. He's the gospel.
Yeah, so the two new additions or substantial improvement to existing structures would have to comply with the current regulation.
But and they can grant, I'm not supposed to say the word grandfather. What's the new word?
It is vested
Vested.
rights for zoning.
Vested rights for zoning. So they have vested rights in the existing fixtures.
They do. It's replacing it. So, it's a little bit atypical from other vested rights. If you were to replace your water heater, you would not be able to put it back at the same elevation, but you would be able to keep the piping in the same location, so to speak. So if you raise the mechanical equipment, I think this is somewhat obvious, but water pipes are watertight, so they're an acceptable utility below.
So wouldn't it make sense for them to come into compliance now while they're working on the site?
They already have a building permit. It's too late.
Well, but they can just say, look, we are going to come into compliance. I mean, I'm just saying
I
that for
think
their
it's
benefit. Okay.
It may be prudent, but is it a requirement?
No, it's not a requirement. Okay, so they're not required to come into compliance. They have vested zoning rights,
Yes.
the VZR. Okay. All right.
We
Okay,
don't need another acronym, but yes, that sounds good.
we don't. All right. Anything else from anybody? All righty. Does anybody from the public wish to speak on this application at 1 Smith Road? Anybody want to speak on 1 Smith Road? Kindly raise your virtual hand. Now, Mr. Smith, you're probably thinking it's good it's not you, right?
Yes.
All right. Anybody, and by the way, Tony struggled during the beginning of COVID. He struggled for a while and we couldn't accommodate him any other way. And doesn't look like anybody wants to speak on this application. All right, therefore, we will continue this application and we will see you when you're ready to come back.
Thank you very much. Thank you for your
And we'll see
consideration.
you later, I believe, very
Yes,
soon.
yes, you will. Yes.
Okay,
Thank you.
thank you, Mr. Smith. Oh,
Okay.
wait. Mr. DeAndrea has, wait, this is another DeAndrea. Wait, we're only allowing one DeAndrea at a time.
And actually, for the record, I need the name of the first DeAndrea that's
Mr. DeAndrea, you need to, younger Mr. DeAndrea,
Matthew
Younger.
Kiviar,
could you
Okay.
spell that please for
Yeah,
the court reporter?
Matthew, Kivijarv.
Thank you.
Okay, Mr. DeAndrea, Senior. Oh, he's not talking. Mr. DeAndrea?
Good evening, good evening, good evening.
Okay, this is Tony DeAndrea, Mr. Court Reporter, but you recognize his voice.
What's my line? The real DeAndrea will sign in, please.
Yeah,
Matthew did a great job. He's not involved in the next application, so he can retire now and I will take over. And if I could find my video here somewhere, I'd let you see.
don't worry about
how I
it. We're
look tonight.
about to kick you off anyway. Just tell us what you want to tell us.
All right, I'm going to start and be very brief. I'm going to present an application for 228 Round Hill LLC.
Wait. We're on
Yeah,
1
Madam
Smith.
Chair, he's on the next application. Sorry.
No, Mr. DeAndrea, sit tight. We're doing 1 Smith still.
Okay, I was doing my best to sign in so that you know I was here, but I apologize for interrupting the prior
No, okay.
application.
So 1 Smith Road is hereby continued and we will see you when you get back and we'll reproach the DeAndrea team later. Thank you very
Thank you
much,
very much.
everybody.
Where's
Yeah,
my
thank
video
you.
here?
Okay, while you're looking for your video, Mr. Callahan,
I'm asking my brother for help. I can't even do that by myself. Let's go.
Matthew, could you go help him? All right. All right.
Okay,
All right, so our next application is 228 Round Hill Road. 228 Round Hill Road for a final site plan and special permit to construct a second-story addition over an area encompassing the basement, access and mechanical equipment, including AC units and a gas meter, further exceeding 150,000 cubic feet at 228 Round Hill. We will open. Again, Ms. Jenkins continues to be seated for Mr. Wells. And Mr. DeAndrea, thank you very much for the email you sent staff. Got it understood on the relationship of this particular project from the square feet to the cubic feet. I don't think we need to spend time on it. Your explanation was very clear and I believe the whole commission has it.
thank you very
so-
much.
So with that, do you want to go ahead and tell us whatever you want to tell us?
Yes, I will do that very briefly.
Succinctly, yes.
Just for the record, we are representing 228 Round Hill Road LLC. They are the current owners and they were also the applicants when the commission approved the site plan special permit applications in 2010, 159 and 160 on September 14th of 2010. And the owners have lived in the home since that time. They are now proposing to construct a small second-story addition for a closet. The size of the addition is only 15.4 feet by 19.5 feet, which would add approximately 266 square feet of floor area. But as we noted in my email earlier, it will increase the volume, in this case by about 7,200 cubic feet. The special permit review is required because the existing home exceeds the 150,000 cubic feet threshold. And now we're adding more, so we're here asking for approval of another special permit for the second story addition. Very simply, the CEO has issued a memo stating that there is no issue in regard to zoning. The health department gave us an approval for a code complying system. That's only necessary in the event that the existing system were to fail. So we have a approval to construct a new system if necessary. But at this point, we have to do nothing in regard to the system. The Wetlands Agency signed off on the green sheet on January 22nd. And Conservation did note that there are no trees to be removed and therefore no change in the existing landscape, which has certainly become mature in the 13 years that it has been growing. And finally, the proposal is qualifies as a drainage exemption because the impervious area will increase by about 258 square feet, which is a result of bringing the foundation walls down to the ground. So unless there are any concerns or questions, that would conclude my presentation.
Great. Thank you. Any questions or comments from the commission? Regarding the landscape plan, my take is that there is no impact on the planted area with this project, and that therefore there would be no reason to submit a landscape plan. Does the commission agree with that?
Yes.
All right, okay. And anything else from the commission? Does anybody from the public wish to speak on this application at 228 Round Hill Road? Application at 228 Round Hill Road, kindly raise your virtual hand. All right, seeing no raised hands, does anybody object to closing this application at this time? Seeing no objection, this application is hereby closed.
Thank you very much.
Bye-bye. Okie dokie. Go say bye-bye, Mr. DeAndrea. All right, bye-bye. Uh-oh. Why is he, okay, there he goes. All right, and who's representing Sacred Heart?
Believe it be Mr. Ginter. There he is.
All righty. All right.
He's the colonel on this chicken matter, Madam Chair.
Oh my God. Please.
It's only 5:45.
You know, it took me a while to figure out how you were spelling Colonel. Okay, hello, Mr. Ginter. Shall we, I guess I should let you talk. I think we have a bunch of things to say to you, but go ahead and speak and we'll then ask you. Go ahead. So
Sure.
let me just
all right.
address this. Let me just say it out loud. It's our 9th application, trustees of the Convent of the Sacred Heart, for a final site plan and special permit to construct a new chicken coop on an 109-acre property located at 1177 King Street in the RA4 and the X-flood zone. This is a school use on a residential property. And in addition, this is, I forgot what I was going to say, so that's good. Something fled me. Okay, Mr. Ginter, go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair. David Ginter from Redness and Mead here, representing Convent of the Sacred Heart. As you had said, this is a application for a new chicken coop to expand on the school's agricultural program. If you remember, I think it was last year we were here for special permit approval due to volume for a greenhouse that was constructed. And now this year is the chicken coop. The school will be hatching chicks within their school program this spring, and wants to have a place to keep those chicks on site to continue the program once they're hatched. I did hear the briefing session yesterday, and a couple of the questions that were raised regarding some setbacks to wells. There is no drinking water wells on property. This property is connected to the Aquarian water system. There are wells on site still that are used for irrigation purposes. As best as I can tell, we're approximately 200 feet away from the nearest well, so I think we meet that requirement. There is no open bodies of water within 100 feet of the chicken coop. I don't know if Mr. LaRoe was able to get in touch with Miss Evans, but to my knowledge, that the wetlands that we are approximate to is with just wet soil. It is not a pond. It is not a water course. And we have received approval from the Wetlands Agency, so I don't believe that we have any issues
For
in
this
that-
application?
For this application, that is correct.
Okay, all right. What we would do is we would put into a decision, if we were to affirmatively move this, that we would put in all of our regulations as well as the section of the animal control regulations from the the town code of ordinances. And that would provide you with the guidelines. The most important thing to say to you is that we revised the chicken coop regulations during the pandemic because there were an enormous amount of complaints. And it really comes down to cleanliness in the maintenance of the coops. Those coops have to be cleaned every night and food can't be left out and the gates have to be locked. I was kind of surprised that it's 8 by 20. I had expected it to be squarer from other ones we've seen, but I was surprised by that. It seems like but in any event, it is what you're doing. You are in perpetuity limited to less than 10.
Understood.
And from my read, you can have a rooster. Right?
I would agree with that. I don't think the intent is to have one.
Yeah. I mean, but you're over 4 acres, so you can have a rooster.
Yes, understood.
So, and apparently that's advantageous because when you get them, we heard a lot of testimony about chicken coops a couple of years ago, so we could really bore you. Patrick, go ahead.
Yeah, Madam Chair, I think you all have this email, but we did confirm with the wetlands director, or I should say environmental affairs director, the nearest water course is more than 300 feet away.
Good.
The upland review area was a wetland buffer boundary matter, so not applicable under the state statutes. So it seems that those tolerances are met, assuming the well issue that Mr. Ginter pointed out is correct too.
Okay. And much to your great joy, the agricultural department provides guidelines on the keeping of chickens, and we will make sure you have those.
Thank you.
I'm sure you have them already, but again, this is the health issue that Mary raised yesterday, and that partly addresses. There you go. You can't sell eggs.
We will not be doing that.
All right. Okay.
And I don't think we can even use them inside the school program itself. So
valuable.
The school is aware of all those.
I believe you can. There's no restriction by us about using them in the program.
No, I don't believe that the state or some health department regulation allows them to be used for.
Yeah, they have to be irradiated potentially. Mr. Yeski.
Yeah, Mr. Ginder, not part of the regulations, but do you have plans? This is a school, right? Do you have plans what might happen if you get predators or pests invading the chicken coop? Have you guys talked about that?
Rich Bonero, the CFO of the school, should be in the audience. I have not specifically asked him about that.
About what happens with the animals?
He might be able to answer that, but I mean, it's an enclosed cage. I know one of the questions I think Ms. Jenkins raised yesterday was, how is this going to be secured? So there's a small, fully enclosed area where the hens will be able to stay at night, lay their eggs, and then they have the fully enclosed run. So it is roofed, so they're protected from rain and weather, but it will have a wire mesh around the entire enclosure so that they will not be able to get out, and in theory, pests will not be able to get in to this enclosure.
Okay, so Mr. Bernero is with us now. Mr. Bernero, here's what we know about this. Your key is to make sure there's no food still out overnight. none.
Understood.
And to lock it. I'm just telling you for your own well-being.
Yes, no, trust me.
And we've had this conversation, we had an extensive public testimony on this matter. So, including, so if the animals at night, your worst are the nocturnals, and they go because the food is out. And so if you don't want the raccoons, if you don't lock the gate, your chickens are going to be gone.
Yes.
Anyway, so you won't have a problem with the nocturnals anymore because your chickens will just disappear. All this stuff we learned. So, but the key is to sweep it away. So I hope you're training all those people who are learning about farming that they have to do that. Did you want to add anything else?
The only thing I would add is the chicken coop is a prefabricated structure, just like the greenhouse was. It's from from Pennsylvania, from Quaker Farms. They specialize in chicken coops. They have all the security mechanisms into it, including a gate and/or a chicken coop entrance that can also be remotely controlled. It's on an elevated bed, fully enclosed and fenced. And I think, as David pointed out, it's adjacent to our existing shed, so to be within the fenced-in area. Which, as we discussed with yourselves when we did the fencing for the sheep area, we had the same issue with the law of nature of migratory or animals at night. We've had things such as temporary electrified fences and/or cams. So we're aware of it, but we also have forewarned everyone it's the law of nature. This is embryology at the early age, like most schools do. Then an opportunity to see the chickens growing, and then it will lead to biology with perhaps like dissection, but we're looking at from a pure agri-ed and knowing that, yes, there is always that risk, but we have precautions in place.
Okay. All righty. So I can't think of anything else. Does anybody want to ask any more questions about chickens? All right. Does anybody from the public wish to speak on the Sacred Heart application to add a chicken coop to their property with less than 10 chickens? Kindly raise your virtual hand. Sacred Heart application for a chicken coop. Kindly raise your virtual hand. All righty. I think you're good to go. Seeing no further comment, does anybody have a further comment from the commission? Seeing no comments from the commission, does anybody object to closing this application at this time?
No.
Seeing no objections, this application is hereby closed. Thank you both. Best of luck.
Thank you.
I think you can take the chicken eggs home.
My family would like that.
All right. Take care, sir. All right. Bye-bye. All right. Okay. And so now we go to Wendy Greenbaum, who's representing, this is for 17 and 23.
I believe it's Mr. Bristol.
Mr. Bristol, I saw him a minute ago. There he is. Okay, thank you, Mr. Bristol.
There we go. Good evening, everyone.
Okay. Good evening. The next application is number 10, Wendy Greenbaum, trustee for a final coastal site plan and special permit to merge 17 and 23 Smith Road, construct a pool house and 2 pergolas, flanking the pool area over a hardscaped and pool area approved under CAM application, originally approved, I should say, application in 24. They're also adding 3 window wells to the staff house. And overall, the square footage is increasing by 663 square feet on 5.5 acres at 17 and 23 Smith Road. And with that, Mr. Bristol, would you kindly proceed?
Hi, again, good evening, members of the commission. Christopher Bristol representing the applicant. We're before you in 2022, I think, on this property for a whole new house, contemporary design at that time, actually, which is not my thing, but I was quite fond of it. But it's not my property.
My data says PLPZ 2024.
I'm sorry? Oh, that there was also a recently administrative site plan application for the pool alone.
Got it.
Which was what I was getting to.
Alrighty.
So late last year, we did apply for we filed an administrative CAM application and got approval for the pool and the new patios, hardscape, et cetera. We're coming before you with the site plan special permit application to include the pool house, the 660 square foot pool house. I think the only outstanding issues based upon the application, the staff report prepared and comments, there was a sewer comments, which I think we're okay now. We addressed everything in terms of the sewer. There's some cleanup work to do before permitting, so I think that's okay. And there was 2 points on the conservation comments that were to be addressed. One was the planting plan. What I was going to ask you to do was hopefully, if you find feel so inclined to approve it, and then have us work out a suitable planting plan with the staff before we go for zoning sign off for a building permit. I don't know if that's okay. And again, just to work out with staff. In terms of the coastal plannings, I know that we had proposed a reduced scope over the first go around, commensurate with a reduced scope of development based upon the prior new house scheme that we had done before. Conservation said, yes, it's nice. We perhaps don't have to do anything as substantive as the last plan that was approved, however, more than what we proposed. So that's why I'd ask that be a condition of approval if you, again, feel so inclined that we work out the planting plan with staff prior to zoning permit. And there was also another comment. There was an issue with the stockpile locations. We were, when we were looking at the site and dealing with logistics, it's really not feasible to have the stockpiles out of the flood zone, given where we're working with the property and getting the material around. And there's from the flood zone down ends up being a downslope, so it ends up being more difficult to work with. So we're asking that we be able to, with proper S&E controls, have the stockpiles in a little to encroach into those flood zones a little bit, just as necessary. And to that point, I think Tony DeAndrea is on deck somewhere. If you have any questions for him in that regard, maybe you could speak to that.
Patrick, I think, and I think Nick, you're here, right?
Yes.
The issue would be, they don't want to do the planting. They don't want to work on the planting right now because of wanting to use the planting areas for stockpiling, which means you're running into compaction. At the same time, they want to use part of the flood zone area also for stockpiling. So I guess to both of you guys who are more familiar, and Tracy too, what would be the measures we would take to protect the environmental aspects here?
So stockpiling in the VE zone is kind of a last resort. So in the AE zone, there's certain procedures that can be applied to protect those areas. The earlier question, Madam Chair, you were saying that
well, in both cases. So what they want to do is not give us a landscape plan because they want to stockpile in the X. Okay.
Which would be an acceptable location. Yeah.
Which would be acceptable because then you go to landscape and you've compacted. So I'm thinking that we condition on them addressing the compaction of soil prior to planting, and they work the landscape plan with staff is fine to address the requirements of 611, and at the same time they have to re-aerate any areas that they use for stockpiling to reverse the impact of the compaction. And that's those. So that could be done. Anything you can do to not use the VE, Mr. Bristol?
Well, I was going to ask Tony DeAndrea to speak on that only because he has a more practical.
I think he's abandoned you.
Oh, he does. Oh, he said he's told me he was going to speak on it. I didn't think we had to go that. I didn't think we had to go that low because I know that the VE zone is farther along. I know that there's the X and there's the A&E, and then there's the VE is farther down. I wasn't sure if the stockpiles had to go down to the VEs down to the VE.
All right. Well,
But I mean, whatever measures are necessary, certainly to keep everything in order, will do.
And tree protection as such. Okay. Mr. DeAndrea, go ahead.
Oh, there he is.
I would add to what Chris has mentioned, the stockpile area is very limited use. Currently, I was out there today to verify, and I've met Kristen Lodato from the Wetlands Agency out there. She was very happy with the way the project is proceeding. All the activity
Yeah,
is
but
coming down.
wetlands isn't going to address your coastal.
I understand. I'm just saying that I met Kristen out there so that
Okay,
there's
but it was making it sound like it's okay to be in the VE. Are you in the VE for the stockpiling?
the stockpiling is in the BE zone in part because, let me just remind you of that, pull up something here. But anyway, the issue is that right now they're stockpiling some crushed stone, and that's all there is. And there's another little pile of salvaged material in the way of stone, so they can reuse it. So it's a very limited area. All the materials are coming in from the upper level and not hitting the area to the east of the construction site, except for that temporary stockpile area. And because of the nature of the materials that they are stockpiling, I don't see any problem. We do have an issue or a requirement to scarify deeply any areas that are subject to trafficking or construction activities prior to re-establishing the topography. So that obviously will be done. So it's limited use, close to the construction site. In no way does it affect any expansion of tidal waters in the event that they should reach that level.
Mr. Leroux?
No, Mr. DeAndrea answered one of the questions. What the material is.
Yes.
I think highly erodible material would be something we try to avoid.
Yes, sir.
If it is gravel or trap rock or whatever it is, that's obviously less likely to carry away and would be an acceptable stock.
Right. And also to that point, Mr. Leroux, it's porous and it's temporary. Today, as I was there, they were bringing down some crushed stone and then using it, so it's never there very long. It's going to be used as the ballast around the outside of the pool that will be formed in the excavation of the existing patio. So the whole construction site is very well controlled and confined.
Mr. McRae, your hand went back down, but it was up. What's up?
Yeah, I think Mr. DeAndrea just answered my question. I just
Okay.
want to know how much of the approved swimming pool and hardscape around it has been completed, but it seems like it's actually under construction as we speak.
Yes, sir.
Okay, so all of that is under construction. You are going to address. All right, and we can, all right, anybody got any other questions? I think the key thing is going to be, you're going to have to submit a plan that on the buffer planting. And we had an extensive conversation about that, which I believe you guys heard for 6111.
Yep.
Okay. Is anybody from the public wish to speak on this application? This is 17 and 23 Smith Road in the RA1 and Coastal Overlay Zone, 17 and 23 Smith Road. All right, I'm not seeing anybody from the public. Does anybody object to closing this application at this time? Nope, seeing no objection, this application is hereby closed. Thank you both, gentlemen.
Easiest one all night.
Not really.
Thank you.
Chicken coops are always more fun.
Thank you.
Bye-bye. All right, I almost accidentally removed you, Mr. Basili. All right. Okay, who's doing ORD?
John.
Chelsea.
Yeah. And I actually, you probably should have left Tony in too, but
Yeah, I should have left Tony in, that's right. Because actually Tony supposedly filled out that form.
that is correct. Well, that you beat me to the punch, Madam Chair.
Okay, you're gonna help us out. You guys gotta help us out. Everybody saw Bianca's email, right? Oh, Mr. Tessie, could you turn on your lights? And also unmute yourself, and probably unmute yourself first. All right, while we're waiting for Mr. Tessie, 280 ORD LLC for a final coastal site plan and special permit to demolish the existing structures and construct a new single-family dwelling with attached garage, pool house, formal and playing lawn areas, new driveway, utilizing the existing curb cut, parking court, site grading, stormwater drainage systems and landscaping. This is 280 Otter Rock Drive in the RA1 coastal overlay and flood hazard zones. And Mr. Tessie, any luck with unmuting? Well, Mr. DeAndrea, I'm not seeing him unmute and I can't see him. His room is dark. So, Mr. DeAndrea.
I will take over, get it
You're
started.
gonna take over. So when you take over, I think we know the basics of the work. The first thing is we did receive a letter from the homeowners association. So you have worked with them. I believe they still had 2 open issues. Okay, you muted yourself, so unmute yourself.
Okay. We are aware of the letter of support from the neighbor, the Carrolls, if that's what you're referring to.
No,
I think this is
actually
the
just the-
Bellhaven Land Co.
Bellhaven Land Company, yes, submitted a summary of the meeting that we presented to the Bellhaven Land Committee in their review of the application. They did have a series of questions about the house. Tanner White, the architect, was able to describe how the house has been reduced in size. Portions of the home that had been an issue for the neighbor and the Bellhaven Land Company have been modified, and everyone is satisfied in regard to the architectural design of the home. In addition, the owners agreed to a view easement across the eastern portion of the property that preserves the view for the neighbors to the north, the Carrolls. We have received positive comments from the DPW regarding the drainage, subject to a final letter of support from the Bellhaven Land Company to make one connection to an existing drainage catch basin adjacent to our property. Our firm had designed the drainage system, so we're very familiar with its capacity and its location. I did review it briefly at the committee meeting with Rob Frangione, who I believe is their consultant. We had a informal discussion that it's appropriate to do what our plan is proposing. I think that the Bellhaven Land Company is waiting for Rob to make a formal resolution on that. In the event that they choose not to allow the connection, we would just change the design slightly to incorporate a level spreader at this one point of concern and allow the water to dissipate in accordance with the town drainage manual. The need for this connection is just to avoid having any water seeping onto the edge of the roadway. So by connecting it, it will be very effective and eliminate that potential. In regard to, if I should go ahead, is there a question?
No, yeah, I have a bunch of questions to ask
Okay.
you. So the letter from the Carrolls, they're happy that you've reduced the grading, but
Yes.
we were struggling with the amount of cut and fill
Okay,
that that you have in this project. It seems like a massive amount of change, the gross cut, gross fill, not the net number. Seems like a massive amount of
Right.
change.
I heard your comments yesterday at the briefing. And in your file, we had submitted an earthwork volumes analysis. And then when you saw that in color, you were able to see how we identified where we were going to be cutting material and where we were going to be filling.
Can you show us that? Because I missed it. I don't remember seeing it.
It was a 11 by 17 inch plan. It was entitled Earthwork Volumes. I don't have the ability to bring it up right now, but it was.
I was talking to other people.
Oh, okay. Sorry.
I know you can't bring it up right now, but maybe we can get some help.
But
So-
while you're looking for it, I'll explain what it is and why the numbers are.
Okay, before while they're looking for it to pull it up, we were struggling with your tree removal numbers as well yesterday.
What was that? Removal of trees. That'll be discussed with by Robin Kramer, who's also here this evening.
Okay, well, so Robin Kramer is going to talk about that with the trees and what through us is that in one part, it makes it sound like you're not removing very many trees at all. And then it turns out that you've reduced already a very large amount. Here we go. Out of the 84 to 90 existing trees noted on the lot, 46 have already been removed when you come to us, which is, I don't know how this happened, Mr. DeAndrea, because you're not supposed to be removing trees until you're not supposed to be actively removing trees while you have a pending application with us, and you didn't withdraw it. You submitted and then postponed. So I don't know why you continued. I'm puzzled that you continued. But now let's just go back to this. Out of the 84 to 90 trees existing on the lot, 46 have been removed and significant disturbances occurred. Another 14 trees are scheduled to be removed. And then it's just not clear what you have going into the planting plan and what your tree preservation and planting is going to be. Conservation addresses specifically the 27-inch cedar and the 24-inch pine to the east of the parking court. They're asking for a more diverse selection of trees. So that, along with this amount of disturbance, which hopefully Tracy has found, because I can tell she's looking, and that you have not submitted a tree protection plan.
Right.
So where I'm going with this in general is I would like to have have this plan become more respectful of the natural environment. Give us an exact amount of tree removal, tree replacement, what tree protection is going to be installed. This is a very large disruption. And yeah.
May I respond?
Yeah. I mean, I wasn't done with my sentence, but okay. And I think RKGD is your landscaper?
Yes. Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you. Hello, Mr. Tessie.
Hi.
I'm glad you figured out how to turn on the lights. That was the worst part.
No, it's not. I had to go to my iPhone. I was listening all night, as you know, or afternoon, and I don't know what happened. It just kind of blew up.
So before that, RKGD, would you kindly identify yourself for the court reporter? Just say your first and last name and spell them. And you're muted, so if you would just push the little unmute button. And then Nick, whenever
Sorry,
you're
Madam
ready.
Chair. It's Robin Kramer, ROBIN KRAMER.
Therefore, the RK.
RK. GD. Yep, exactly.
Okay.
RK. Let's be okay with RK. That's the goal here. All right. So some of those numbers that you were just mentioning are really not accurate. So I just wanted to give you the actual what has transpired. So the majority of trees that have been removed on the site are due obviously to where the new proposed home is going. And there have been 23 trees to date that have been removed during the demolition. There are 14 proposed trees, as you stated.
So when you went to do that, you're in your demolition permit, you went ahead and started removing trees.
Yes, there are 23 trees that have been removed.
Okay.
Most of the trees were woven into the existing site conditions, into the structures, and it's a very sort of neglected site, and the trees have grown around what was the house and the pool and the terraces that were there.
That you did not see as sustainable. Here's a question though. These numbers that I read you came from an inventory that the Conservation Department was relying on, and which is in their memo to us. So I would say that if you could give us the inventory with what the tree removal has been and your replacement plan and your protection plan, that would be helpful. Before you go on, Nick, did you have your hand up for this?
Yes, Tracy, if you can bring up page 131 of the staff report.
Are you going to go to?
I'm going to trees.
You're going to trees. Okay.
This is the tree location plan that shows 2 remain, 2 be removed, 2 be added. But the protection plan, I don't believe is here. I don't see it. Maybe that's part of the DeAndrea set.
It's part of the planting plan that we submitted.
Okay.
But see, as long as you're looking at it, Nick.
Oh, there it
so
is.
I'm-
I see
I'm
it. Okay,
reading-
so
Nick, I'm reading you the words. Another 14 trees are slated to be removed based on the revision to the tree location plan dated 11/7/24. 32 existing trees on that plan are to remain, but are not accurately depicted in the planting plan with proper tree protection measures. I think that Ms. Kramer can fix all this, but we just need it laid out better so conservation understands it. Go ahead, Nick.
yeah, I think this plan, this tree location plan that I'm looking at actually has it laid out quite well, because you can see what's to remain in color, the ones that are underneath the buildings that had been removed, and then the new ones.
But she's saying she was walking the site.
That
and
this
those-
is the plan that's going to be built as opposed to walk the site.
Okay, well, she says that of the 32 existing trees that you're looking at on that plan that are to remain are not accurately depicted. That's what conservation is saying. So that plan isn't consistent with reality at this moment. Nor does
If I
it
may
Yes, ma'am, go ahead. And then
if I may
after that, Mr.
interrupt,
Lowe.
I apologize. I just want to go back to when you were talking about the 86 to 90 trees.
Yeah.
There's some discrepancies from the survey to the site development plan. But if you look around the pool on the survey, you see that there are 24 what indicate to be trees. Those 24 were actually shrubs. So in the report that Bianca had delivered, with the potentially 86 to 90 trees with 46 already removed, it's less 24, which is why I'm saying we have 23 trees removed. So there's sort of a slight confusion there with the trees being called out as they're really shrubs around the existing pool. They weren't trees.
Okay, so we need to rationalize that
Yes.
somehow. We just need to explain it to people because the record submitted to P and Z is therefore incorrect. Mr. Lowe, go ahead.
Just a quick question. Was the removal of trees to date consistent with our regulations?
Patrick? Patrick?
You're muted, Pat.
There are no regulations that stop tree removal related to site plan applications. Subdivisions, yes.
Hi, monkey.
And then wetland agency, obviously they have their own purview when it's upland of review areas. But for site plan applications only, there is nothing in the regulations that say that you can't, do tree removals prior to the commission's intervention.
And in addition, there's been significant site disturbance and the site apparently is already being worked.
Well, the site work should be only germane to the demo, and obviously the production or work completed towards the development is supposed to be after your decision. So that would be, because it's in a coastal area, that would be something that if it has happened, should not have happened.
But I should also interject that the
Oh, hello, Mr. Jesse.
What'd you
Yes,
say?
go ahead. Interject, go ahead. Were
I'm-
you interjecting?
No, just that the demolition took place prior to the current application. That's all. And that removal. It wasn't during the pendency of an application.
Okay, go ahead. Mr. DeAndrea has his hand up and then Ms. Kulikowski.
My hand is up, Madam Chair, just to clarify that there's been no excavation on the property.
Okay.
After the demolition of the house. There has been a placement of crushed stone to protect a disturbed area for people who come into the site and park. So
Okay.
there's no excavation ongoing. There hasn't been any activity since the demolition.
Okay, so you've got the tracking pad in.
That's up on the top of the hill near where the house had been located. Yes, adjacent to the driveway, so that
Okay.
anybody that comes in will park on a stable area.
Okay. Ms. Kulikowski and then Mr. LaRoe.
Yeah, the staff report is a spinning wheel on my computer. I can't get into it. I'm trying, but it's
That's all right. Thank
we're all
Having the
having
same problem
problems.
with this backgrade that I can't open up page 131.
yeah, I can't. I'll show you a black screen. That's what I've got right now. So
Mr.
Okay.
DeAndrea, your demonstration of the excavation numbers. I'm not seeing it in this file set. Was it with the prior, or did it come in with this application?
I did check my emails and see what we submitted, but it's been presented and prepared. And the reason we prepared it because was to demonstrate very clearly. And in fact, remember in one of our conversations we had about the volume, being 710 cubic yards of material that would ultimately have to be removed. And we discussed how many trips that might be. And that was discussed also in depth with the Belhaven Land Company because they might have been concerned about the number of vehicle trips. But the volume that Madam Chair was discussing in cut, that represents a very positive and appropriate part of the plan, which is to reduce the elevation of the site. The existing home had been at elevation 42.5. The current proposal is to drop that elevation down to 35.5. That's a significant drop. What that did and does is eliminates this obtuse patio, which is actually a mound sticking up in the middle of the property. So for those of you who have been there, you had to climb up to the top of this former patio, and that's all going to be cut down so that the home can be lowered. And as a result, you do have a certain amount of fill or material that's going to be considered cut. Then we try to balance it and we use some of that material on site. But in an effort to minimize the amount of filling on the property at the request of the agency and the Belhaven Land Company, we have to remove some material. We could easily lose 700 yards and you would never even know it was still there. But in theory, it has to be removed. So that's a good thing. I also want to point out in regard to the area of disturbance, for those of you who can study this earthwork volumes plan and see the red numbers and the blue numbers, you'll see that the cut that we're doing in red is in the middle of the site where the former home had been located. And then to also notice that in the area of the northwest corner of the property, the numbers are in the inches, so that nothing is being done in that northwest corner. In the westerly portion where the existing pool was located, the original pool was located, the proposed pool is being set again back within inches of the original pool. So we're lowering the whole platform of the home by over 7 feet. We're maintaining the northwest corner and we're replacing everything on the west, which has the effect of leaving the entire eastern or northeastern and eastern section of the property clear to accommodate the view line of the neighbor to the north. In an area that currently is virtually devoid of trees. So we've respected the view line. We're not removing any trees. We're saving major beech trees. We've kept the alignment of the existing driveway. In regard to the 2 trees on the eastern side of the existing driveway, those are located on the edge of the permeable pavement, which is an integral part of the drainage design. So there is a parking cart being proposed. The trees are too tall, too close to the house. They have been proposed to be removed. I like to use the analogy that those trees were planted when Junior was 2 years old and then they grew and now they should be cut. We can see that all over town as one of my pet observations about the way homes are developed and then mature. So those 4 trees in the parking court adjacent to what is proposed as the permeable pavement as part of the drainage design will have to be removed.
Okay, so Patrick, once I'm still struggling with, okay, first of all, Nick, you had raised some questions about the cut and fill. You got anything more?
I think actually, I listening to Mr. DeAndrea, so the patio is the knob. That's the big cut. And you're actually kind of pushing everything, all of the new work down to approximate existing grades. Is that what I'm hearing? Okay.
Yes, sir. And it's basically a fold, Mr. McWright. In this case, we're taking the knob, if you will, and folding it over to the west so that you'll see in that area, yes, we're doing some filling over the severely sloping topography to bring down that knob and make an area from which the homeowners can enjoy the view
Mm.
of the sound like the neighborhood does.
Right, but in that the building itself that they're enjoying the view from is actually lower in elevation than
Been there,
what's
yes,
currently
sir.
out there. Okay.
Yes, sir.
Now I don't have the color drawing that you had sent in. I can't seem to find it in my stuff here. It's probably buried in the OneDrive still. But the cut and fill itself, there's a lot of excavation of existing building. So you already have a hole in the ground for the building. You already have a hole in the ground for the swimming pool. Those kind of things. So it's not much as you're digging new holes as manipulating the surface areas to accommodate the new structure. Is that correct?
Yeah, that would be.
That is correct. And what we've done is take our volume analysis from the original condition, right? It was elevated. So when you look at that in context, yes, we're going to bring that down, but some of it was the house. So we're just being very honest in the removal of all this material. You're going to generate some material. Some of it has already been gone, but the knob hasn't been gone, hasn't been taken away. And again, I just want to reiterate it for the record, the northwest corner and the west side, there's virtually no change. So the volume activity is concentrated around the existing dwelling, our original dwelling, and we're putting the new home right back on the same spot. It's a very good design.
Right. So that the playing lawn in that corner is generally at the same elevation as existing. That's what I get from that. Okay. And that actually the major regrade is almost a softening of the front yard as it faces the water. That's a very steep grade now.
Yes, sir.
So you're just kind of feathering it out, not as steep.
When I met on site the other day with Bianca, and I had previously met on site with Beth Evans, I described it as walking to the top of the knob and then looking at the bottom of the knob and say, that's the elevation we're going to finish at. It's a very easy thing to see when you're on site. So when you look at these elevations at the periphery of what we call the fill package to the south side of the building, you see that the numbers are 1.5, 1.1, 2 feet. So a very nominal amount of material to shape a softening of the slope that's already there and provide a platform for viewing the water.
Okay. Okay. I think I've got a good handle on this in terms of actually what's being manipulated.
Yeah, and I mean, here's again, based on the fact that I can't see it, and you were looking at it. You can't see it either, but you're
but I'm looking at the site
constructing
development plan with the topography on
Hold
it.
on, let me scroll down to that with
the development area, as I see it, the house, the pool house, the parking court, the playing lawn, all is at a flat spot at the general elevation that's existing. And that any change in the topography is to remove high points to push it down, or to regrade.
But Nick, that's what we always talk about. You take out the top of the hill and you fill in the valley, and now you got Versailles. You got a flat
No. I
piece
think
of
in
land.
this case, the top of the hill is a tiny knob. Everything around it is still at the same elevation that's there. But and I think the grading in the front yard actually is significantly severe already. And I think from what I'm seeing here, it's being regraded, but I think to accommodate the lower level of the house, and still follows the severeness of the grades.
Okay, we're going to go to Dennis and then Mary.
Yeah. Congratulations, guys, for getting the neighbors. And I guess the neighbor had some good points, and you've changed the entire site. It will lower it, the trees, everything else. Can you talk a little bit about the construction logistics? You mentioned number of dump trucks. We are doing cut and fill here. You said something the Bellhaven Land Company had asked you about that. That was also a question, but not the major. Our major question dealt with the view, the cut and fill, the landscaping. But how big of a number of trucks are we talking about, and any other logistics that you might have, where they're coming in on, that sort of thing?
Is that for me?
Sure.
Okay.
Mr. Andre.
I'll give it a shot. The driveway that's there now will be maintained and will be used as the access to the development area. The existing front of the home or the north side where the parking court will be constructed, since it's a permeable under drain system, that will be ideally suited for access, stockpiling, and parking. We also have the area to the west of the proposed parking court where they have currently laid down crushed stone for parking. I haven't discussed this exactly with the contractor as to how those parking spaces will be manipulated. As we know, in the beginning, there's just a few cars. As the project becomes more more developed, there may be more trades and they'll be parked. Currently in the neighborhood on One Harbor Drive, there's cars parked all along the road. We suspect that most of our parking will be able to be handled on the site. We will never be parking on the eastern side down the slope, so everything will be concentrated in the proposed parking areas. The area, as I said, the volume that's predicted, or in theory, in technical, however you want to say it, technical volumes is about 700 yards at 15 yards a truck. What does that translate to be? 45 to 48 trucks at about 15 yards. A truck bringing in some material will be able to take other material out. So it's not a constant flow. It's periodic as the material is generated. There may be periods of intense activity, but the objective there is to get it done and off the site and not be dragging it on forever. What else can I say to that? That's the logistics, parking, earth removal, and
That's good, Tony.
was there another question?
I think you answered the question.
Okay.
Okay, Mary?
Yeah, just two quick questions. What percentage of the total lot is being regraded in some way? It's very gentle.
What's your percent disturbance of the lot?
Okay, the site is a total of 2.3 acres. I would say that approximately 1 acre and a little more perhaps will be affected, but that's a difficult concept because, as you know, we're rebuilding areas that have already been developed. So when you talk about what's being disturbed, very little is being disturbed. We're going to restore the areas that had been previously disturbed. Again, I reiterate, northwest corner, we're going to regrade it, put it right back. So if you're going to include that on us, that's a 10,000 square feet, 100 by 100. So that's a quarter acre that's already been disturbed, and we're going to landscape it. So I wouldn't include that in an area of disturbance. But if you total it up, it's about half of the property. It's going to be improved, landscaped, and restored.
I think it'd be
but
the word interjection, but I'm sorry.
Wait, Mr. Tessie.
Talk over her.
No, Ms.
Fine.
Jenkins is trying to talk and you're talking over her.
No, I said I stopped as soon as I heard her.
Oh, okay, you're such a good attorney. Go ahead.
Gentlemen.
Mr. Tessie. I'm just trying to get a sense of the magnitude. I mean, I'm assuming, quite rightly, given your excellent reputation, that at the end of the day, it's going to look absolutely beautiful. I'm just trying to get a sense of to what extent anything that is there now will not be touched. So again, is it 50% of the property? Not has it never been touched? Is it going to be improved? How much of it is going to be disturbed? The degree of the apparent degree of disturbance, because I'm just trying to get a sense of magnitude here.
Are you referring to new disturbance?
No, I'm referring to the disturbance on the site as a result of the current project.
Right. I'm saying prior to, I think it's to be clear, there's a history on the property, just very quickly. The property contained 2 houses, not one.
Yep.
And so there was a fair amount of disturbance, and those homes were both removed. So I'll let Tony answer. I was just trying to say, Tony was trying to talk about areas that were not disturbed, but that were not disturbed versus what were already disturbed and basically redone, simply stated. But with that, Tony, why don't you take another shot at answering the question?
As I said before, the total area is about 2.3 acres. The entire northeast and southeast are completely untouched other than landscaping with new trees in accordance with Robin's plan. You want landscaping, and obviously we have to do something to plant a tree. I don't include that in disturbance. The area of disturbance is concentrated around the existing home. You can't, hold us accountable or suggest that that's inappropriate. We took down one house, we're going to put a new one right back in the same spot. So I'm going to just answer the question as simply as
Wait a second. Can I interrupt here?
Yes.
Mary, Ms. Jenkins has asked a very specific question about the current degree of disturbance. She's not asking about what happened 10 years ago or 20 years ago. We're talking about this project and what is being disturbed. Am I right, Ms. Jenkins?
Yes, Mr. Lowe. And again, I understand you have to dig a hole to put a tree in it. My question is, if you're changing the topography, whether you're going to end up, it's going to look beautiful someday, but you're making it higher or lower. And I understand and approve the fact that you are digging in order to reduce the elevation of the structure. But I'm trying to get a sense of your 2.3 acres, how much of it is going to be moved around in some way, whether it's appropriate, inappropriate, beautiful, landscaping, what? If you want to delete the landscaping as in digging holes for trees, that's one thing.
Okay. I understand your question now. So
changing the topography, I just want to get a sense of how is disturbed.
All right, thank you.
Okay, so Ms. Jenkins, I appreciate that what your question is now, and I was really ready to answer it because you didn't use the word disturbed, but now you did again. So within this property of 2.3 acres, approximately half of the property will be affected in some way or other to complete the development as proposed.
Mr. DeAndrea.
Okay. Mr. LaRoe, we've been trying. Oh, I'm sorry, Mr. Lowe. I will let you go, and then I'm going to raise one more topic.
Not to belabor this, but is it fair to assume that roughly if half is being, quote, disturbed, then half is being untouched? Is that correct?
To the extent that we're not filling or digging, the answer is yes, except we're going to be planting trees and landscaping to some degree.
But other than digging holes to put a plant in, including a tree, it's only 50%. Is that, or not only 50, but there's 50% that will not be disturbed. Is that what you're saying?
I think that's a fair statement. Yes, sir. There's a periphery of the property, the whole southern periphery, and the northeast and southeast quadrants are untouched by digging or excessive removal or placement of material.
Wait, what? Oh my goodness, look at that. How did you do that magic, Madam Kolakowski? All right, let me just close this thing.
I had Tony email it to me.
All right. Didn't Tony say it was in color?
So if you were to enlarge this a little, Tracy, if you could, I could walk you through it and you'll see clearly how carefully the site has been designed.
Okay.
So what this does is, if you go down to the lower right corner of this panel, you'll see a legend, and the red numbers represent depth of cut. So when you study that carefully, that semicircular area to the bottom of the page, that's where the knob is. And as you see the red in that area, then you look to the left a little bit, which is to the west, and you'll see blue numbers, which represent some filling. So we're cutting in the lower right.
So you're
too far. You went too far.
Okay, so, yeah, well, you're cutting, am I reading this right? That you then cut away, what does that look like? A max of 10.7 feet is the
No,
max?
the 10.7 you're looking at is in the middle of the house. So
No, it's
again, we're
not,
taking
it's
it,
not, it's not in the middle of the house.
okay, where are we then?
It's in the curvy, it's just come in from the curve. It is.
Okay, there's a number there. You're absolutely correct. There's a little.
Thank you, and you don't need to treat me like I'm a 2-year-old. Thank you. Now, it really, sometimes you guys, the rudeness gets a little bit over the top. So you're saying you have here the 10.7 cut is your max cut that I'm seeing. Is that correct?
Yes,
All righty. Now, where's your max fill?
there is no mass fill, but if you look
Max
to, if,
fill, how much are you adding? I'm seeing on the right, I'm seeing 7 feet. On the far right, you're filling in 7 feet. That is the maximum amount, another 7, 6.5. That's about what I'm looking at. Seems so there is a lot of regrading that you're doing. You're removing as much as 10 feet, and then in the lower areas, you're filling 7 feet. That's
Madam Chair, if I may,
yeah,
the
you
problem we have here is that you're reading one number and nobody else knows where you're reading.
I'm just picking, they can do the same thing I'm doing. You can scan the plan, you can look outside the structure, and you can see where you see a big blue number or a big red number, okay? However, Mr. DeAndrea, you could also have submitted this to us. So now, has everybody's gotten a good look at it? I want to switch topics.
All right, why don't we take that cursor and put it on that number 10 that you identified, and
come to the left and down, and Tracy pulled away. Yeah, there you go. So there's the 10. And then if you look for the blue, if you go to the right of the far right of the house, you find some 6.7s. Go to the right, and there you find some 6.7s over there. Go up and to the right, there you go to the right.
Useful.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay. All right. So, can we now go to another topic?
Sure. Let's go to another topic.
Eagles.
The Eagles, they're in the Super Bowl.
Mr. Lowe.
Sure. We have.
No, I have called on, I'm sorry, Mr. Lowe has his hand up, Mr. Tessie, so I'm going to let Mr. Lowe ask a question.
Oh, sure.
yes, we received a form here whereby, I'm trying to bring it up. It indicates some sort of approval from or some sort of U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service determination, and there are levels of avoidance measurement, and there's AM avoidance measurement 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5.
Right.
In particular, it's been checked off, or the box has been filled in for avoidance measurement 4, which says do not perform disruptive project activities within 660 feet of the eagle's nest during the breeding season.
That's one of the 3 checked, right?
Yeah. When is this work planned to be performed?
Well, the breeding, Tony's going to answer it. The
I
breeding
didn't ask
season,
about the breeding season. I asked about when the work is going to be performed.
not during the breeding season.
Which
So I have
is
to
what,
tell you, I have to tell you when the breeding season is.
Oh, we have it.
I know what it is, but go ahead.
Okay. Well, we're agreeing not to perform that type of work. And the client has signed it, that's the client's signature during the breeding season. So that's what I've been told is well, somebody had put up a chart here. Season in Connecticut, July 31st. That sounds yeah, that sounds about right. I've seen that myself, right? And so that's the end of the season, as I understand it. Well, you probably don't want to hear it, but the way we understand it is the breeding season itself is basically going on right now.
Through July.
Well, that's the end of the season when what do they call it?
You could go ask the eagle if he's done.
So the most important time for non-disturbance is actually not to disrupt their mating season, which is kind of like January, February. In February,
you've talked to the eagles. You know this for a fact.
Yeah. So we spent time with our expert going over it earlier today.
Mr. Tessie,
but the bottom line is, go ahead.
Go ahead, Mr. Lowe.
It's Mr. Lowe's turn.
Go ahead, Mr.
Lowe. Mr. Tessie, even after, I believe they're called eaglets, even after they are born, and they are in the nest, which they are still subject to disturbance, which could cause them to prematurely leave the nest. Is that being taken into consideration?
That's the July when the eaglets. That's why you see July in there. That takes into account the eaglets departing the nest in their natural course, as I've been told. That's why you see July.
Well, I can't remember now. Did that say the end of July or July 1?
That said July 30.
July 31.
That said July 31st.
I remember these things. Okay. So you're saying you're not going to do any work between January and the end of July?
At the end of the breeding season, the client signed the form. He understands that. Our builder, contractor understands it. They're one of the most well-recognized and established and credentialed builders in Greenwich, and they follow the rules. No, the rules. This is a new one on all of us here.
But you've only filled out. I'm sorry. Mr. Tessie, you've only filled out this form. You actually don't have an answer yet, right?
May I speak to that for a moment?
Yeah, Tony can speak to that.
Okay.
But I think what's significant about this form is that they recognize at the Fish and Wildlife Service that there's going to be development. One of the categories when you read from the beginning is that they ask, is there a similar activity within a mile? Has that activity continued within a mile, similar to what you're proposing? Well, the answer is absolutely yes. And you draw from that the construction and the extended banging at 204 Otter Rock had absolutely no impact on the mating season last year. I staked out the foundation in the beginning of January. I located the foundation in the middle of March. That banging went on for 3.5 months, bare minimum.
Okay, so I'm reading, okay, but I'm going beyond the form here. I mean, that's good. So the eagle didn't move away. We all know that the eagle didn't move away with the last project. We were aware of that. But this guy, Brian Hess from Connecticut Deep, told Bianca that after you submit the form, you should find out prior to our approving if you need a permit. I'm reading this sentence. Brian could not speak to our process and requirements for the P&Z Commission review, but advised that the screening for it should be completed and should take place prior to approvals to determine if this can't be the right word, take disturbance permit would be required. So
it's the right word. It's the eagle take permit. That's what it's called.
Thank you. I'm really glad you guys are on top of this because I'm struggling to learn about it. Okay, so my take is that you need to have an answer from this guy with whom you filed the permit. That's what the state law, and this is state law, Patrick?
It's both.
But on this one, she talked to Deep, so it's federal law. You need to have an answer from the feds. And you better work quick while they're still around.
Can I offer some other thought here?
Sure.
The purpose of the form is a voluntary tool to help people determine whether or not they have an issue or whether or not they need any kind of a permit. In the
Right, we
bottom paragraph
understand
on the first page, which I highlighted for you, it says, once you've signed the form and self-certification, keep the form for your personal records. You do not need to submit your completed form to the service. They set this up to accommodate. There's one government action that makes sense. It helps you determine whether or not you're going to have an effect. And what they said is, if you've had similar activities throughout your neighborhood and nothing went wrong, and the eagle's still nesting in the last year, you don't need to have any further action. That's what it
Okay.
says, and that's my
Let's-
opinion.
Those are the federal guidelines. You're absolutely right.
So Tracy, I'm sorry, Patrick, can I ask Tracy, is that okay? Because I know she's done a lot of environmental work. And she might know about these permits, or did you already also know? And can you both say, whoever knows more, answer, please help us out here. Is this like you just fill out the form because you're a nice guy and then you don't worry about it?
Well, it's hard to understand. I understand Mr. DeAndrea's point that the form here seems to indicate that. However, we have a conversation with Mr. Hess, who's the contact person related to this process, and he indicated that they should be contacting him regarding the Eagle permit. So I think right now we just need to confirm that that permit is not needed. I understand that reading the form, I come to the same conclusion Mr. DeAndrea has, but I having a conversation with their staff, it seems that this is possibly reached or is going to reach a point where they need to take some other measure, and I'm not sure if it's there yet, but that would be I mean, that's what Mr. Hess essentially said to Bianca today. So I'm just transmitting the message.
So here, okay.
And
So
also,
that's,
one thing.
yes,
Yeah,
go take
so
it.
the fact that there has been activity in the area to date, and it has apparently not caused any deleterious impact upon this existing nest, doesn't mean that some sort of intensification of activity wouldn't prompt a very deleterious impact upon this eagle nest. Is that unreasonable to think?
I think
I don't, well, I don't know who you're asking the question to, but.
Well, I'll ask you, or we can ask any of you who will want to.
Tony can attest more to the 204 Otter Rock project, but I understand it was much more intense than this project expected to be, and lasted more time than this project. So I don't believe that that this is going to create an intensification of
So
the situation previously.
Somebody said in the briefing, I'm sorry, Mr. Tessie, but somebody said in the briefing yesterday that it could be the twig that breaks the eagle's back.
That was me.
All right.
Well,
so,
okay.
Something.
So, like I said,
the fact that the eagle didn't move out. Okay, let me go to
done our
Nick.
research. Well, let me make the point. We've done our research. Obviously, the guidelines recognize the fact that there could be disturbances, and they talk about distances, and they talk about the season when you should not have the type of work that could disturb these the nest and the family, if you will. And they were all very helpful to us and educational to us. But when we didn't make up the guidelines, but we look at the guidelines and apply them to this project, we're very comfortable with the program and recognize the need to not disturb the family during that season when you have the mating, you have the eggs, you have the eaglets, and you have the eaglets departing.
Okay, Ms. Jenkins.
I took my hand down, Madam Chair, but I will say that my concern obviously is that we have paperwork and then we have a situation because there has already been disturbance in the area. What that's done has affected the environment for this family. So in a sense, if you were the first one on the road to do something, there's plenty of territory around that eagle family. If you're the second or third, the availability alternatives for that family are limited now. And now you maybe take the straw the twig that breaks the eagle's back, but I'm just
no, don't interrupt her, Mr. Tessie.
No, I cut myself off. I self-discipline.
Go ahead, Madam Jenkins.
Again, I think that I'm glad the client is sensitive to this, but the fact that the last time nothing happened doesn't change the fact that there's already been disturbance in that Eagles territory. And that's the reason why it makes sense to talk to Fish and Wildlife and see, you know,
Okay.
So,
Well, I just would like to respond by stating that's not really the issue. For all due respect, the issue is actually has to do with disturbances, not the land area surrounding the nest. I don't think that's an issue. I know Beth Evans commented to Tony DeAndrea that there's nothing on this site to suggest in terms of the trees that you would see any potential nesting or even roosting on this site by the eagles. And Tony can confirm that. He passed that information along to me. That's not the issue. They actually will go out 20, 30, 40, 50 miles. They can go a lot. So this is the issue of land disturbance in and of itself is not brought up in the much, except to leave some buffer on your property by the Department of Fish and Wildlife. It's really the disturbance of the nest itself, and they set the guidelines. So I'll leave it at that.
Okie dokie. So may I suggest humbly to the commission, I'd like to see this issue with the trees addressed in a nice tidy way. What's the total removal? Have Ms. Kramer explain what were actually shrubs that were deemed to be trees, why those weren't trees and they were shrubs, what their DBH was and why they were removed that apparently was inventoried. Next, I'd like to have the tree protection plan. Second, I don't know if we can do anything about the cut and fill. You know, the regrading is a problem. And finally, given the conversation that our wonderful staff had with Mr. Hess today, I would like to give you guys time to reach out to the Eagle dude, this guy, Mr. Hess, and make sure that everything's all right and that you don't need a permit. Okay? That's what I'd like to do. And I would like to, my own take, and y'all are whatever, you can feel free to disagree, is I would like to leave this application open to address these items at this time. Mr. McRae.
Mr. DeAndrea
It's
brought
so
something up.
weird not seeing you.
Yeah, that's a good thing. Mr. DeAndrea brought something up. Actually, it was kind of interesting to me, and I think actually something to add to the list. Once you sign your self-certification, keep the form for your personal records. It'd be great for us to get a copy of the completed form as well. It seems to me that there are things that are being promised in terms of construction timing, distances, yada yada yada. It would seem to me that actually, if it's in our folders and files as well, if there's a question or something comes up, we have that as a record of the commitment that was made.
Mr. McRae,
yeah.
Go ahead.
I didn't know if I was recognized. Mr. McRae, we did submit the completed form to staff.
I only got one page.
Understood. Well, I don't think it's only of that. The one page was some. I don't know how that got to you, but we did submit the entire packet. I submitted it to Tracy and to Pat, only to ask it to be included in the record this evening. Also, in regard to my cut and fill analysis, normally you folks just receive a number. This was done in-house so that we could defend, if you will, the numbers and where they came from. So this is a working tool for us, but if you don't have it, I will submit it and you can have that for the record. But those are very good numbers and it shows how carefully the site has been designed.
Okay, Mr. Laurel.
Yeah, so I think what you have, it's in several emails. So
Yeah,
I think there is the full form, and then there are the portions that were filled out by the applicant that were also submitted. So you may be seeing individual pages. Those are the pages that were just signed and checked. The rest of the document was not needed for the discussion that we're having.
Oh, yeah, that part. Yeah, definitely.
Yeah, so
because it talks about helicopters and waterfront development.
Right.
Yes, sir.
So the 30-page application that I'm looking here, we only got 1 or 2 pages that were signed, but you have the full 30-page application?
Yes, we do.
Great, thank you.
And I'll get it up in the OneDrive
I'm
during
gonna
the dinner
turn.
break if you want.
Okay, and I'm going to turn to public comment real fast while I have the floor. Does anybody from the public wish to speak at for this application on 280 Otter Rock Drive? No, no members of the public wish to speak on 280 Otter Rock. Okay. Commission, what do you want to do with this? What are people's thoughts?
I think your suggestion was a good one.
Mary? Unmute. No cursing.
Mary, you're still muted.
No, you're still muted. Oh, she's okay. She can't figure, she needs food probably. Okay. We can't unmute you. That's the curse of that. Okay. Low is good. McRae?
Yeah, I think we're good.
So you're good to leave it open?
Yeah.
Okay, Yeski?
Yeah, I think you covered it.
Okie dokie. Mary, you gotta figure out how to unmute, okay? Well, during dinner break. Okay. So, gentlemen, and Ms. Creamer, the burden of this goes on you. One of the things you could do if since you've got some time is maybe while you're doing the whole tree inventory replacement, protection plans, the S&E, take a look at 6111 and maybe get everybody to start thinking about the coastal buffer, because it doesn't block view, because we're very favorable to grasses. So to also look at the coastal buffer, and maybe even though that wouldn't go in until after construction, obviously, anyway, there's really no reason to not have laid it out in the
Okay.
approval. I'm just confused. Yeah, okay, they want to use it during construction, the area, then they will decompact whatever the
They're talking
landscape-
about this application or the prior application?
Yeah, that's not us. Yeah, it's
That's not
okay.
you. Sorry.
You might need food too.
I might need food too. I'm getting hungry. My stomach's been making all this noise. I couldn't hear Mr. Tessie. Yes, you guys are right. Okay, so just go back to
Thank
the
you.
trees. I'm sorry. I got
I have it.
excited.
I have written it down.
Yeah,
I'm
and you
good.
know what we're looking for? It's just, we really have been fighting so hard to protect canopy,
Yes.
and particularly in flood prone areas. And so since we're asking for this, and then y'all will figure out your eagles.
Right.
Okay. And we will leave it open and we'll see you when you're ready to come back.
I understand. Thank you.
All right.
Thank
Thank
you.
you.
Thank you very much. Good evening.
Okay, so based on the fact that I'm beyond being able to think right now, I don't know why I got so hungry. All right. All right. Is that okay with everybody? It's 7:06, 7:06. Is dinner all right with everybody?
Yes.
Because I expect that the next three are gonna take a while.
Yeah, done deal. Let's go.
Okay, what's our get back time? What's you
7:30.
guys? 7:30? Okay. That's a really long dinner.
All right, what do you want, 7:25?
7:25.
You want nitpicking? I mean,
Yeah, nitpicking, 7:25, yeah.
all right.
All
Thank
right,
you.
bye. All right, I'm gonna stop the recording. Mr. Hegney is here. Mr. Lodi is here. Anybody else we're waiting for?
Let's rock and roll.
Let's rock and roll.
Sorry, Madam Chair, could we add Brian Smith?
Yes, we can add Brian Smith. Yes.
Is this a different Brian Smith?
No, it's the same one. We never see him. We never see him, and now he's here. And I know Mr. Tessie, so here's the thing. Patrick, help me out with process for this. I think I let Mr. Smith speak on the intervention, and then Mr. Tessie can speak at his freedom, but they don't all have to be panelists at the same time, because
I think that's fine. But yeah, I think it's fair to let everyone know that the Mr. Tessie and representation from North Castle will have equal time.
okay. Mr. Smith, if you would unmute yourself, no, you have to unmute. We can't hear you otherwise. Uh-oh. No, you're muted. There's a little button somewhere. You did it before. I don't know what kind of a computer he has. We need to know what kind of a computer he has so we can give him a hint where it is.
If it's
So-
Apple, it's down the bottom. If it's a Windows, it's on the top. That's the only thing I can tell you.
Well, speaking for myself, it would be the blind leading the blind, so I'm sympathetic.
I'm not a lip reader, but I think that was shorthand for I will be right back.
I'll be
Yeah,
back. Yeah.
he thinks that he's not in the meeting because he can't unmute. Maybe we just need to tell him that it's the little button is called audio. If you guys have his text number and can text him.
Well, you
somebody-
do remember your own comment about being treated like a 2-year-old, but that's okay.
Yes, I know.
Let me call
I
him.
don't want to be treated like a 2-year-old.
I
Okay.
understand.
Okay, so Mr. Tessie, what we are assuming is your team will speak. And then we will give time to I just called you Mr. Tessie. I meant Mr. Hegney. You knew that, right? Okay.
Yes,
So
Madam Chair.
Mr. Hegney, your team will go and then, because Mr. Tessie raised his hand, but I think it's better to take each group at a time. Makes sense? All right, so our next, you want to just take the intervention by itself. I think we should take the intervention by itself. But here's my question, Patrick. Since they are the filers for the intervention, wouldn't they go first?
If you want to do that is also fine, Madam Chair.
I think rather than the applicant come in first, I think that Mr. Tessie should come in first.
That does two things, Madam Chair. It will allow Mr. Smith to rejoin and then.
Yeah. All right. So what we're going to do.
Yeah, I think that's fine, Madam Chair.
Okay, Mr. Tessie, could you raise your hand back up?
I got him.
Okay. All right.
And I
He's in.
will also wait for Mr. Smith to, or keep an eye out.
Should we remove everybody else so Mr. Tessie has the floor to himself?
I think we will make sure that. Yeah,
I don't care if it means anything.
Okay, you can't talk to each other. You understand that, right? Not that I'm talking to you like you're young children.
No, you're talking to us. Okay. You're talking
right.
to me.
Also, do you want is your town administrator here as well, your client here, Mr. Tessie?
You see, Mr. Vera, I know he was traveling, so he may not be available.
Oh,
Can you hear
nope,
me?
I'm not seeing him. Yes,
Yes.
we can hear you. Mr.
Okay.
Smith, we have gotten ourselves together since you left us. We are
Sure.
going to open with the filer for the intervention,
Yes, that's fine. Of
who will
course.
be allowed to speak. And I'm going to leave you guys here but we'll mute you. And when Mr. Tessie is done, then we will turn to you for your response.
Thank you. Thank you.
Okay, so we will only hear that right now, and this is number 13, the petition for intervention filed by the town of North Castle, New York, pursuant to CGS 22A-19A regarding Greenwich American Inc. application for a final site plan and special permit on 154 plus acre property located at 1 American Lane. And with that, Mr. Tessie, if you would proceed.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. And members of the commission. I am here making this application for commission acceptance of an intervention petition in the matter of the the commission's pending application. I don't have it right in front of me, but the pending application of the commission for the development of property at 1 American Way. Where part and parcel of that application is the expansion of the existing storage treatment plant on the property. The storage treatment plant in and of itself requires a permit, as you know, from the state Department of Environmental Energy and Environmental Protection. the sewer treatment plant requires the approval of the plant of the Inland Wetlands and Watercourses Agency of the town of Greenwich. But particular to this subject, because there's certain aspects of those of the site plan special permit application that I'll discuss during that hearing, right? We're only dealing with the petition, so I'll leave it at the petition at this time.
Exactly.
Okay, so I have laid out to the commission in the petition, the original petition, and I believe you should have received our supplemental petition.
Yes, which I understand from Mr. LaRoe is now was corrected from the previous one.
It was brought in to address the issues of Attorney Smith regarding the signatures and the verification. So I didn't think that the commission needed to get bogged down on the legal argument with respect to how you verify a petition, and also my authority to have filed the original petition. So I've submitted that revised or supplemental, what I'll call supplemental petition, where we have my signature pursuant to an authorization letter that I've submitted to the commission. And also I have submitted the this petition with a verification by the town supervisor of the town of North Carolina. I'm not sure if Mr. Smith and or Mr. Hegney are going to continue to argue anything about this petition's compliance with underlying procedures and law, but that's what I've done. In terms of the substance of our petition, it's based, as I assume you've all read, on the premise that the applicant has really filed a deficient application with the Planning and Zoning Commission with regard to generally two areas. Number one is the failure to have provided information to the commission, which would be substantive reports and analyses for the drilling of new wells. This property is not on a municipal or a corporate, if you will, water system, but rather it depends upon wells. And new wells are proposed to be drilled. I believe perhaps permits have been applied for, but there's no results of that drilling. This property is located over an aquifer that services many residences and businesses, in fact, when it comes to Armonk. And there's no indication that I can glean from anything that's submitted that supports an argument that the aquifers, based upon proper testing and analysis, the aquifer could handle the additional gallonage that would be required for these. I think it's 196 or 198 units, 3 bedrooms and a few 4 bedrooms, as I last understood it. So that is one area, and that would affect, if when properly analyzed, we'd have the opportunity, you'd have the opportunity, your consultants have the opportunity to review that material and make a determination of whether or not there is the possibility, the reasonably likelihood that that there would be unreasonable polluting, impairing, or destroying the public trust in air, water, which I'm talking about, and other resources of the state. So I believe that that area in and of itself, having not been fully analyzed with information provided to the commission, puts the commission in a problematic position. And to me, not being able to make a positive finding is in effect a negative finding. When it comes to the issue of the sewer treatment plant, that same issue, but it's even worse. The applicant has provided some basic information, statistical information from SE Minor and Company regarding the sewer treatment plant expansion components. But I don't even believe they've filed their application yet with the state or provided the engineering, the science, the environmental analysis that would allow either the state or this commission in doing its literally its job, so and wanting to do it under the plan of conservation and development and under the building zone regulations to make a determination of whether or not this expansion will result in what I stated earlier, unreasonable polluting or contamination of the public trust in water, air. It's not so much air, so it's basically water and other resources of the state. Now, when I say water, I must point out we're not only talking about an aquifer, we're specifically talking, because that's not relevant to the sewer treatment plant per se, but we're talking about the effect on the wetlands and the water courses on the property. And that's another whole story, again, that I can point out to the commission. But most importantly on the subject is, what effects will this have on the Byram River and its tributaries? And this is a problematic application. I've spoken to one particular authority at the state, and there's no question that this is not necessarily this is not going to be a rubber stamp situation. That the issue of whether the Byram River can accept without damage the additional effluent or via the expanded sewer treatment plant is yet to be determined. You can't state it's a reasonable application. You can't say it's an unreasonable application. There's no facts, again, no science, no environmental reports, no environmental assessments. Again, as I stated earlier, I think the commission, in looking at it, what the findings it has to make under site plan special permit, really don't have the information to make that informed decision. Again, I'll get into that area more specifically in the site plan special permit, because right now we're here to decide whether or not this commission is going to accept this petition. I firmly believe that that the commission should obviously accept it. There shouldn't be any hesitancy. The commission should want to make these findings, have this information. I think not accepting it goes along with the applicant's continuing desire to not provide the commission with the information it should have, and to downplay the issue, all the issues at hand. I can get into that irrespective of whether you accept the petition or not during your hearing on the site plan special permit. But I think it's in everybody's best interest. It's part of your function as the Planning and Zoning Commission and your own desires for having gotten on the Planning and Zoning Commission to make sure that there's sound development and development in this town whereby there is no adverse effect, that's material adverse effect on our resources. So if you have any questions of me specifically, I'm happy to answer them.
Does anybody have any questions for Mr. Tessie? Mr. Yeski.
Mr. Tessie.
Yes, sir.
Have you seen other cases like this in the state? Because what you're proposing is pretty significant. Do you have any other parallels to this? Obviously, I can't think of any in Greenwich. Maybe you can. You've been involved in P&Z longer than I have. Is there comes to mind?
You're talking about petitions, intervention petitions?
No, I'm more talking about the logic behind your petition, which is there's an awful lot of information related to, quote, water and other environmental concerns that have not been answered to your satisfaction. And that's kind of the basis, I think, behind your intervention.
Oh, yes, sir. Certainly. Let me make it clear. I mean, I'm looking at the record that was submitted to this kitchen. It's not about my satisfaction. At the end of the day, it's yours. If we had the ability, if we had the materials to support their application overall for specifically the sewer treatment plant, then we'd have the materials. We would have them reviewed by our experts and by the town of North Castle's basically consultants and those in their departments, similar to the departments we have. We have our conservation, they have conservation. So there's nothing for us to review. There's cursory information given. And by the way, admitted. Their argument is we're going to submit it all to the state. That's to me. So that's why I'm saying to you, it's not about John Tessie's opinion. It's about pointing out that there's nothing, as I said earlier, in the record in terms of science, in terms of environmental assessment, in terms of engineering, to support an argument that there will not be an unreasonable adverse effect upon the resources of the state.
No, I understand the logic. That wasn't my question. My question,
sorry.
Have you seen other cases? Because what you're arguing is this lacks critical information on, particularly on the environment, and that you're suggesting that the commission has to take that into account, even though it's another state. Have you seen anything that parallels this in the state of Connecticut or in your experience? Not that analysis doesn't exist. We know that.
I've seen a number of petitions. I've been on both sides of petitions, and of this nature, and it is pretty usual when these are brought. They're brought because the information isn't. Sorry. Because the application materials were deficient for the commission to make. If it's a commission, if it's a board, it's an agency, wetlands agency in Greenwich. If the materials aren't provided for you to make the findings you need to make, and that's why we do this. That's why this law exists. You do it if in fact the information is not there, or if it's suspect. After you get it, you can bring it up. But I don't think an applicant should have to get away with making an argument that, well, they didn't prove. Okay, you didn't prove it's going to be unreasonable. I said, of course I didn't prove, because you hid the information. There's no information. Okay, get into a little bit more. There was no information provided about the present quality, I call it quality or constituency of the pond, the settling pond, or some people call it a sludge pond or a polishing pond. None whatsoever. There's no information about that. It's 40 some odd years old. It has a bentonite lining, and it's not been tested.
No, I understand. Again,
I'm just giving you the problem. Okay, go ahead.
My question, I'll repeat it for the third time. Can you provide us with other cases where the intervention was filed based on your rationale, which deals with a certain lack of data before a decision should be made by the commission? I'm looking for other case studies.
Well, the answer is I can provide you with files, and there are cases that would address, that would be responsive to your question, but there certainly have been in this state.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
That's it.
Mr. Lowe, you have your hand up.
I do. So this question is not for the applicant or his representative, but I'm wondering, does this commission have assurance that this intervener has legal standing with regard to its petition? I guess maybe I'm addressing our town plan.
Say the question differently. Is this appropriately done by the town of North Castle? Yes. Is that what you're asking, Mr. Lowe?
I'm actually I'm selfishly concerned with the commission here and our role to weigh in on this petition. And as a non-lawyer, I'm interested to know whether or not this petition is on sound legal footing for us to consider.
Mr. LaRoe, why don't you address that to the extent you can?
Well, Mr. Lowe, I think I will just say that the language of the statute regarding the petitioner status is a little bit open-ended in the sense that it doesn't say anywhere that it precludes entities that may be outside of the state. It talks about political subdivisions, and doesn't specify that necessarily. I know, or I'm sure that Mr. Hegney and his team is going to put some sharp points to that, but I don't think the language is certainly directive as to whether an abutting property outside the state of Connecticut is or is not permitted to make the request. I think the applicant has filed the paperwork. I think they've corrected the issue regarding certification. So that issue appears to be addressed. But if you're asking me if does the town of North Castle have a right to file this petition? I can't speak to the legality of it, but it seems that they are filing the proper paperwork in the proper format to do that.
Right. So, but that does answer the question, or at least attempts to provide some assurance that there is some sound argument for sound footing on the part of the petitioner. I'm just saying. I don't know. I'm not attempting to predetermine anything. I'm trying to get to the bottom of whether or not, in our role as a commission, whether we've got sufficient evidence to weigh in on this in a material way. So,
I mean, with that said, if the commission doesn't feel, reading the petitioner statute, that the applicant has met that obligation, we certainly, you're within your jurisdiction to say it's not correct, right?
Okay, I got you. I'm okay. Thank you.
All righty. Anybody else have questions?
Not at the moment.
Okay. Yeah, Mr. Tessie, one of the questions that we wondered was this issue of it being in a separate state. But as we found, apparently, there's silence about that. There is no definition on that.
I don't believe there's. I don't. Let me respond and
everybody. All you good people
Okay.
who unmuted yourselves, kindly mute yourselves because you're not here. Okay.
Okay.
Thank you.
Let's make it clear. The statute specifically states that any legal entity, they listed a number of qualifying entities, and they finish off with, and any other legal entity may bring the petition. The town of North Castle is a legal entity. It's that simple. I read the memo, and it does a good job of obfuscating a lot, in my opinion. Others will have a different opinion because it provides examples of entities that are not considered, that would not be considered proper petitioners. Okay, none refer to a political subdivision, if you will, a division of another state. And the irony here is the town of North Castle is the most interested party, aside from the town of Greenwich, on this very issue of the potential for material adverse effects to the public trust in the lands in this area, Northwest Greenwich, okay, and in the waters. So certainly you're not dealing with somebody, that's not, that would not have a vested interest and concern about the potential damages, if this is of this proposal to the environment. And I think it was purposely, if they could have used the phrase, they meaning the drafters of that statute certainly could have used a more confining phrase and stated any person, whatever, property owner, person residing in Connecticut. It doesn't do any of that. Okay, it focuses in on anybody should be able to bring this petition if they have a concern, and they can express it, and based upon the materials provided, demonstrate that there is that this potential is there for the commission to consider in determining whether or not that is so, and in doing so, deny an application. Commission needs to make specific findings. I think that's important for the commission members to be able to do that on an informed basis. And at the end of the day, the whole idea is to make sure that whatever the ultimate proposal is, because we don't know, because we haven't been given all the information, it will not do the harm that possibly it could do if it's not done right. Another way of saying it. With that, I'm
okay,
finished, and will respectfully want to have a rebuttal if necessary to what's being next said by the applicant.
all right. Okay, so you go silent, and Mr. Hagney, do I then turn over this to Mr. Smith?
Yes, if we can have Mr. Smith address the commission on this point in particular, Madam Chair.
Yeah, in general, he is going to provide a response to the request, right, to the petition?
Yes.
Thank you, Madam Chair and members of the commission. Again, Brian Smith, Robinson and Cole for Greenwich American. And I was interested to review the petition for intervention, and it has been corrected on the procedural issue of the signature. I note that apparently the town supervisor, I trust, was in Arizona when he signed it, because the notary is an Arizona notary. So I guess we found him on vacation or something. But however, that's been corrected. But I caution the commission, because we do disagree respectfully with Attorney Tessie's point about that the legislature could have narrowed the statute. Well, if you look at the petition itself, number one that North Castle submitted, it goes in any administrative ellipsis proceeding and leaves out the words that limit the issue. It says in any administrative licensing or other proceeding and in a judicial review, and then it goes on to say made available by law, the Attorney General, any political subdivision of the state, any instrumentality or agency of the state, or of a political subdivision thereof. Then it goes any person, partnership, corporation. So the legislature did in fact make a limitation, because North Castle is undoubtedly a legal entity, but it's also undoubtedly a political subdivision, but not of Connecticut. It's a political subdivision of the state of New York. And therefore, the legislature is required. I mean, when lawyers interpret legislation and laws, we can't look at it and say, well, those words are superfluous. they're not superfluous. They're not talking about political subdivisions of other states. They're not saying you can do it from New Jersey or Nevada or New York. So that is the legal analysis that we have with respect to the listing. And we wrote this memo, and it's fairly detailed. I'm not going to read the whole thing, obviously, but there is an expression that we quote as the doctrine of expressio unius est exclusio alterius, which is bad Latin on my part, but the expression of one thing is the exclusion of another. The legislature went to the trouble of saying who could intervene, and they list political subdivision of the state, not all the states. So I think North Castle is, while it's a legal entity, it is limited by the plain language of the statute. But let's assume for
if I may, Mr. Smith, before you could continue.
Yes.
In my handy dandy Connecticut Bar Association training book,
yep,
it says examples of interveners in Connecticut. I'm going to pronounce this wrong, the Mashantuket Pequot Nation, which of course is a separate jurisdiction from the state of Connecticut. Municipalities, municipal conservation commissions, abutters, town residents, out-of-state persons, LLCs, LLPs, associations, etc. But it says out-of-state persons. And then in the Avalon Bay Communities versus Zoning Commission from 2006, the legislature employed broad and all-inclusive language. The repetitive use in 22A-19 of the word any indicates an intention to allow the broadest possible range of parties to intervene in an expansive spectrum of proceedings. So I would say that where it's silent, based on what they're telling us when you all train us, and it's all of you guys training us, as included, to provide all persons with an adequate remedy to protect the air, water, and other natural resources from unreasonable pollution. So motive, somebody had asked this yesterday, motive is not to be a consideration. And I don't think you're saying that, but so the person who did this training at the last CBA seminar was Janet Brooks, who wrote a book on the Connecticut Environmental Protection Act with D. Sherwood, and that's what I'm citing, and that's what she gives as the example. So in her interpretation, it is meant to be the broadest possible.
I take that, as absolutely good analysis. And when I read Mr. Tessie's written response to our memo saying that, we don't cite to a single case, I actually have one that could help his position or mine. I think it helps mine, but it's a very close case from the Connecticut Supreme Court. And I have another case from the Connecticut Supreme Court, if you'll let me, that suggests that even if you were to accept the petition on the fact that North Castle is a person or legal entity, it's not a person, a legal entity, it's still deficient. And I'll get to that in a second argument. But the first argument, let me cite to a case. This case is not in the memo because the challenge hadn't been put out. But this case is called Concerned Citizens of Sterling, Inc. versus Connecticut Siting Council. And it's at 215 Con 474. And here, there is an out-of-state governmental body that is in the case. So this would be, it was on its face, it seems, well, that helps Mr. Tessie's position a great deal because, there it is, the Providence Water Supply Board is one of the interveners under 22A-19. However, at page 479 of that case in footnote 3, the Connecticut Supreme Court says that it's not going to take up an argument about whether or not aggrievement is proper. And what they do say is that the trial court had found that the Providence Water Supply Board, which I don't even know if that's a political subdivision, it's not the city of Providence, but leaving that aside, file verified petitions and no one objected. Therefore, we're not going to decide it or on any other grounds. So no one was challenging the intervention by an out-of-state governmental body. Well,
So, but
Chairman,
Mr. Smith,
we are challenging.
okay, but you are you also jumping to the merits, which we are not addressing at this point?
No, I'm not jumping to the merits
Okay.
yet. Yeah, no, that was because that's all about aggrievement, whether they have standing. That's what this case is about. Or that isn't what this case is about. They said we're not going to address standing because nobody had objected to standing below. So the Supreme Court said we don't need to decide this question because no one's raising the question. Well, we are respectfully raising the question. We're saying we don't think North Castle, as a political subdivision of another state, has standing to be here before you. This question, they have standing in terms of they can certainly address all the issues and make whatever statements they want as citizens, saying it to the adjacent town, hey, we don't think you have enough information, or whatever their claims on the merits are. But that doesn't entitle them to exercise the machinery or the remedies available under 22-819. So and while Mr. Tessie did go into the merits of his petition, we can save that to the next, in item number 14, I guess, if we're just talking about standing at this point.
Okay, we're just talking about standing at this point.
Yeah. So
and the commission, what you are hearing is, as I understand it, what you are hearing is the decision you will have to take about whether or not you accept this filing. And at that point, and from what I understand, and y'all can jump on me if I'm wrong, we have to make that call now before we go to the agenda items, because once we have made that decision, so I would make a motion, but once we have made that decision, whether or not to accept the intervener petition, then they have status in the site plan application. So we will need to hear their two arguments in full, and we've cut off Mr. Smith again, but we will need to hear their two arguments in full and then make our full call. Mr. Yeski.
Okay, is it too obvious to say that we need some legal advice?
Well, in fact, I have read you the state, what we had is, I read you our book and the case that is cited in our training manual as being the most relevant. And from there on, it is whether we agree with Mr. Smith that the town of North Castle cannot be an aggrieved party, or whether we agree with Mr. Tessie that the town of North Castle can be an aggrieved party. And it's a call we have to make. And from the reading, again, from the case here being the one that I cited for you, is that Avalon Bay Communities, that the attempt by the state was to give anybody who is aggrieved a shot, that's how the law has interpreted. Now, Mr. Smith's not agreeing with that, but it's the case that we have, and there was another one, as I remember. I'll look for it. I'm flipping through the book to see if there's another one. Anything else, Dennis?
Yeah, I just, you're telling me you've done the legal research on this, and that's your guidance to the commission?
No, I'm not saying that. I'm saying.
Yeah, no, I'm gonna be.
I'm saying that this is our job to make the decision, and I'm offering you some research I did, but this is our call at this point, not something that we would go to an attorney for at this point.
Well, we always go to an attorney on a legal issue.
Yes.
I'm really confused.
Okay, well, let's leave it for now and let's let Mr. Smith continue and then we'll circle back to that. Okay,
Can I ask a question?
yes, please.
Leaving the merits aside, Mr. Smith, and this is a follow-on to what our chairperson said, is it the applicant's position that the abutting town of North Castle is precluded from filing this petition because it lies outside of the state of Connecticut?
The answer to that is yes. This petition does not preclude it from appearing before you and making any other arguments it wants to make. But the 22-819 petition, that is our argument. Yes.
But it seems like you provided a legitimate support for the petitioner's standing by acknowledging, at least in part, that they have a right to do this, and not to put words in your mouth. But so I'm a little confused.
I'm not sure I understood that.
All right, I know several minutes ago you said that you basically understood Mr. Tessie's argument, and actually there is an interpretation here that could suggest that X, Y, and Z. Do you know what I'm talking about?
Yeah. Well, look, I have a duty as an attorney, for a complete candor to a tribunal such as yourself or commission, to tell you, anything I found in the law that could support either position. And the Concerned Citizens of Sterling case, which is what I was citing to, which is a Connecticut Supreme Court case, it has in it a governmental body from outside the state. The fine point is that nobody objected to that out-of-state body coming into nobody got up like we are doing and saying, hey, it was the town of, it was Connecticut Siting Council actually was a state body, but nobody said they shouldn't be here. So nobody objected. The trial court found they had standing. Nobody appealed that. And the Supreme Court then said, we're not going to look at this issue. So it's undecided. I can't say they said, no, you're out. But they
so
don't
is the argument that they were silent on this? Is that the argument?
The argument is that the Supreme Court has not made a decision on this. It has yet to make a decision on this at all. That's my position. I read the statute on its face to say it says political subdivision of the state, meaning Connecticut, not of any other state. Just plain language of the statute itself.
Anything else, Mr. Lowe?
No, that's it. Sorry.
Madam Jones.
I have a question, and I'm not sure who is best to answer this, but I'm trying to wrap my head around sort of what are the implications of allowing this petition and allowing this petition of intervention versus just having representatives from the town of North Castle speak through public comment on this as they've done in the past. And I don't know if it's Madam Chairperson, if it's Mr. Rowe, or who can answer.
Yeah, so my understanding is that the intervention status, once granted, allows the intervener to stand up in court and represent themselves on the matters if this gets appealed. It just gives them preemptive standing in the inevitable appeal if there is one. But from our process, it doesn't look any different. The way that we engage with the public here, that they're fully allowed to speak and present material in support or against the application. So it's for the later steps. It's not for the process that the commission has. However, if the commission accepts the intervener status, there will be an obligation of the commission to either make a finding that they do agree with the intervener or that the project does not do the things that the intervener says, and that finding will become part of the record.
So, and I think the distinction too is there are two separate parts. of this. And the one is that we decide whether or not to accept the intervener petition. That's what we're doing now. The second one is we separately decide based on that participation for them, whether or not the petition has merits. And that is a separate piece and that is the other outcome from this, is that eventually when they have presented during the site plan discussion, we then have to look at the petition and decide whether or not it has merits. First, we decide whether they are a legal intervener. The other thing is, to be honest, the downside or upside of your decision should not be a factor in your thinking. Your thinking should be based on what meets the state law. What are you required to do? Whether it is, this isn't like a negotiation kind of thing, whether it has a downside somewhere or an upside, or couldn't we just do it some other way? Not a factor here. Your only factor is this a legally valid petition to intervene, and therefore do we accept it? Full stop. That's the scope of your decision. Tracy?
But the issue is.
Wait, let Tracy talk for just a second. Tracy, because she has a background in this.
I've dealt with one of these before in a prior job. Intervener status is actually different than just member of the public status. Otherwise, they wouldn't be asking to be an intervener.
Exactly.
So they actually become a party, which means they get certain notices and certain documents as if they were a party to the matter at this stage during the public hearing stage. So that's why they're doing it.
Thank you. That's what I was looking for.
Yep.
Okay. Mr. Smith, we have interrupted you several times. I'm sorry, Mr. Lowe, you had another question.
No, I just, it seems to me that what I believe Mr. Yeske was alluding to, and what is just factual, that most of us on the commission do not have legal training, formal legal training, and we're being asked to weigh in on
the way it goes.
Pardon?
It's the way it goes. You volunteer for this job.
I'm not complaining about it. I'm trying to explain why it is that there seems to be.
Yes, I know. It's why he's struggling. He'd love to.
I don't have a problem. I don't have a problem passing judgment, but I'm just saying there's a level of kind of frustration, as witnessed by Mr. Yeske asking whether you were going to be the legal arbiter, in essence, about, or interpreter of the law, or whatever it was. He said, not to put words in anyone's mouth.
Okay. Mr. Smith, you were going to your second point.
Yeah, well, I realize that my second point is actually, it's really more of a point on the merits. I mean, Attorney Tessie had commented on the merits. I would just, if this commission accepts a petition, I would just like to reserve that for when we get to the merits.
Exactly. And that's exactly, and I'm trying to keep it clean, because to be totally honest, I went down the rabbit hole of the merits up till very late last night, and then realized that I was wrong this morning when I did some more research, but okay. All right. So your second point was on the merits. The question.
I'm done.
You're done.
I'm all done. Yes, thank you.
So, in that case, I think this is appropriate to, if I just ask all of you guys to wait us out here. So the question is, the applicant and the potential intervener have represented different points of view about their authority. I gave you an interpretation of the law. Mr. Smith gave you another one, and Mr. Tessie gave you also one. So at this point, I believe that we have to make the decision, or we cannot go forward with the rest of our evening as planned, because we have to know what we're going to do with this before we go to the next two items. Is there anything you all want to still ask? of Patrick or Tracy. Is there anything on your minds? No?
No.
Right. Yes, yes.
Yes, you're good?
No, Dennis wants to speak.
Dennis, go ahead.
Can you repeat what you cited earlier?
Yes.
Because all I remember is out of state. Go ahead, just repeat.
So I started by reading you the list of examples given by the course instructor, which were a First Peoples Nation, municipalities, municipal conservation commissions, abutters, town residents. And then it says out-of-state persons, and persons, as you know, under the law has a very wide definition. LLCs, LLPs, associations, unincorporated associations. And then I read you from the case of Avalon Bay Communities versus the Zoning Commission in 2006. And it said the legislature employed broad and all-inclusive language. The repeated use in the statute of the word any indicates an intention to allow the broadest possible range of parties to intervene in an expansive spectrum of proceedings. The court looked to the purpose of SEPA as stated in 22A-15 to provide all persons with an adequate remedy to protect air, water, and other natural resources.
Got it. Okay, thank you.
And that, just for the record, y'all know, not an attorney, but this is the training we get as zoning commissioners. And so there was initially a question that Mr. Smith raised about whether this was correct, this filing, because Mr. Tessie had signed it. And Mr. Tessie is not the aggrieved party. Mr. Tessie is the attorney. Mr. Tessie then changed what he submitted to us, or somebody did, and it is now signed by the town administrator, who in fact, and notarized, which is the two requirements. Patrick, Tracy, do you have anything else to add, especially since you guys have seen these before and we have not? To what factors we should be considering and whether everything is before us?
Generally, they're very permissive in terms of allowing them. Case law in Connecticut. Sorry, that was an incomplete sentence. I apologize. I'm trying to read something else at the same time. Generally, Connecticut courts have been very permissive.
Okay. Do I have to close this item or do I just make a motion?
I think we should vote now. As
Yeah,
no, that's not my question.
Yeah, you can close and you would
I need to,
vote
does anybody
before we can go
object?
on to 14 and 15 on the agenda, yes.
Yes, I've already said that. My question was, is this an item that has to be closed? I'm just going to say yes.
Yeah, just close it.
Does
That's
anybody object to closing this item at this time? All right, therefore, and again, and Noel, you're seated for ARN tonight on this because this is where Mary is recused. So I'm going to read you a motion. Whereas in the matter of application PLPZ 2024-0041, One American Lane, currently before the Greenwich Planning and Zoning Commission, the town of North Castle, acting through its town supervisor, Joseph Rende, submitted a revised petition for intervention under Connecticut General Statutes, Section 22A-19, and received on February 3rd, 2025. Whereas Connecticut General Statute 22A-19A1 provides that in any administrative licensing or other proceeding, and in any judicial review thereof made available by law, the Attorney General, any political subdivision of the state, any instrumentality or agency of the state or of a political subdivision thereof, any person, partnership, corporation, association, organization, or other legal entity may intervene as a party on the filing of a verified pleading, asserting that the proceeding involves conduct which has or which is reasonably likely to have the effect of unreasonably polluting, impairing, or destroying the public trust in the air, water, or other natural resources of the state. Whereas the town of North Castle has submitted a verified petition for intervention containing statements regarding the nature of improper environmental impacts, which are sufficient for this commission to determine on its face, include issues which are under its statutory authority, and specifically articulated concerns regarding the on-site wastewater treatment facility, since sewerage disposal is a special permit consideration under our zoning regulations 617 D2 within the planning and zoning jurisdiction. Whereas the commission's authority also includes establishing aquifer protection under certain circumstances. Whereas the commission further notes that some of the concerns raised by the town of North Castle in its petition do pertain to other matters, including wetlands and watercourses, which lie outside of planning and zoning statutory jurisdiction. Therefore, be it resolved, the Town of Greenwich Planning and Zoning Commission hereby moves to acknowledge and accept the Town of North Castle petition for intervenor status without reaching any conclusions as to the merits thereof at this time. Do I have a second?
Second.
Mr. Yeski has seconded. Okay. Madam Jones, how do you vote?
Aye.
Mr. Yeski?
Aye.
Mr. McRae?
Aye.
Mr. Lowe?
Aye.
And Albin is also an aye, and with that, the motion passes 5-0.
All right, for everybody who's in the meeting, we're gonna reorganize for the next application. We'll bring everybody up in normal course.
Okay, so you're going to do that now. Mr. Leroux, you're clicking?
I'm clicking away.
Okay.
If Mr. Smith or Mr. Sandolo or Mr. Lodi wants to leave, it's that's fine. But I think we're ready for the next item, Madam Chair.
Okay. All right, our next item, and we're going to combine, are we combining these, Mr. Hegney?
There's only one item open, Madam Chair.
There's
No,
only
Madam
one
Chair,
item open.
the other items and the decisions are already closed.
And you know what? I can look at that 10,000 times, and I think I asked you the last time as well. Okay, so our next item is item 14, which is Greenwich American Inc. for an application for a final site plan and special permit to construct 198 new residential townhouse units, update the existing wastewater treatment facility, enlarge the existing conservation easement area, install stormwater management systems, landscaping, etc. 1 American Lane is the address on an 154-acre property, and Mr. Hegney, if you would proceed. And Mr. Tessie, we will let Mr. Tessie back in. He's got his hand up, but we will let him back in when it's time. Is that right, Mr. Leroux?
Yeah,
No,
Mr. Tessie will speak at the time it's for public hearing.
Tracy is.
No, he's not a public hearing. He is an intervener, so he comes before the public.
Tracy's was
Yeah, I would
muted.
let him in. Just let him in now.
Let him in now. Okay. But he cannot debate with the applicant, correct?
That's correct. That's correct.
All right.
He'll behave.
Now, okay, just y'all have to promise that you're going to make sure that everybody behaves. Okay, Mr. Tessie, you're in because you are not public at this point, correct? Is that
Yeah,
right?
well, technically, interveners can actually ask direct questions of the applicant, but I'm just saying they technically are allowed to, but I'll defer to the commission. I do want to raise, however, a jurisdictional question. Because it's my view that the Planning and Zoning Commission cannot really conduct the hearing and that the application for site plan special permit, specifically special permit, is a nullity. And that is
I'm
due.
sorry, I'm not following you. That is not.
Okay. Okay. I've sent information to Mr. LaRoe. I don't know if he shared it with the commission members.
Is this?
But-
I think we're missing your point, Mr. Tessie. If you want to just hit us. with-
Just go ahead and tell us.
Section 617C2 of the building zone regulations states if a special permit application involves an activity regulated pursuant to Connecticut General Statute, section 22A-36 to 22A-45 inclusive, the applicant shall submit an application for a permit to the Inland Wetlands Watercourses Agency not later than the day such application is filed with the Planning and Zoning Commission. The decision of the Planning and Zoning Commission shall not be rendered on such special permit application unless the Inland Wetlands and Watercourses Agency has submitted a report with a final decision.
Yes.
Basically,
Yeah.
the same language exists also in state statute, section 22A-36 to, I'm sorry, I'm citing that, section 282G of the Connecticut general statutes, essentially the same language. The application to the Planning and Zoning Commission was in fact filed prematurely and prior to the date of the filing of an application to the Planning and Zone, to the Inland Wetlands and Watercourses Agency for a permit to expand the sewer treatment plant. I believe that the sewer treatment plant is an integral part of the application before the commission. And as it turned out, so number one, the application should be considered void because it was prematurely filed, therefore in violation of both the building zone regulations and the state statute section 2G. That's something that I don't see how the applicant gets around. If the applicant's going to state, not to tell them to do it, but the applicant is going to state that they are not seeking a permit from the a special permit from the commission to expand the sewer treatment plant. I don't see how that's possible.
Okay.
But
So, Mr. Tessie,
Yes.
I read this a little differently than you do, which is you're arguing that you're referring to the IWWA having precedence prior to our deciding.
no, they're
And
two different
that-
elements. I'm interrupting you because I'm not getting to that part. I didn't elaborate on that part yet. What I'm specifically stating is the first part, which is that no application can be brought prior to the Planning and Zoning Commission for a special permit for an item that that requires a permit from the Inland Wetlands and Watercourses Agency. The Inland Wetlands and Watercourses Agency heard the application. When was it? The third. That I'm trying to remember. December. Whatever the date was. It was the third. No.
January.
I forgot we're in February. I was thinking of December. At this meeting right. At its
January,
January meeting. I sent the minutes of the meeting to Mr. LaRoe to incorporate into this file.
So
Mr.
that was when in January was when IWA endorsed the agent approval of the part of the plant that is within the 100-foot review area.
It approved creating Mr. Hegney was there. I mean, he can use his own words, but Mr. Hegney acknowledged that they haven't submitted any documentation to support a permit and for the sewer treatment plant, but wanted to move forward and said he could move forward with the state on his application client's application for approval of the sewer treatment plant, if the wetlands agency would approve the box, they called it the black box on the plan. I believe it's 90 by 90, or 30, I'm sorry, 30 by 30. It's a relatively small. But in terms of the functionality within, the agency determined that that would be an application which would need to be filed. We had an intervention a petition filed with the agency. They specifically said they would keep that intervention petition on file, acknowledged it, approved it, but that their expectation was, as Mr. Higney had stated, that once they're done with the state, they would make an application to the Inland Wetlands Watercourses Agency. So it was on
Okay.
that basis, this conceptual approval of a black box was allowed to be authorized by the director. I can get into a lot of substance. during
Okay,
that
so
meeting, but I'm
before
not
you
going to
go,
do that.
before you go to the substance and
No,
before
I'm
you
not
do that,
going to.
I've got the regulation in front of me.
Yes.
Okay, so here's the thing. The application, the original application was submitted to wetlands prior. There was information that was subsequently added, which received first an agent approval and was then reconfirmed by the IWWA in January. But the original wetlands application was filed before it came to us. Therefore, it should not, what you are arguing is that there was no application filed, and that would not be
No,
correct.
that's not what I'm saying. There was no
You're
application.
saying it was nullified. It was filed, wetlands approved it, and you're saying it was nullified because the wastewater expansion was not correctly shown. Isn't that what you're saying?
No, let's be very
Okay.
clear. Let me be very clear here. You're right. When that application was made, there was scant reference to the sewer treatment plant. In fact, there was no information filed whatsoever regarding the sewer treatment plant, and the permit never mentions the sewer treatment plant. Never mentioned it. That was the issue. So I brought that issue up. The applicant realized that they needed to make that application. I don't know why, but they chose to file that application after they filed their the current application before you to the zoning commission in violation of the state statute and the building zone
Okay, so
regulation.
let me back up again.
Yes.
The IWWA only granted a conceptual approval at that time. It
At
was
this
not
time,
detailed. It was not, no, at the time that they did it in June, it was not a detailed, it was a conceptual approval, from what I understand. Therefore, we can, at this point, condition anything on a further approval as from IWWA. Patrick, Tracy, help me out here if you disagree with.
I have to respond to that first and state that.
Well, no,
there's
I'm
no
asking
mention
them.
made- No, I have to state this. There's nothing in the permit that suggests there was a conceptual approval for a sewer treatment plant. That's
No, absolutely correct. I would agree with you. We know that the wastewater treatment plant was not disclosed, or for whatever reason was not disclosed as being partially in the 100-foot review. However, the conceptual approval was not meant to be a detailed approval, and therefore I'm arguing that it was not nullified. And
I'm
that
sorry.
therefore it stands. I know, but it is it's
No,
our
but
read
I'm
on the
not-
regs. It's
I'm
our
not saying-
regulation, Mr. Tessie. It's our read of the regulations at this point. Patrick, Tracy, would you help me out on this? Tell me if I'm wrong.
Well, I would say that there has been whether it's conceptual, there has been a permit application to the agency. They have rendered 2 decisions, one agent, one full agency. And yes, they may be conceptual. There's modifications, conditions therein, but that application process has happened, and the report has come to you all. We have both of those in the file.
We have a report,
So we have a report. So
which I read last
nullify
night.
the application. I think that is a step later on in the process that the commission wants to agree that there has been a procedural problem, but to stop the process now and not have the application presented to the commission, I don't think that's
And
possible.
Mr. Tessie, I would remind you that then you can appeal at any point in time of a decision that you claim is legally flawed on our part. But my read is that one. Tracy.
Well, just let me say this.
Wait, just
Go
let
ahead.
Tracy.
Oh, I'm
I
sorry.
don't
Go ahead.
have anything to add to what Patrick
Okay.
said.
Okay, I want to
Okay.
just be clear.
And
I
do
did
you
not.
concur with what you're concurring with what we're saying? Our read is correct. I'm just making sure that,
Yes.
we got.
I do, Madam Chair.
Yep, I don't have anything to add, not changing. Yep.
Okie dokie. I'm sorry. I'm not trying to get you guys to contradict each other. I'm just, okay, Mr. Tessie.
Yeah, I just want to make it clear. I am not suggesting that the original permit, which was not conceptual, from the Inland Wetlands Watercourses Agency is a nullity. Not at all. That was a valid permit issued for specific work to be done on the property. The work did not include the expansion of the sewer treatment plant. It was not mentioned in the permit, and I don't even think it was mentioned as part of the process, any part of the process.
Mr.
Nor was the
Tessie,
supporting information. Let me say this. Nor was the supporting information that ironically was submitted to you, which just described a sewer treatment plant, that wasn't even submitted to the Wetlands Agency. But I'm not going to beat it. I'm not going to beat it to death.
let's not beat it, because what the wetlands permit was subsequently amended. The original granting of it would stand. You are not required to refile a zoning application if you need to amend your wetlands permit during the course of the hearings. Nothing in our regs say that, and that's my point to you.
That was an amendment. That was not an amendment. That was actually a new permit with a new permit application. Well,
okay, it's a change in the existing. Okay. All right. I would say that we proceed, and you can decide what you decide at your future. Okay.
Right.
I think
I
we
put it on the
now.
record.
Okay, you've put it on the record, and we've answered you on the record, which is why I tried to hit up both Patrick and Tracy. It's like, come on, you guys, put it on the record. Okay, now we're going to let Mr. Hegney talk. He's the one with the mustache. All right. All right.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Members of the commission, for the record, Tom Hegney on behalf of the applicant. I would just add on this point, before we get into the substance of our presentation, that the wetland permit in June of last year included the development of the entire site, including the wastewater facility. And since there was only a small addition that was proposed as part of upgrading that plant, we came back to the wetland agency, but we have a full permit from the wetland agency to develop this entire site. And I don't want the commission to think that there has not been a decision or a report from the wetland agency.
I know you're just putting it on the record, and I will then put on the record that the material is in our staff report, that both of the wetlands actions are in our current staff report and the application material. Go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I just wanted to give a little bit more background. This is the 12th hearing that the commission has had on this application. The first pre-app was in April of 22. We've had a number of hearings with our application that was the preliminary, and we had hearings with the application that we had up until the fall, which we had to withdraw because of the timeline and the statute. So I'd like to incorporate into this record PLPZ 2024-0261, which is the application that we had pending from May till October, which we then withdrew and filed the application that you have before you this evening. I don't want to have to go through and present all of that information again. And all of that was based on the decision that the commission made advising us to proceed to a final plan, which was part of PLPZ 2023-03 02. So I want to make sure that we don't have to go through and reiterate all of that the commission has heard over those 12 hearings, and is and contains the information that you can use as part of making your decision on approving this application. The last meeting we were in front of you was November 19th of last year, and there were a number of outstanding issues that we needed to address. Primarily, it was the engineering, and we had been working with Weston O'Neill as the firm that the commission retained to do a peer review of our plans that are part of the overall site plan and drainage system. And since November, you have received a memo from Weston O'Neill that has indicated that we need to resubmit to them prior to a building permit, but not prior to site plan approval. Another outstanding issue was with the traffic engineer and with your consultant Beta, and they also have indicated that their issues have been resolved, and anything else that needs to be addressed can be done prior to building permit. You've also received a memo from the fire marshal indicating that he is satisfied with the plan as submitted. And we've also been to the Architectural Review Committee. They suggested modifications, which is one of the closed items that is included as part of hopefully your deliberations tonight. We've also addressed the conservation comments and obtained approval from the New York City DEP, which controls the Kensico Reservoir, which is adjacent to this property. The two things that we have not yet addressed, and the reason we can't address them is because we need your site plan approval before we can proceed with it at the state level, are the upgrades to the wastewater facility, which requires us to have a site plan approval before we begin that process, and to go to the State Health Department for the relocation of the wells, which are currently sitting in the middle of the wetlands on the site, and we're looking to locate them outside the wetlands so that we can provide the proper potable water for the development. I don't think you need to hear an awful lot more on this. We have addressed all of the issues that were required to be met as part of the preliminary site plan in December of 23. And I think that it's now time for us to be able to go to the state, get their approvals, and come back to the staff with those approvals, and then be able to move on to the building department. I would add that as part of all this, you adopted a regulation which allowed for the residential development under certain circumstances, which I think we've addressed, and which provides for a significant contribution to the Affordable Housing Trust Fund to support affordable housing through the rest of the town. And if we build all 198 units, that amounts to $9,900,000, which is not an insignificant amount to support affordable housing in the town. So I'll at this point, I think I'll leave it at that. I don't think you need to hear from me an awful lot more on this. And if there are any comments or questions that we need to address, we're happy to do that.
Okey doke, Mr. McRae. You're muted.
Mr. Hagee, just a quick question about the site in total. There was a drawing in provided by the Grant firm that showed recreation areas. If I live here, do I have, can I actually walk around would be allowed to walk around the corporate office and in the conservation area and all that? Would I can be able to consider that the whole site can be used for passive recreation, walking, etc.?
So, as part of our plan, just to remind you, we included an additional 15 acres in conservation area along the north and east side of the property, which would be accessible by the members of the residential owners on the site. And there are some significant trails through that that exist now that would be that people in the residential units would be allowed to access. The other 45-acre conservation area, there's a road that goes along it. I'm not sure you can walk through it, but you can certainly enjoy the area from a passive standpoint of walking along it.
Right. If I was just wanted to kind of exercise morbid curiosity and they wanted to go down to the treatment plant, could I actually walk down there and view that, or would that be something that may be not prohibited?
There, you can't go up into the wastewater plant because there's a fence around it, and I think that's probably a good idea. But you can go down and observe it.
Okay. One extra there about the sewer treatment plant itself. I guess we've talked that it will need upgrades. I'm assuming nobody's actually discussed or actually thought about the physical issues of the upgrades. Is that correct? That hasn't been established yet?
That is something that we have looked at, and that's why we had a proposed addition to the building at the sewer plant that was 30 by 30 feet. And that's primarily to be able to improve water quality by treating nitrogen and phosphorus.
Okay,
which when this plant was built was not required and it was not part of a design.
Right. Okay. Now the lagoon, the sand filters, that kind of stuff, are those potentially to be increased?
No, that's not part of the plan at this point.
Okay.
It's really to provide tertiary treatment, which is now the standard for wastewater facilities.
So, Nick, let me think. So I'm trying to figure out how to spit all this out, but so one of the things is that the state, we've talked to CDM Smith about what the state is likely to require with the wastewater treatment plant. Patrick has, correct, Patrick?
Yes, I've read that letter.
Okay.
Not the state, CDM Smith regarding the state's authority, the review process, right?
That's what I said. I mean, maybe I said it badly.
I'm sorry.
But that's what I said. So, but the issue we're confronted with a little bit here is that the state won't review it, won't review a plan until we've made a decision.
Yeah. See, there I'm kind of getting in the catch-22. It's kind of bugging me a little.
Yeah, it's bugging.
We have to say okay,
and
for
we
them
do
to go to state health and DEP. And I'm thinking, what happens if this system actually has to get bigger, so on and so forth? We don't know that just yet. How do we build any kind of recourse to see how if this thing gets out of hand?
One of the things I would like to do, and I'm trying to recall everybody who has wastewater treatment plants, Sacred Heart,
Stanwich campus for Country Day School.
For Country Day, Sacred Heart. So we have been in this catch-22 before. It is awkward for a commission. And one of the things we've got to figure out, especially after we hear from the intervener and the response to that, is what are the merits of their concerns? And then if we move forward or don't move forward, how would we condition a decision? Because one of the things that the state law requires is kind of like an 830G. Can you make reasonable modifications to protect the blah, blah, blah? So one of the things we've got to do is we consider moving this forward is, what do we do with this decision to, I don't have the language in front of me, but I can pull it out. Hold on, I've got the book still here. It's kind of prudent modifications or something like that is the language, Nick. There you go. I lost you for a sec. So that's before us. Mr. Sandolo, did you want to add something to that?
Yes. I think I could try to clarify the issue of this catch-22. This really boils down to two separate issues. The first being the physical expansion of the wastewater treatment plant by way of the 30 by 30 building addition. That's what I think you guys are really reviewing and hopefully approving. Once that piece is done, that allows us to move on to the next piece, which is to design the internals, the mechanical upgrades, the chemistry,
Right.
all of that, which is then handled by CT Deep.
It sounds great, Mr. Sandolo, but if Mr. CT Deep doesn't approve you, we have an invalid site plan approval. Okay? So that's what Nick is, no, Patrick's got his hand up. First, Patrick,
I would
sorry.
just clarify Mr. Sandolo's point. The state has the ultimate authority on the design of the plant. The commission, though, has authority as to the protection for the method and establishment of proper sewerage. So we do have authority in this matter. And in addition, not to get into another camp, but Wetlands Agency, the outflow of the plant is also going to be subject to the Wetlands Agency. There's a lot of authority, moving parts. And so, you know, it's going to be a well-reviewed process, but I think, you know, if the commission was of the mind to be aware or to see any changes greater than what is being, you know, dimensionally shown on the plan here, I think that is something that, you know, the commission is well within their rights to make as reasonable conditions.
And we would expect that to be a condition, Madam Chair.
That's exactly,
we have
that's
to
why,
receive approval from DEP, and it has to be in conformance with the plan that you are reviewing now and approving.
And that's what we did with, I mean, Stanwich is the one I remember the most recently. And that was, we conditioned it, but that's the thing. And then we also have to weave in what we're hearing regarding public health and safety. Okay, so Mr. Hegney, you were done.
I don't have anything further at this point, Madam Chair.
All right.
We may need to make further comments later.
Okay, so I am now going to turn it over to Mr. Intervenor. Is that correct? Nobody's helping me out here. Okay. I'm going to be really good at this if anybody intervenes again, okay? Mr. Intervenor now speaks, and Mr. Smith, then you will respond to him? Okie dokie. Go ahead, Mr. Intervenor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I listened intently to the byplay among you, Mr. LaRoe and Mr. Hegney. First, I don't have any objection to including the entire record from the previous application or applications as part of this particular application. From what I heard on the record, which I would say was all the truth, which is that, as I said during the prior application, a few months back, this application is not ready for prime time. It's absolutely clear. Now they're asking you to approve a black box. If you want to do that, it's a conceptual permit. It's a conceptual or a preliminary application, because they're not asking you to approve, which they need to obtain on the site plan, on the special permit, the right to build a sewer treatment plant. I find it interesting that the applicant's making the argument, and it's getting some attention on the part of commission members, or at least the chairman, that you would condition your special permit on obtaining of a approval by the state to construct a sewer treatment plant. When we can't even, when for a single family house, you wouldn't approve a special permit unless the health department signed off on it, and you had that in your hands before your application was considered for final decision.
To which I answer you, that the state of Connecticut has already advised us that it will not consider or review the plan for the wastewater until we have rendered our decision. So that is why. And this is the way we have proceeded. I only looked up one, but this is the way we proceeded. Go ahead, Mr. Chesky.
Look at the one. Look at Brunswick. I don't know. I don't think Sacred Heart has a sewer treatment plant. I think it's actually Brunswick, not
Brunswick. Okay, I knew it was up on King Street.
Right. And you will see that the Wetlands Agency and the Commission received plenty of information, regarding the environmental impact, and also the environmental impact in particular, regarding the sewer treatment plant. Now, the end of the day, you accepted the petition. You're sitting here, you have to make findings based on the
exactly. And what I'm waiting for you to get to, excuse me, Mr. Hegney, I would like you to lay out, rather than debate us as to what we did with a past approval, I would like you to lay out, so that we can judge the merits of your petition. I would like you to, now is the opportunity to lay out the content of your petition. And I just found the language in my book. It is because our requirement, we are here to decide if there is a feasible and prudent alternative consistent with the reasonable requirement. So first, what is your, I think you have to lay the record for what is your petition? What do you seek? What do you see as the environmental damage? Do you see prudent alternatives? You've got to lay out the merits of your case, of your petition for us now.
Oh, yeah.
Okay. So, but instead, not criticizing like what we did with Deep. What are the merits of your petition?
No, I wasn't criticizing anything you did.
Okay.
I didn't know you did anything with Deep.
Yeah, we do lots of things with Deep. Okay, go ahead.
When it comes to this application.
Yeah.
Okay. First of all, as I stated in my argument regarding the petition itself in being accepted, we're put in a position as the applicant for the, as now the intervener, excuse me, making arguments regarding the application for the sewer treatment plant. That's our whole point, but it gets obfuscated by the applicant. Mr. Sandola specifically stated they're just here looking for a 30 by 30 box, and everybody seems to miss the point. The commission has an obligation, should want to understand what is there now, which has not been disclosed. You said you were expanding it. The it happens to be 40 plus years old. There are no studies. There's no analysis of what they call a polishing pond or the sludge pond. There's nothing given to you as to the effects on the Byron River, which is in state of Connecticut, and in the effects that possibly could take place to determine whether or not they've crossed the bound. We're put in a position as the intervener to have to do the only thing we can do, which is laid out in the petition, to give you all the areas of concern, to break down to you, as I did, I think it's 9 pages, all those areas where you need to look to. So it's not happened. I think that it is inconsistent with any finding that would be acceptable to a court for the commission to simply say the applicant didn't prove his case because he couldn't give us any substantive information when you haven't gotten any substantive information from the applicant. And that's been my whole thrust. And to me, it's just been kind of like pulling, now yeah, kind of like, okay, we're just going to close our eyes to that issue and hope that the state does the right thing. Basically, that's what it comes down to. The Wetlands Agency was concerned enough to say, we're not going to do that, Mr. Hagney. We are not going to just accept what the state's doing in our town, okay, or approving in our town without understanding what it is. So we will not give you a permit. And that's when they pivoted and took what they could get, which was a black box. So yeah, you've got a black box. But as far as I'm concerned, historically, this commission has approved, has had to approve a special permit for a sewer treatment plant. You did it with substantive information given to you on both of the applications we were just talking about. Stanwich School, which I would believe I was on the board at the time, at least during part of it there at Stanwich School. And I wasn't at Brunswick, but at Brunswick too. You should want all that background information. You certainly want it in an application, on an application for a conservation, say it's a conservation subdivision, or a subdivision over, what is it, 25 acres. You would get all this information. Instead, we have the applicant fighting against providing you with information. But why? They could provide that information to you, but they don't want to, for whatever reason. I don't know, but it certainly gives us a lot of concern, us meaning my client, whose land is right next door, and it would be affected by anything regarding the Byam River. And insofar as the aquifer is concerned, as you had mentioned earlier, they should be doing the tests. They should be providing you with the information. They have to do it with the state anyway. So get that all out. And if they're so sure they're going to get a permit, they should have given you all the information so you can get comfortable with it too. So I feel like I'm going around in circles here, but I'm banging my head against the wall. But I have to lay it all out. And that's all the absolute truth. It's based on the record. It's not there. It's not ready for prime time. Now, with regard to the Wetlands Agency, they granted a permit for a black box and specifically said this was conceptual. We're letting the applicant have an agent approval on this conceptual point so they can go to the DEP. Specifically required they have to come back to the agency for a permit for the sewer treatment plant. You can't render a decision, therefore, on that under the statute and the regulations I cited earlier. You can't render a decision on the sewer treatment plant. You cannot do it until they render their decision on the sewer treatment plant. So the conditioning of an approval that, well, we're approving the sewer treatment plant subject to the application, which includes the sewer treatment plant to you, if the state gives you a permit, I don't see how that possibly qualifies because you don't have a permit yet from the decision, or what they call a final decision from the Inland Wetlands Watercourses Agency. And I got that all on the record as I wanted to do. I think the commission should take a step back. You should really think about this and whether or not you're deserving of getting the information necessary for you to feel comfortable with this expansion and understand what's there more. It was a good point mentioned earlier that what if? Well, I tell you what's going to happen. The state's going to ask for more information. There's going to be questions about existing conditions there, and you'll have no opportunity to at all do any evaluation. You lock yourself in, and I don't think you should be doing that. Thank you.
So for the record, your main point throughout these, I do believe it is 11 pages, Mr. Tessie. Yeah, actually the 11th is the notarization.
Yeah.
So your main point is that there are potential impacts, negative impacts for the environment, and that the commission has not been provided sufficient information to ascertain the extent or existence of those potential impacts. Correct?
Well said. Well said.
Okay. See, okay. Now, does anybody want to ask Mr. Tessie any questions? All righty. Seeing no questions from the commission, I now turn to Mr. Smith.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Oh,
Brian
look
Smith.
at you, unmuting, boom, just
Yeah,
like
yeah.
that. That's good. All right, go ahead, sir.
Getting better as the night progresses.
There
right?
you go. You just get used to us after a while. Now you'll have to stick around.
Yes, but thank you. Brian Smith representing the applicant, and in response to the interveners' comments and arguments, I would like to make a couple of observations. And this goes to the substance that I had reserved for this time period. Right at the beginning of the intervention petition, the intervener, they write, intervener asserts the applicant has failed to provide sufficient evidence to determine whether the conduct proposed by the applicants as contained in the application has or will reasonably likely to have the effect of unreasonably polluting, impairing, or destroying the public trust in air, water, or other natural resources of the state. Then they go on to list what they think hasn't adequately been provided. The issue, though, as an intervener, and I have a lot of experience in this, as I'm sure Mr. Attorney Tussey does, and he's a very good attorney, but the burden here with the petition is on the petitioner, not on us in response to this. So in other words, I was fully expecting if North Castle was granted the intervention petition, and I know because I responded to a letter that it had submitted back in December of 2023, that it's been well aware of this process and application for a long time, they would have experts ready to state how what is being proposed will unreasonably and likely cause pollution. That's what they need to prove first. That's the first element. They have to say it's reasonably likely it'll unreasonably pollute the environment. They have to make that case to the commission. That's what the first question.
So
did they make a
to-
case? Yeah, did they make that case? They haven't.
But
They-
Can I just ask you a question on that? So the intervener is saying that enough information has not been put into the public record.
Correct. That's what they're
If
saying.
that is his assertion, if that's the intervener's assertion, does the applicant then have an obligation to give the intervener more information?
The applicant, no, it's up
Since
to
he's
the
saying there's not,
commissions.
I'm just asking a legal question.
Yeah.
He's saying there's not enough information out there. And does that then oblige, or is it the right thing for you to do to offer transparency so that the intervener can make his assessment that you're saying he should make?
No, that's not our obligation in this context.
Okay, just
Yeah,
asking.
yeah,
'cause
I
it
mean,
would
the
be-
intervener is a party and can raise the points, but the intervener has had the opportunity for a long time to have its own experts to say. What we have is an attorney, a very qualified attorney, saying, here's a list of things that he thinks are missing.
Mhm.
That is a statement that you make in any normal zoning application, whether you don't need to be an intervener to say that. You say, we think you're missing something, and that's here. The intervener is saying he has to demonstrate that it will likely unreasonably pollute. It's not that's their burden now. And I'll give you there's case law on that very point where it was much more where the intervener had experts, and that was still not enough because all they could do was speculate that it might unreasonably pollute. And the Supreme Court held the fact that you have an expert saying that it might unreasonably pollute is not enough. You have to show that it's more likely than not to
What
unreasonably
case was
pollute
that?
the environment. It's called Riverbend Associates, Inc. versus the Simsbury Conservation Commission.
Oh, I was reading it. I was
Yeah.
reading it last night. I was reading when they accept, because I was reading how they had gone about it handling the intervener last night. I found it online. Okay.
Yeah, and the intervener and the commission relied on the intervention petition, and the intervener, in fact, did have experts, but they the Supreme Court found that the interveners, that the experts were of both the town and the intervener only said it might unreasonably pollute, and that's not enough. They have to have just listing what the applicant is allegedly missing. We're not conceding we're missing things, but what is not enough to carry the day here. And he said, yes, this as Madam Chairman, as you said, this is the opportunity for the intervener to make the case. And the intervener has made the case. We're respectfully submitting they haven't made a case that is meritorious. From this viewpoint, from the viewpoint of an intervention petition, they haven't shown how it's likely to unreasonably pollute. And I go one step further on the merits, is that if you approve this so that we can go to the state, it's very unlikely because the state's not going to let a wastewater treatment facility be approved that is going to be polluting anything. And that's what the whole process, and as you pointed out, Madam Chair, the state says that is the process in this instance. That's how we do it. So you are involved in programmatically in something that is going through the proper procedures to protect the environment by approving this now. And and if for whatever reason Connecticut Deep said, no, this whole thing is inadequate, we can't build. That's the protection. It just doesn't happen. But that's the risk everybody takes. It's like like when a major traffic, you can't go to the state traffic, Office of State Traffic now, or whatever they call it now, OSTA, until you got your local approvals. But the state might come back and say, well, you need another turn lane. Now we have to go all the way back in front of you. It's the same thing. But the state has jurisdiction over that, just like they have jurisdiction over wastewater treatment plants. But the town is protected. So that I think that's the issue here. This petition has more responsibilities than just pointing out alleged defects in the applicant's application. It has to proactively say, this is going to cause an unreasonable pollution. That's the allegation that needs to be shown. And normally you would show it with experts saying that's what's going to happen. I don't see it here. And the extent, and some of the petition, as I think it was alluded to in your motion of acceptance of the prior your prior motion, some of it is outside the jurisdiction of this commission altogether. And that's the Nazardo case that says you can't raise issues before the commission that are really properly before another agency. And
Yep, we got that.
Yeah,
I found
okay.
Nazardo, but didn't cite it because it's in the CBA book.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
So that's the response I have, is that it's on the face of their intervention. Their accusation is that we, the applicant, have not provided sufficient evidence. We respectfully submit that we have provided sufficient evidence, and they haven't made a case of how what we are doing is going to cause, or reasonably likely going to cause, unreasonable pollution.
Okay, since Mr. Lodi is the client, I guess he gets to speak, correct? Go ahead, sir.
Members of the commission, Payman Lodi, Tishman Spire, for the record. I wanted to call on Rob Zandola one more time to correct for the record what the items and the studies that we have submitted related to the wastewater treatment plant.
Okay.
Sure.
I know he had his hand raised, but he was raising it while Mr. Smith was making his case, and I had to let him finish. So I lowered his hand. Mr. Sandolo, go ahead.
That's okay. Thank you. Yeah, if I could just clarify my earlier remarks, perhaps I oversimplified, but we are here for more than just a 30 by 30 box. We've submitted multiple memos regarding the wastewater treatment plant throughout this process, pre-app and final site plan. Our most recent being July 2024. That outlined all of the planned upgrades and even included a process and instrumentation diagram. outlining the existing and proposed upgrades all on there. So, this is not like, we're not just trying to get an addition and say, well, we'll figure it out later. We do have an idea of what needs to happen, but the way it works is that CT Deep is going to dictate the levels of treatment required and the permit requirements. So we can't design any of that until they tell us what they want here. But we're anticipating the need for equalization tanks, anoxic zones for nitrogen, polymer treatment for phosphorus removal. There's a chlorine contact chamber that could use a little bit more time. And then a big thing that CT Deep has told us that they're going to want to see is more metering. Actually, the metering at the current plant is kind of archaic. So they're looking for more automation and metering. That's kind of one of their big ticket items that they want to see. But that's pretty much what we're expecting. So it's more than just a 30 by 30 box.
Okay. Mr. McRae, I had a feeling you might follow up with that.
Mr. Sandola, what was the date of that update?
That memo is dated July 31st, 2024. And then earlier memos talked about the makeup of the existing plant, but that latest one was more specific to the planned upgrades.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
So one of the things, Nick, you just asked a great question. One of the things that I'd like us to do, and I think we can do this when an application is closed, is to recompile our own record in a way, or figure out how to go through our own record relative to the assertions that the intervener is making. So for example, we know that CDM Smith has advised, and to have that letter, and to have everybody look at both the wetlands decisions, which are in this record, the New York City DEP response, each of those things, and how they compare in terms of information we have and information that the intervener does not believe we have. Because the question again is, when we decide on the site plan, we have to decide on the merits of the intervener's claims. And I hope I'm not being repetitive. Okay, Mr. Tessie, did you want to say anything else? Okay.
Yes, I do. Yes, I do. Thank you.
Okay.
Okay, it'll be relatively brief, I hope. Okay, first of all, I had reviewed the Riverbend case, and I don't think it's on point whatsoever. I'm glad you have it. You can read it. I think you'll discover the same thing. Insofar as our position, it remains. I appreciate what Mr. Sandola stated. I have reviewed what he submitted. He submitted essentially a list of component parts for their expansion of the sewer treatment plant, or their proposed expansion of the sewer treatment plant. My point has been, there have been no studies about the whatsoever, no engineering and no science involved in any of that, which are all going to be requirements of the state. I fully understand that, and I've seen what the application looks like. My point has always been the component parts of an application are relevant to the town of Greenwich Planning and Zoning Commission's analysis of this, or analysis of the special permit and site plan application, and that information, again, repeating myself, but the information provided is the essential information needed on the subject of the potential for an unreasonable adverse effect on the environment, in the water, including the water and air, as you know. And so I appreciate to some degree the argument, if one is leading a certain way in favor of the applicant, to say, well, it's your burden. But again, the information that's relevant to the intervention issues, relevant to the issues, have not been provided to the Planning and Zoning Commission, nor to the intervener. And I think that's all crucial. I believe that's all crucial. It should have all been expected. The applicant should have been told to provide that information. You should want to know after 40 years what's going on with the sedimentation pond. As I stated to you earlier, the Wetlands Agency has not ruled a permit. I think that it, in fact, has not ruled on a permit. I don't believe you can render a decision on that basis, but on the intervention basis and the substantive points about obligations of the parties, it shouldn't be on an intervener to have to opine on something that is impossible to opine on because the applicant is insistent upon not sharing information with the Planning and Zoning Commission. So I don't see how you can make a finding on the converse, and I said that earlier, by the way, the converse point that based upon the information you've provided, you're comfortable that there will be no unreasonable polluting. I don't know how you can do it, but I guess you'll review all your information and you'll make your decision. And with that, I'll
Okay.
rest, but I'll answer a
Okay.
question.
Patrick, I'm going to ask Patrick a question first. So Patrick, I'm looking at 617D2, and it says not adversely affect storm drainage, sewage disposal, or other municipal facilities. So our determination here is that there is no adverse effect. That's what our job is on sewage disposal. It is not an approval of what the plant is going to be like and what happens when it gets expanded. Am I correct? There's nothing in our jurisdiction that says that.
Right, you are confirming that if all plans are followed correctly, that there's a reasonable expectation that there will not be an impact. You're not determining the methodology or the level of treatment that needs to happen. That's going to be decided by other agencies.
Got it. Okay. Does anybody have any questions for Mr. Tessie? Mr. Hegney.
Thank you, Madam Chair. As I mentioned at the beginning of the hearing, we started this in April of 22. We actually had our first meetings with Katie in the fall of 21. After we had our first pre-app with you, you said you really need to go talk to North Castle. And I spoke with Adam Kaufman at that point, and we had a good discussion about the concerns that they had. They submitted an 8-page letter of what those concerns were. And based on that, we had a joint meeting set up by your staff that included a half a dozen representatives from North Castle and representatives from New York City DEP and New York State DOT. And we went over what their concerns were and have been working on addressing them since. We actually had another meeting in September of 23 in North Castle with town representatives and went over those concerns again to make sure that we were addressing them. And you had a letter in December of 23 that North Castle submitted saying that they had concerns about traffic, which we had our traffic engineer address, increased demand for on and off street parking. That is something we have not addressed, and that I think is sort of the impetus for them appearing this evening is they're looking for us to contribute in some financial way to their parking issue. They want to know what their police department and their fire department were going to do, and we've addressed those with town resources here, not depending on North Castle. And they want to know about adverse impacts to the Kensico Reservoir. New York City is very protective of their water. And since we are an abutter of the Kensico Reservoir, we did work with them in a very specific way. And you have in your records a letter from New York City DEP dated September 20th, 2024, which I'll just read one line of it. It says, upon review of the reference documents, and that's all that we provided to them, DEP finds the proposal acceptable. You hired, and we've spent on part of the applicant tens of thousands of dollars reviewing the drainage plan that we developed by your consultant, Fuss & O'Neill, and they have determined that there will be no impact from the drainage system that we're proposing as part of this development. I don't think there's any more that we could do to provide to you at this stage for you to make a determination that this is an appropriate site plan for you to approve so that we can move forward. All I heard from the intervenor was there could be impacts, but they didn't say what specific impacts would result. And I think that's an important issue for you to look at when you're determining about approving this so that we can proceed with doing the applications we need to the state for those approvals. So I would ask that you approve this application and that we close this item this evening.
Madam
Mr.
Chairman,
Hagney.
I would like to respond. I think as the intervener.
Okay, so hold on. This is going to stop at some point.
It'll stop. I'll be very brief.
Okay.
Very brief to Mr. Hegney's points. Okay. First of all, I should have brought this up earlier. As you can imagine, the town of North Castle has sewer treatment plants within its jurisdiction. And I spoke to the head of Conservation Commission, and he spoke to the sewer department head. And we talked about this, and they were astounded that there were no environmental assessments done, impact statements done. Okay. They didn't know about that. They assumed it would be a course similar to theirs. And they're in the files, which that I viewed, those statements are part and parcel of it. And the findings were made by the planning department. I think it was a 24-unit condominium project. They needed a sewer treatment plant. And their file, as I stated, I looked at it, and it had engineering, it had an environmental assessment, and had conclusions made. So that is important, particularly since Mr. Hegney chose to bring up that this is some type of ruse, and we're only interested in other items. They thought there was going to be a similar application process in the state of Connecticut, specifically to the town of Greenwich on that subject. That's what I wanted to make clear. So I haven't changed my opinion. Again, it's not a matter of conjecture. There are serious concerns about obviously nitrogen and phosphorus and other chemicals. And for a full analysis on those subjects, you really should start out with what do you have now going on coming out of that plant. I think the state needs that and would want that. And I think you should have had it. With that, I will not intervene again.
Okay, Commission.
Thank you.
Commission. All right, let me go to Mr. Hegney for just a second. A couple of things. First of all, I know you've mentioned several times how long this has been before us, and I do bristle to some extent when I hear you say that, because from the beginning at the pre-app, we gave you feedback about the density, and it wasn't until that got really resolved fairly, it took a long time. So it would have moved quickly, and it's a very frustrating point for us. It would have moved more quickly, the process, if our feedback had been integrated sooner. You are not alone in this. We had something else happen recently where we had been saying something for a long time. And okay, so first thing. The second thing is, I'm going to just speak from my perspective. This is a must close tonight, the way you have set it up. I'm personally not in a position to vote this tonight. I've got too many things in my head. I'm not ready to vote it. But my other question is, if you want to close it tonight, that means that you will be able to, there will be no more information that can be submitted to the public record. And I would think that there's a chance that that prejudices you. I think you would have to ask Mr. Lodi where he stands, what you want to do. And also you must decide on the 2 items in the regular agenda. And I would say, if we aren't going to decide this tonight, would you want to proceed with us deciding those or not? So it's hard. Those are closed. You are able to give us extensions and you have not. And it's up to you whether you want to give us an extension. On this one, it's your call. I personally, I got a lot of thinking to do.
So, Madam Chair, I didn't mean to point out that there have been any delays in the process. I think the process has moved along actually rather well.
Okay, it just then, we've been to you 26 times. We've been to you 12. Yeah, okay. But the point is, we were very upfront about where we came out the first time. And people tend to think we're kidding. And we're generally not. So I'm just saying for your benefit, I bristle a little bit because it's like, look, okay, now the real core of what I'm saying to you is, what do you want to do about where you stand right now? And I ask you, what do you prefer?
I didn't hear any comments or questions from the commission members on additional information that you were seeking from us.
No, there's only one question. I have a tiny question open. And did you guys ever go to the schools and make sure that you could get the kids to Parkway and all that? Did you ever? Couldn't find anything over the weekend.
Yes.
Did you guys ever do
In
that?
fact,
Okay.
I dug that out and we
good.
had a memo from Superintendent of Schools, Tony Jones.
Oh, cool.
And we provided her with a plan which showed the bus stops that would be located in the property. And what schools would be the children would be attending.
I couldn't find it.
We did do that.
Okay, so my question to you was not the commission needs more information. My question to you is, if we close right now, you would not be able to give us more information. So is that something that you want to do? It's your choice. Mr. McRae.
So you're suggesting closing the site plan.
Right, because it's a must close at the moment.
Right. Okay. Up to thoughts on whether we decide or not. What about the other 2? Would you want to do the other 2 at the same time?
Well, that's what I just asked. I think you didn't hear my question.
Yeah, so I heard the question. I just want to make sure I heard it right.
No, so that's Mr. Hegney's call. Mr. Hegney's call is, does he want us to close this item tonight? And 2, is he willing to give an extension on the other 2, or does he want to go ahead and leave them as must decides? I'm leaving it up to him.
Madam Chair, these are part and parcel.
I agree.
One's an amendment to the regulations that allows the project as we have submitted it to you to be approved.
I know that.
And the second is a map amendment to zone this as an overlay zone. So
I'm aware of that. So you would give us an extension.
They need to be voted on at the same time, not separately.
And given that our standard practice, yes, we know that, but I didn't know how cooperative you were going to be. So
I thought we're always cooperative.
Okay. So what our practice is on the commission is, if one member is not ready to decide, then we wait. We don't make the decision at the time we close. So I'm speaking for myself that I was not ready to decide. I don't know about the others, but we respect the wish of one member, and I'm hoping the others also need some more time and that they don't mind my needing more time.
No, I need more time as well. I think there's too many moving parts.
Arms and legs and moving parts. Now,
Right.
Mr. Hegney, given that, do you still want to close the final site plan now and then give us extensions on the other two items to allow us time to decide? And I would suggest you give us at least 2 weeks. And I
So,
think, I'm sorry, we don't have another meeting for 3 weeks after this. Is that right, Pat? The next
Yeah.
meeting?
the next meeting
Yeah.
is the
25th.
25th.
So you need to give us at least till the 25th on the other two items. And we could always contact you if we're struggling at that point. But that's
Certainly.
what I would suggest. If you want to close this and you think that you're safe, that we won't ask you for more information, then so be it. Before you answer, let Mr. LaRose speak.
Oh, sorry, Madam Chair. My point was that we needed extensions on the other. I'm sorry. I didn't know.
I've,
my hand was-
I've been saying that for 10 minutes.
I know. I just didn't put my hand down. Dude, sorry.
I mean, that's where I opened. I said, here's where it is. I don't want to, I'm sorry, I'm getting grumpy. My point was, I don't want to decide this one tonight. And I know that the other two are must decides tonight, the way he's got it set up. And I would like him to give extensions. That's where I opened. Okay.
I'm happy to provide those extensions, Madam Chair. I think, given where we are now, I think it's appropriate to close it, understanding that there's a lot for you to digest and to make your determinations on, and certainly not voting on it tonight is understandable, even though that would, of course, be the wish of my client.
Mr. Lodi.
Yeah, sorry, I was trying to find the mute button. No, that's correct.
You're not the only one.
It's late tonight.
Yeah, and it's not even late yet.
Madam Chair, just as a closing point, I would just, I would add that the process, even though, it has taken these number of years, we believe that through this process, we've come to a plan that's much improved from
Yeah.
what we submitted
Yeah,
before.
and we voted that on the preliminary. Yeah, thank you, Mr. Lodi. I'm sorry. I think I'm starting to wear thin. I apologize. Okay.
I will provide the extensions on the items that
All
are
right.
closed for decisions to staff.
All right. So based on that, and you still want to close this one tonight?
Yes, Madam Chair.
All righty. Does anybody on the commission, and again, seated on this one is Albin, Jones, Lowe, Yeski, and Macri. Oh, I'm sorry, Patrick.
Did we call from public comment, Madam Chair? I know we.
Oh my gosh, I forgot. Thank you very much. Does anybody in the public wish to speak on Greenwich American if you're still with the world of the living? I'm sorry. Anybody in the public, please raise your virtual hand if you wish to speak on American Can. Greenwich American, One American Lane. Anybody from the public? No. Okay, good. So that worked out okay. But you're right. Okay, back to where we were. Does anybody in the commission object to close? I mean, we have no option. This is a must close. Okay, this application is hereby closed, and it's essentially because it's a must close. And we will decide it at a future date. Mr. Hegney, it may be that we approach you for another extension on the other two items. But for
I'm
now,
always available.
I would give to the next meeting at a minimum to Mr. LaRoe.
Certainly. So that I'll submit that to staff momentarily.
All right. Okay. And with that, Mr. Basili, you can go home. Our court reporter is the only one.
Thank you. Thank you.
Bye-bye. Oh, you found your glasses.
Yes, I did. Thank you.
Thanks very much.
You
All
so-
right, everybody. What? I'm sorry. Bye-bye. All right. At least I remembered that one. That's the most important. Mr. Basili is the most important. All right. Everybody else we got Mr. Hegney. Okay. We got some decisions to make, however. Nick, how do you want to take these?
Let's
You
go
want to start
top
from
down.
the top? Okay. So our
Uh,
first decision item is JH Builders. This is 49 Sherwood.
Okay,
Did
we
it-
got this in two parts though, right? So it's a map
Yes.
amendment and then the actual
You,
thing.
exactly. That's exactly right. Let me just go through the seating. It's Albin, McRae, Lowe, Yeski, and Jenkins. And this is first for the zoning map amendment.
Okay, just give me 1 second here. I want to make sure I've got all the information in one place. Okay, this is 49 Sherwood Place zoning map amendment, PLPZ 2024-371. Applicant is seeking a zoning map amendment to rezone a 14,461 square foot property from R6 to the R6 HO zone. The commission finds that the applicant has satisfied the procedure for HO zone designation as outlined under 109B2, providing significant background to the existing structure, its original owner, and relevance in Greenwich history. The proposal was referred to the Greenwich Historic District Commission for comment as provided under section 6109. HD submitted a letter dated 7/31/24 stating a favorable opinion to the proposed work as presented with a request for an advisory opinion. The HDC also notes in the letter that the property is located in the historic 4th Ward District, and the proposal seeks to create a safe and usable residence for 2 families and create an additional 3rd unit, an accessory dwelling unit in the rear of the property. The existing facade and historic elements of the home would be preserved throughout the process and into completion of the project to maintain the historic look and streetscape of the area. Therefore, a motion to approve the application for zoning map amendment to rezone the 14,460 square foot property from R6 to R6 HO.
Do I have a second? Okay, somebody has to second. I'll second. Albin has seconded. Mr. Lowe, how do you vote?
Nay.
Mr. Yeski,
Nay.
how do you vote?
Nay.
That was quick. Ms. Jenkins, how do you vote?
Nay.
Mr. McRae,
Aye.
Albin is also nay. And with that, the motion fails 4-1. Do we need to make a reverse? No, right?
So, we could certainly, if there's a condition, well, no, sorry, this is the motion on this.
No,
the zone
there's a motion on the rezone, so
Yeah.
we're good, and it's 4-1.
Right. And then the
Okay,
next decision will have to represent the fact that the zone change did not get accepted.
okay.
This is easy. Okay.
So that's easy. So now we're not gonna do the final site plan and special permit, or do we have to deny it?
We have to deny it because there's no zone change to allow it, so it doesn't conform.
Okay, Mr. McRae.
Gotta love this. 49 Sherwood Place, final site plan special permit, PLPZ 2024-370. The applicant is seeking approval to add to and alter the existing primary dwelling to create a 2-family dwelling and construct an additional rear dwelling, new driveways, walk, site work, drainage, landscape improvements on a 14,461 square foot property located in the R6 zone. The application was submitted concurrently with a zoning map amendment application to rezone the property from R6 to R6 HO. Whereas the motion to convert to R6 HO failed.
I
Motion to-
vote of 4-1.
4-1. The motion for HO has failed. Thus, the site plan special permit under the HO application is hereby denied.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Oof, who seconded?
I did.
Mr. Lowe has seconded. Mr. Yeski, how do you vote?
Aye.
Mr. Lowe?
We're doing an aye for the denial, correct?
Correcto mundo.
Aye.
Mr. Lowe?
Aye.
Madam Jenkins?
Aye.
Mr. McRae?
Aye.
Albin is also aye, and with that, the motion passes 5-0. And we trot along to 228.
That one's got tossed out. That one we just did. Get rid of that. Okay, 228 Round
Oh,
Hill
wait.
Road.
Yep,
Right.
okay.
228 Round Hill Road, PLPZ 2024-452. For final site plan special permit, applicant is seeking approval to construct an addition to the existing single-family dwelling, the volume which would exceed 150,000 cubic feet on a 4.3074 acre property in the RA4 zone. Whereas the residence originally approved under file number PLPZ 2010-159-160. As the proposal is de minimis, the commission has determined that a landscape plan is not required. Commission finds that this zoning issue comment stated 1/16/25 indicating no issues with the proposal. Health Department issued a memo dated 1/30/25 indicating no issues with the proposal. Conservation issued comments dated 1/15/25 indicating the landscape plan was not submitted for the project and no mention of tree removal, and notes that the project is small. A small addition constructed above already disturbed land. Engineering, the applicant has submitted a drainage exemption dated 11/25/24, and Wetlands issued a permit needs questionnaire on 11/25/24 indicating no action required. Therefore, a motion to approve the application, noting the following: the applicant shall address any and all remaining staff or interdepartmental issues.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Mr. Yeski, how do you vote?
Aye.
Mr. Lowe,
Aye.
Mr. McRae,
Aye.
and it's Jenkins on this one. Madam Jenkins?
Aye.
Albin is also aye, and with that, the motion passes 5-0.
Okay, let's see. Next thing is chicken coop.
Mm-hmm.
This is 1177 King Street, final site plan special permit PLPZ 2024-464. The applicant is seeking approval to construct an 8 by 8.5 foot by 20 foot chicken coop on an existing legally non-conforming educational use campus. The total volume of all structures would exceed 150,000 cubic feet on a 109 acre property in the RA4 zone. Whereas per section 695C of the BZR, the keeping of fewer than 10 poultry, chickens, peacocks, ducks, and the like is an approved accessory use with provisions. The commission finds that conservation issued comments on 1/28/25 indicating no issues with the proposal. Zoning issued comments on 10/28 indicating no issues with the application. ARC issued minutes dated 1/8/25 indicating approved as submitted. DPW Engineering, the applicant has submitted a drainage exemption dated 12/13/24, and Wetlands issued a permit dated 11/27/25 under file number 2025-008. Therefore, a motion to approve the application for final site plan and special permit knowing the following conditions. No more than 10 poultry, chickens, peacocks, ducks, and the like are permitted at once. The sale of eggs is prohibited. On-site slaughter of chickens is prohibited. Roosters are allowed as the property is larger than 4 acres. The site must comply with the Town of Greenwich Code of Ordinances, Article 9, Animal Control, Sections 411 through 4117. The site must comply with Chapters 435 through 438A of the Connecticut General Statutes, and the applicant shall address any and all remaining staff or interdepartmental issues.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Madam Jenkins, do you have a question?
Yes, Nick, did you include the health department?
Yes.
No, he didn't. He
It's
said it
good
had
to-
to comply, but he didn't
it's-
spell it out. And when we do the letter, we should put the language in.
Right, the two statements covering that are site must
Yeah.
comply with Town of Greenwich Code of Ordinances,
Yeah.
Article 9, Animal Control, that's health.
Yeah.
And the state, same.
Yeah. We'll just
Chapters
put
435 through 438,
When we do the letter, we'll just put the stuff in.
the stuff.
All right. Who seconded?
Me. Dennis. Yes.
Dennis seconded. Yes, and Dennis votes aye. Madam Jenkins,
Aye.
Mr. Lowe,
Aye.
Mr. McRae.
Aye.
Albin is also aye, and with that, the motion passes 5-0. Next up,
A chicken coop.
I
This
know.
would be 2317 Smith Road, application PLPZ 2024 434 for final coastal site plan special permit. Applicant is seeking approval to construct a pool house and 2 pergolas over an existing hardscaped area and related site improvements on a 5.5 acre property within the RA1 and COZ zones per section 6111 of the BZR and sections 22A 90 to 22A 96 of the Connecticut General Statutes. Whereas the existing swimming pool hardscape area is approved under CAM application PLPZ 2024-387, and the subject property straddles the VE15, AE13, and X flood zone and has direct frontage on Long Island Sound. The commission finds that zoning issued comments dated 1/2/25 indicating no issues with the proposal. Schuer issued comments dated 1/31/25 requesting the applicant submit a signed letter of acknowledgement of the receipt of their P&Z comments. DPW Engineering issued comments dated 1/2/25 indicating approval for zoning building permit. Conservation issued comments 1/2/25 indicating recommendations to the plan. DEP issued a memo dated 11/7/24 indicating no further comments to the proposal. And Wetlands issued a permit under file number 2022-007. Therefore, a motion to approve the plan with the following comments. For sewer division, the applicant has submitted a letter acknowledging comments dated 2/3/25. Areas of subject to compaction shall be scarified and loosened post construction. Prior to landscape installation. The final landscape plan shall be submitted to planning and zoning staff for review and approval. And in all soils
I think we
stockpiles.
should say a proposed or a further landscape plan, something that doesn't say final, but we can word that later. Is that okay, you guys?
Yeah. Any and all soils stockpiles shall be placed out of the VE15 flood zone. Prior to zoning permit, all soils and erosion controls measures shall be installed and inspected by P&Z and wetland staff. All soil and erosion controls shall be in conformance with Connecticut DEP March 30, 2024 guidelines for SE and CSC controls. And the applicant shall address any and all remaining staff or interdepartmental issues.
Do I have a second?
I'll second it. Why not?
Okay, Patrick and Tracy have things to say?
Yeah, Mr. McRae, I'm not sure if you intended to say this, but you said no stockpiling in the VE zone, and I thought the applicant had
He did.
expressed that it was just going to be the
Great
trap.
catch.
Right. And I think it's specific to the VE15.
Right.
I think they could put stuff in the other places, the other two. But
Oh,
this
so
has
you-
a specific.
I'm sorry, you said just the VE15? Okay.
Just the VE. Okay. And looking at the plan and understanding where it is, you don't want anything in the VE because it's going to be right in the water. But as explained by the applicant, they can actually do it upland in the 13 and the X.
Got it. Understood. I didn't recognize that you noted the elevation. Okay. Tracy?
I believe in the hearing, we talked about aerating the
Yeah, he
soil
called it
for landscaping, not loosened.
Yeah. Okay. Aerating, compaction, and scarify aerating. Got it.
Yeah.
Okay. Got it.
Oh, that's
Yeah.
a great point. Thank you.
Tony kept saying scarifying and I kept saying aerating because they're different things.
Well, I think aerating is for compaction around roots of existing
Yeah.
trees. It's
Right.
scarifying is it's tilling soil if you're going to plant in it.
Right. Yeah. So they both are necessary because
Right.
you
We-
also aerate. Yeah. Okay. We got it figured out.
Okay. Yeah. We're
Right.
splitting hairs here and, look at
Okay.
me.
Yeski has seconded and voted aye, I believe. Yeski, did you already vote?
I voted aye. Vote now aye.
Mr. Lowe,
Aye.
Madam Jenkins,
Aye.
Mr. McRae,
Aye.
and Albin is also aye. And with that, the motion passes 5-0. Now I can ask Ann Noel, do you look puzzled?
Sorry, no, I was just, I think, I was kind of nodding that I think both the aeration and the scarifying should be done. That was.
Yeah. I mean, we kept saying one thing and Tony would
Right.
stick with the other. It was weird. Okay, guys, I think we're done. Can I ask you just quickly? Do you want to meet next Tuesday, the 11th, to do a planning session, or do you want to do the 18th? Or the 16th, 17th?
When are you going to do it?
17th is a holiday.
Oh, 17th is a holiday. So you want to do the 18th?
Yes.
I'm out. I'm
What
out
time?
the
What
What?
time?
Wait. Ann Noel just said she's out. Which day?
18th. I have
Okay,
a-
so we'll do the 11th. Folks, what time do you want?
Can you do the 11th? I thought you had
The 10th.
K9.
The 10th is
Issue.
the K9.
Oh.
Okay. The 18th, so it's the 11th. It's Tuesday, the 11th. Does anybody have a time preference? As long as it's not 8 a.m., I'm fine.
10 o'clock, 10 a.m.
10 a.m.?
Hold on.
Hold on.
I'm okay. Yeah.
Yeah, works for me.
All right. I'm gonna put it in my calendar right now before my brain finishes
And
checking.
how
Somebody
long-
gonna send it out to us?
How long approximately will we give ourselves for this? Sorry.
If we start at 10, I would hope that we can finish by 11:30, but we did a lot of talking without achieving anything the last time. So let's try to, maybe we can focus it more the second time. We were just airing stuff the last time. Don't look like that, Patrick.
Oh, I'm looking at my calendar, sorry.
Okay, and you're good for the 11th at 10
That
a.m.
was not a comment on our ability to.
I'm gonna get up at the crack of 10 a.m. just for you guys.
I'll send a car service.
But last night it was like I was glad that I could stay awake. Okay.
Oh, wait, so
Um,
actually, are we, is it in person or are we gonna Zoom?
No, not in person, because then I gotta take off my PJs.
Okay, fine.
At 10 in the morning? Okay.
Yeah, no, not really, but we like to wander around in our sweats anyway. Okay. Was that TMI? It's been really fun tonight. This is one of the best evenings I've had in,
The staff thanks you for adjudicating this stuff.
oh my gosh. I was like, oh gosh, I hope I just did the right thing.
Well, we'll find out.
No, we got it. It was okay. We were okay. I didn't know how to sequence it, but then it turned out that we had sequenced it correctly, so it was all right.
Well, I was saying thank you for the decisions you did make tonight, because some of these things have been just fits and starts
No,
before you.
But
So
not really, because 280 ORD keeps coming and going, and One Smith, that's that's still around.
Okay, say goodnight, Gracie.
Good night, Gracie.
See you all. Thank you.
Bye-bye.
Everybody.